Hi everyone, this is Stanley Robinson, author of 50 Degrees Below, and thanks for giving it a listen. This novel is a follow-up to the novel 40 Signs of Rain, but I must confess that I think you could start with this one, if indeed you are, and there wouldn't be very much that you would miss or need to know, except that perhaps the lead character, Frank van der Waal, has really suffered a kind of psychological crisis at the end of the first volume when climate change hits Washington, D.C. in a big way. And he's been working for National Science Foundation and gotten extremely frustrated not only with the NSF, but with the way that science as a group of people and institution is dealing with the emergency and the crisis of our carbon-burning climate change. So with that in mind, I think you'll be following the Frank and the Quibler family and the Kambali delegates to the United States. They live on a low-lying island in the Indian Ocean that you'll be visiting at a bad moment. But I want to emphasize that for me, this exercise in contemporary American novel as science fiction is always utopian in its intent, a kind of a domestic comedy. And I wanted to examine what might happen if we responded to the crisis of climate change as a challenge to become more engaged in the world so that it could actually make life better rather than worse. Commonly it's said, oh no, climate change, no, our standards of living will have to go down, it'll never be the same, etc., etc. And there are indeed great dangers, but the opportunity to swap out our technology for a cleaner technology and make a life where we're sort of reabsorbed into the world in a more active and vivid way is one of the things that I wanted to concentrate on this book that makes it for me the middle of a big utopian novel that I call Science in the Capital. So I hope that you enjoy it. It's my favorite as being the sort of middle of the book, and that's always the best part as far as I'm concerned. Thanks again, and I hope you enjoy 50 Degrees Below.
Audible Frontiers presents 50 Degrees Below. Written by Stanley Robinson and read by Peter Ganem.
Chapter 1. Primate in Forest. Nobody likes Washington, D.C. Even the people who love it don't like it. Climate atrocious, traffic worse. An ordinary, mid-sized, gridlocked American city in which the plump white federal buildings make no real difference. Or rather, they bring all the politicians and tourists, the lobbyists and diplomats and refugees, and all the others who come from somewhere else, often for suspect reasons, and thereafter spend their time clogging the streets and hogging the show, talking endlessly about their non-existent city on a hill while ignoring the actual city they are in. The bad taste of all that hypocrisy can't be washed away even by the food and drink of 1 million very fine restaurants. No, bastion of the world government, locked vault of the World Bank, fortress headquarters of the world police, Rome, in the age of bread and circuses. No one can like that. So naturally, when the great flood washed over the city, wreaking havoc and leaving the capital spluttering in the livid heat of a wet and bedraggled May, the stated reactions were various, but the underlying subtext often went something like this: ha, ha, ha. For there were many people around the world who felt that justice had somehow been served. Capital of the world thoroughly trashed. Who wouldn't love it? Of course, the usual things were said by the usual parties. Disaster area, emergency relief, danger of epidemic, immediate restoration, pride of the nation, etc. Indeed, as capital of the world, the President was firm in his insistence that it was everyone's patriotic duty to support rebuilding, demonstrating a brave and stalwart response to what he called this act of climactic terrorism. From now on, the President continued, we are at a state of war with nature. We will work until we have made this city even more like it was than before. But, truth to tell, ever since the Reagan era, the conservative, or dominant, wing of the Republican Party had been coming to Washington explicitly to destroy the federal government. They had talked about starving the beast, but flooding would be fine if it came to that. They were flexible. It was results that counted. And how could the federal government continue to burden ordinary Americans when its center of operations was devastated? Why, it would have to struggle just to get back to normal. Obviously, the flood was a punishment for daring to tax income and pretending to be a secular nation. One couldn't help thinking of Sodom and Gomorrah, the prophecies specified in the book of Revelation, and so on. Meanwhile, those on the opposite end of the political spectrum likewise did not shed very many tears over the disaster. As a blow to the heart of the galactic imperium, it was a hard thing to regret. It might impede the ruling caste for a while, might make them acknowledge, perhaps, that their economic system had changed the climate, and that this was only the first of many catastrophic consequences. If Washington was denied now that it was begging for help, that was only what it had always done to its environmental victims in the past. Nature bats last. Poetic justice. Level playing field. Reap what you sow. Rich, arrogant bastards. And so on. Thus, the flood brought pleasure to both sides of the aisle, and in the days that followed, Congress made it clear in their votes, if not in their words, that they were not going to appropriate anything like the amount of money it would take to clean up the mess. They said it had to be done. They ordered it done. But they did not fund it. The city, therefore, had to pin its hopes on either the beggared District of Columbia, which already knew all there was to know about unfunded mandates from Congress, to the extent that for years their license plates had proclaimed taxation without representation, or on the federal agencies specifically charged with disaster relief, like FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers and others that could be expected to help in their ordinary course of their missions and budgets. Experts from these agencies tried to explain that the flood did not have a moral meaning, that it was merely a practical problem in city management, which had to be solved as a simple matter of public health, safety, and convenience. The Potomac had ballooned into a temporary lake of about 1,000 square miles. It had lasted no more than a week, but in that time inflicted great damage to the infrastructure. Much of the public part of the city was trashed. Rock Creek had torn out its banks, and the mall was covered by mud. The tidal basin was now part of the river again, with the Jefferson Memorial standing in the shallows of the current. Many streets were blocked with debris. Worse, in transport terms, many metro tunnels had flooded and would take months to repair. Alexandria was wrecked. Most of the region's bridges were knocked out or suspect. The power grid was uncertain. The sewage system likewise. Epidemic disease was a distinct possibility. Given all this, certain repairs simply had to be made, and many were the calls for full restoration. But whether these calls were greeted with genuine agreement, Tartuffian assent, stony indifference, or gloating opposition, the result was the same. Not enough money was appropriated to complete the job. Only the essentials were dealt with. Necessary infrastructure, sure, almost. And of course, the nationally famous buildings were cleaned up, the mall replanted with grass and new cherry trees, the Vietnam Memorial excavated, the Lincoln and Jefferson Memorial recaptured from their island state. Congress debated a proposal to leave the high water mark of greenish mud on the sides of the Washington Monument as a flood height record and a reminder of what could happen. But few wanted such a reminder, and in the end they rejected the idea. The stone of the Great Plinth was steam-cleaned, and around it the mall began to look as if the flood had never happened. Elsewhere, in the city, however, it was not a good time to have to look for a place to live. And yet this was just what Frank Vanderwall had to do. He had leased his apartment for a year, covering the time he had planned to work for the National Science Foundation. Then he had agreed to stay on for a second year. Now, only a month after the flood, his apartment had to be turned over to its owner, a State Department Foreign Service person he had never met, returning from a stint in Brazil. So he had to find someplace else. No doubt, the decision to stay another year had been a really bad idea. This thought had weighed on him as he searched for a new apartment, and as a result, he had not persevered as diligently as he ought to have. Very little was available in any case, and everything on offer was prohibitively expensive. Thousands of people had been drawn to D.C. by a flood that had also destroyed thousands of residences and damaged thousands more beyond immediate repair and reoccupation. It was a real seller's market, and rents shot up accordingly. Many of the places Frank had looked at were also physically repulsive in the extreme, including some that had been thrashed by the storm and not entirely cleaned up, the bottom of the barrel still coated with sludge. The low point in this regard came in one semi-basement hole in Alexandria, a tiny, dark place barred for safety at the door and the single high window, so that it looked like a prison for troglodytes, and $2,000 a month. After that, Frank's will to hunt was gone. Now the day of reckoning had come. He had cleared out and cleaned up. The owner was due home that night, and Frank had nowhere to go. It was a strange sensation. He sat at the kitchen counter in the dusk, strewn with the various sections of the Post. The apartments for rent section was less than a column long, and Frank had learned enough of its code by now to know that it held nothing for him. More interesting had been an article in the day's Metro section about Rock Creek Park. Officially closed due to severe flood damage, it was apparently too large for the overextended National Park Service to be able to enforce the edict. As a result, the park had become something of a no-man's land, a return to wilderness, as the article had put it. Frank surveyed the apartment. It held no more memories for him than a hotel room, as he had done nothing but sleep there. That was all he had needed out of a home, his life proper having been put on hold until his return to San Diego. Now, well, it was like some kind of premature resuscitation on a voyage between the stars. Time to wake up, time to leave the deep freeze and find out where he was. He got up and went down to his car. Out to the Beltway to circle north and then east, past the elongated Mormon temple and the great overpass graffiti referencing it. Go home, Dorothy. Get off on Wisconsin, drive in toward the city. There was no particular reason for him to visit this part of town. Of course, the Quiblers lived over here, but that couldn't be it. He kept thinking, homeless person, you are a homeless person. A song from Paul Simon's Graceland came to him, the one where one of the South African groups kept singing, "Homeless, homeless, da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da." Something like, "Midnight come and then you wanna go home." Or maybe it was a Zulu phrase. Or maybe, as he seemed to hear now, "Homeless, homeless, he go down to find another home." Something like that. He came to the intersection at the Bethesda metro stop, and suddenly it occurred to him why he might be there. Of course, this was where he had met the woman in the elevator. They had gotten stuck together coming up from the metro, alone together underground, minute after minute, until, after a long talk, they had started kissing, much to Frank's surprise. And then, when the repair team had arrived and they were let out, the woman had disappeared, without Frank learning anything about her, even her name. It made his heart pound just to remember it. Up there on the sidewalk to the right, beyond the red light, there stood the very elevator box they had emerged from. And then she had appeared to him again, on a boat in the Potomac during the height of the great flood. He had called her boat on his cell phone, and she had answered, had said, "I'll call. I don't know when." The red light turned green. She had not called, and yet here he was, driving back to where they had met, as if he might catch sight of her. Maybe he had even been thinking that if he found her, he would have a place to stay. That was silly, an example of magical thinking at its most unrealistic. And he had to admit that in the past couple of weeks he had been looking for apartments in this area. So it was not just an isolated impulse, but a pattern of behavior. Just past the intersection, he turned into the Hyatt driveway. A valet approached, and Frank said, "Do you know if there are any rooms available here?" "Not if you don't got a reservation." Frank hurried into the lobby to check anyway. A receptionist shook her head. No vacancies. She wasn't aware of the situation at any other hotel. The ones in their chain were full all over the metropolitan area. Frank got back in his car and drove onto Wisconsin heading south, peering at the elevator kiosk when he passed it. She had given a fake name on the metro forms they had been asked to fill out. She would not be there now. Down Wisconsin, past the Quibler's house a couple of blocks over to the right. That was what had brought him to this part of town, on the night he and the woman got stuck in the elevator. Anna Quibler, one of his colleagues at NSF, had hosted a party for the Kembali ambassador, who had given a lecture at NSF earlier that day. A nice party. An excess of reason is itself a form of madness, the old ambassador had said to Frank. Frank was still pondering what that meant, and if it were true, how he might act on it. But he couldn't visit Anna and her family now. Showing up unannounced, with no place to go, it would have been pitiful. He drove on. Homeless, homeless, he go down to find another home. Chevy Chase looked relatively untouched by the flood. There was a giant hotel above DuPont Circle, the Hilton. He drove down Wisconsin and Massachusetts and turned up Florida to it, already feeling like he was wasting his time. There would be no rooms available. There weren't. Homeless, homeless, midnight come, and blah, 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 blah. He drove up Connecticut Avenue, completely without a plan. Near the entrance to the National Zoo, damage from the flood suddenly became obvious, in the form of a mud-based slurry of trash and branches covering the sidewalks and staining the storefronts. Just north of the zoo, traffic stopped to allow the passage of a backhoe. Street repairs by night, in the usual way. Harsh blue spotlights glared on a scene like something out of Soviet cinema, giant machines dwarfing a cityscape. Impatiently, Frank turned right onto a side street. He found an empty parking spot on one of the residential streets east of Connecticut, parked in it. He got out and walked back to the cleanup scene. It was still about 90 degrees out and tropically humid. A strong smell of mud and rotting vegetation evoked the tropics, or Atlantis after the flood. Yes, he was feeling a bit apocalyptic. He was in the end time of something. There was no denying it. Homeless. Homeless. A Spanish restaurant caught his eye. He went over to look at the menu in the window. Tapas. He went in, sat down, and ordered. Excellent food, as always. D.C. could almost always be relied on for that. Surely it must be the great restaurant city of the world. He finished his meal, left the restaurant, and wandered the streets, feeling better. He had been hungry before, and had mistaken that for anxiety. Things were not so bad. He passed his car, but walked on east toward Rock Creek Park, remembering the article in the Post. A return to wilderness. At Broad Branch Road, Frank came to the park's boundary. There was no one visible in any direction. It was dark under the trees on the other side of the road. The yellow streetlights behind him illuminated nothing beyond the first wall of leaves. He crossed the street and walked into the forest. The flood's vegetable stench was strong. Frank proceeded slowly. If there had been any trail here before, it was gone now, replaced by windrows of branches and trash, and an uneven deposition of mud. The root balls of toppled trees splayed up dimly, and snags caught at his feet. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he came to feel that everything was very slightly illuminated, mostly, no doubt, by the luminous city cloud that chinked every gap in the black canopy. He heard a rustle, then a voice. Without thought, he slipped behind a large tree and froze there, heart pounding. Two voices were arguing. One of them, drunk.
"Why you buy this shit?"
"Hey, you never buy anything. You need to give some, man." The two passed by and continued down the slope to the east, their voices rasping through the trees. Homeless. Homeless. Their voices had reminded Frank of the scruffy guys in fatigues who hung out around DuPont Circle. Frank didn't want to deal with any such people. He was annoyed. He wanted to be out in a pure wilderness, empty in the way his mountains out west were empty. Instead, harsh laughter nicotined through the trees like hatchet strokes.
Ha 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 ha.
There went the neighborhood. He slipped off in a different direction, down through windrows of detritus, then over hardened mud between trees. Branches clicked damply underfoot. It got steeper than he thought it would, and he stepped sideways to keep from slipping. Then he heard another sound, quieter than the voices. A soft rustle and a creak, then a faint crack from the forest below and ahead. Something moving. Frank froze. The hair on the back of his neck was standing up. Whatever it was, it sounded big. The article in the Post had mentioned that many of the animals from the National Zoo had not yet been recaptured. All had been let loose just before the zoo was inundated, to give them a chance of surviving. Some had drowned anyway. Most had been recovered afterward, but not all. Frank couldn't remember if any species in particular had been named in the article as being still at large. It was a big park, of course. Possibly a jaguar had been mentioned. He tried to meld into the tree he was leaning against. Whatever it was below him snapped a branch just a few trees away. It sniffed, almost a snort. It was big, no doubt about it. Frank could no longer hold his breath, but he found that if he let his mouth hang open, he could breathe without a sound. The tuck of his heartbeat in the soft membrane at the back of his throat must surely be more a feeling than a sound. Most animals relied on scent anyway, and there was nothing he could do about his scent. A thought that could reduce one's muscles to jelly. The creature had paused. It huffed. A musky odor that wafted by was almost like the smell of the flood detritus. His heart talked like Captain Hook's alarm clock. A slow scrape, as of shoulder against bark. Another branch click. A distant car horn. The smell now resembled damp fur. Another crunch of leaf and twig farther down the slope. When he heard nothing more and felt that he was alone again, he beat a retreat uphill and west, back to the streets of the city. It was frustrating, because now he was intrigued and wanted to explore the park further. But he didn't want to end up one of those urban fools who ignored the reality of wild animals and then got chomped. Whatever that had been down there, it was big. Best to be prudent and return another time. After the gloom of the park, all Connecticut seemed as garishly illuminated as the worksite down the street. Walking back to his car, Frank thought that the neighborhood resembled one of the more handsome Victorian districts of San Francisco. It was late now, the night finally cooling off. He could drive all night and never find a room. He stood before his car. The Honda's passenger seat tilted back like a little recliner. The nearest streetlight was down at the corner. He opened the passenger door, moved the seat all the way back, lowered it, slipped in, and sat down. He closed the door, lay back, stretched out. After a while he turned on his side and fell into an uneasy sleep. For an hour or two. Then, passing footsteps woke him. Anyone could see him if they looked. They might tap the window to see if he was okay. He would have to claim to be a visiting reporter, unable to find a room. Very close to the truth, like all the best lies. He could claim to be anyone, really. Out here, he was not bound to his real story. He lay awake, uncomfortable in the seat, pretty sure he would not be able to fall back asleep. Then he was lightly under, dreaming about the woman in the elevator. A part of his mind became aware that this was unusual, and he fought to stay submerged despite that realization. He was speaking to her about something urgent. Her face was so clear, it had imprinted so vividly, passionate and amused in the elevator, grave and distant on the boat in the flood. He wasn't sure he liked what she was telling him. "Just call me," he insisted. "Give me that call and we can work it out." Then the noise of a distant siren hauled him up, sweaty and unhappy. He lay there a while longer, thinking about the woman's face. Once in high school, he had made out with a girl in a little car like this one, in which the laid-back seat had allowed them somehow to lie on each other. He wanted her. He wanted to find her. From the boat she had said she would call. "I don't know how long," she had said. Maybe that meant long. He would just have to wait. Unless he could figure out some new way to hunt for her. The sky was lightening. Now he definitely wouldn't be able to fall back asleep. With a groan, he heaved himself up, got out of the car. He stood on the sidewalk, feeling wasted. The sky was a velvet gray, seeming darker than it had in the middle of the night. The air was cool. He walked east again, back into the park. Dew polished the thick gray foliage. In the diffuse, low light, the wet leaves looked like a forest of wax. Frank slowed down. He saw what looked like a trail, perhaps an animal trail. There were lots of deer in the park, the article had said. He could hear the sound of Rock Creek, a burbling that, as he descended, overwhelmed the city sounds, the perpetual grumble of trucking. The sky was lightening fast, and what had seemed to him cloud cover was revealed as a clear, pale sky. Dim greens began to flush the grays. The air was still cool. It turned out that in this area Rock Creek ran at the bottom of a fairly steep ravine, and the flood had torn the side walls away in places, as he saw when he came to a sudden drop-off. Below him, bare sandstone extruded roots like ripped wiring. He circled above the drop, dodging between low trees. From a little clearing, he could suddenly see downstream. The flood in spate had torn the little canyon clear. Everything that had been down there before, Beach Road, the small bridges and buildings, the ranger station, the picnic areas, all of it was gone, leaving a raw zone of bare sandstone, flat mud, thrashed grass, downed timber, and stubborn trees that were either clinging to life or dead in place. Many trees had been knocked over, and yet held on by a few roots, forming living snags piled high with mud and trash. A larger snag downstream looked like a giant beaver dam, creating a dirt-brown pond. The sky stood big and blue overhead, a tall dome that seemed to rise as the day lightened. Muddy Rock Creek burbled noisily down its course, spilling from one foamy brown stretch to the next. At the far edge of the pond, a heron strode slowly, its knees bending backward. Long body, long legs, long neck, long head, long beak. A great blue heron, Frank guessed, though this one's dark gray feathers looked more green than blue. A kind of dinosaur. And indeed nothing could have looked more pterodactylic. 200 million years. Sunlight blazed green at the tops of the trees across the ravine. Frank and the heron stood attentively, listening to unseen smaller birds whose wild twittering now filled the air. The heron's head cocked to one side. For a time, everything was as still as bronze. Then, beyond the twittering, came a different sound, fluid and clear, rising like a siren, like a hook in the flesh. Whoop! National Science Foundation, Arlington, Virginia, basement parking lot, 7 a.m. A primate sitting in his car, thinking things over. As one of the editors of the Journal of Sociobiology, Frank was very much aware of the origins of their species. The third chimp, as Diamond had put it. Now he thought, chimps sleep outdoors. Bonobos sleep outdoors. Housing was ultimately an ergonomic problem. What did he really need? His belongings were here in the car, or upstairs in his office, or in boxes at UCSD, or in storage units in Encinitas, California, or down the road in Arlington, Virginia. The fact that stuff was in storage showed how much it really mattered. By and large, he was free of worldly things. At age 43, he no longer needed them. That felt a little strange, actually, but not necessarily bad. Did it feel good? It was hard to tell. It simply felt strange. He got out of his car and took the elevator to the 3rd floor, where there was a little exercise room with a men's room off its entryway that included showers. In his shoulder bag, he carried his laptop, his cell phone, his bathroom kit, and a change of clothes. The 3 shower stalls stood behind white curtains, near an area with benches and lockers. Beyond it extended the room, containing toilets, urinals, and a counter of sinks under a long mirror. Frank knew the place, having showered and changed in it many times after runs at lunch with Edgardo and Kenzo and Bob and the others. Now he surveyed it with a new regard. It was, as he remembered, an adequate bathroom, public but serviceable. He undressed and got in one of the showers. A flood of hot water, almost industrial in quantity, washed away some of the stiffness of his uncomfortable night. Of course, no one would want to be seen showering there every day. Not that anyone was watching, but some of the morning exercisers would eventually notice. A membership in some nearby exercise club would provide an alternative bathroom. What else did one need? Somewhere to sleep, of course. The Honda would not suffice. If he had a van, and an exercise club membership, and this locker room, and his office upstairs, and the men's rooms up there. As for food, the city had 1,000,000 restaurants. What else? Nothing he could think of. Many people more or less lived in this building. All the NSF hardcores who spent 60 or 70 hours a week here, ate their meals at their desks or in the neighborhood restaurants, only went home to sleep. And these were people with families, with kids, homes, pets, partners. In a crowd like that, it would be hard to stick out. He got out of the shower, dried off. A stack of fresh white towels was there at hand. Shaved, dressed. He glanced in the mirror over the sink, feeling a bit shy. He didn't look at himself in mirrors anymore, never met his eye when shaving, staying focused on the skin under the blade. He didn't know why. Maybe it was because he did not resemble his conception of himself, which was vaguely scientific and serious, say, Darwin-esque. And yet there in the glass, getting shaved, was always the same old sun-fried jock. But this time he looked. To his surprise, he saw that he looked normal. That was to say, the same as always. Normative. No one would be able to guess by his appearance that he was sleep-deprived, that he had been thinking some pretty abnormal thoughts, or, crucially, that he had spent the previous night in his car because he no longer had a home. He told his reflection. He took the elevator up to the 10th floor, still thinking it over. He stood in the doorway of his new office, evaluating the place by these new inhabitory criteria. It was a true room, rather than a carrel in a larger space, so it had a door he could close. It boasted one of the big inner windows, looking into the building's central atrium, giving him a direct view of the big, colored mobile that filled the atrium's upper half. This view was unfortunate, actually. He didn't want to look at that mobile, for not too long ago he had found himself hanging upside down from it, in the middle of the night, working desperately to extricate himself from an ill-conceived and poorly executed break-and-enter job. He had been trying and failing to recover a poorly worded resignation letter he had left for Diane Chang, the NSF director. It was an incident he would really rather forget. But there the mobile hung, at the new angle which Frank had given to it, and which no one had noticed, perhaps a reminder to what? To try not to do stupid things, to think things through before attempting them. But he always tried to do that, so the reminder was unnecessary. Really, the mobile outside his window was a disadvantage. But drapes could be installed. There was room for a short couch against one wall, if he moved the bookcase there to the opposite corner. It would then be like a kind of living room, with the computer as entertainment center. There was an ordinary men's room around the corner, a coffee nook down the hall, the shower downstairs. All the necessities. As Sukandra had remarked, at dinner once at the Quiblers, tasting spaghetti sauce with a wooden spoon, "Ah, what now is lacking?" Same answer. Nothing. It had to be admitted that it made him uneasy to be contemplating this idea. Unsettled. It was deranged, in the literal sense of being outside the range. Typically, people did not choose to live without a home. No home to go home to. It was perhaps a little crazy. But in some obscure way, that aspect pleased him too. It was not crazy in the way that breaking into the building through the skylight had been crazy, but it shared that act's commitment to an idea. And was it any crazier than handing well over half of your monthly take-home income to pay for seriously crappy lodging? Nomadic existence. Life outdoors. So often he had thought about, read about, and written about the biological imperatives in human behavior, about their primate nature, and the evolutionary history that had led to humanity's Paleolithic lifestyle, which was the suite of behaviors that had caused their brains to balloon as rapidly as they had, and about the residual power of all that in modern life. And all the while, through all that thinking, reading, and writing, he had been sitting at a desk, living like every other professional worker in America, a brain in a bottle, working with his fingertips, or his voice, or simply his thoughts alone, distracted sometimes by daydreams about the brief bursts of weekend activity that would get him back into his body again. That was what was crazy, living like that when he held the beliefs he did. Now, he was considering acting in accordance with his beliefs. Something else he had heard the Kimbalis say at the Quiblers, this time, Drepung. If you don't act on it, it wasn't a true feeling. He wanted these to be true feelings. Everything had changed for him on that day he had gone to the Kimbali ambassador's talk, and then run into the woman in the elevator, and afterward talked to Drepung at the Quiblers' party, and then, yes, broken into the NSF building and tried to recover his resignation. Everything had changed. Or so it had felt. So it felt still. But for it to be a true feeling, he had to act on it. Meaning also, as part of all these new behaviors, that he had to meet with Diane Chang and work with her on coordinating NSF's response to the climate situation that was implicated in the Great Flood, and many other things. This would be awkward. His letter of resignation, which Diane had never directly acknowledged receiving, was now an acute embarrassment to him. It had been an irrational attempt to burn his bridges, and by all rights he should now be back in San Diego with nothing but the stench of smoke behind him. Instead, Diane appeared to have read the letter and then ignored it, or rather, considered how to use it to play him like a fish and reel him back into NSF for another year of service, which she had done very skillfully. So now he found that he had to stifle a certain amount of resentment as he went up to see her. He had to meet her secretary Lovetta's steely eye without flinching. Pretend, as the impassive black woman waved him in, that all was normal. No way of telling how much she knew about his situation. Diane sat behind her desk, talking on the phone. She gestured for him to sit down. Graceful hands. Short, Chinese-American, good-looking in an exotic way, businesslike but friendly. A subtly amused expression on her face when she listened to people, as if pleased to hear their news. As now with Frank. Although it could be amusement at his resignation letter, and the way she had jiu-jitsu'd him into staying at NSF. So hard to tell with Diane, and her manner, though friendly, did not invite personal conversation. "You're into your new office?" she asked. "My stuff is, anyway. It'll take a while to sort out." "Sure? Like everything else these days. What a mess it all is. I have Kenzo and some of his group coming this morning to tell us more about the Gulf Stream." Good. Kenzo and a couple of his colleagues in climate duly appeared. They exchanged hellos, got out laptops, and Kenzo started working the PowerPoint on Diane's wall screen. All the data, Kenzo explained, indicated stalls in what he called the thermohaline circulation. At the north ends of the Gulf Stream, where the water on the surface normally cooled and sank to the floor of the Atlantic before heading back south, a particularly fresh layer on the surface had stalled the downwelling. With nowhere to go, the water in the current farther south had slowed to a halt. What was more, Kenzo said, just such a stall in the thermohaline circulation had been identified as the primary cause of the abrupt climate change that paleoclimatologists had named the Younger Dryas, a bitter little ice age that had begun about 11,000 years before the present and lasted for a few thousand years. The hypothesis was that the Gulf Stream's shutdown, after floods of fresh water coming off the melting ice cap over North America, had meant immediately colder temperatures in Europe and the eastern half of North America. This accounted for the almost unbelievably quick beginning of the Younger Dryas, which analysis of the Greenland ice cores revealed had happened in only 3 years. 3 years. For a major global shift from the worldwide pattern that climatologists called warm-wet to the worldwide pattern called cool-dry-windy. It was such a radical notion that it had forced climatologists to acknowledge that there must be non-linear tipping points in the global climate, leading to general acceptance of what was really a new concept in climatology: abrupt climate change. "What caused the stall again?" Diane said. Kenzo clicked to the next slide, an image of the Earth portraying the immense ice cap that had covered much of the northern hemisphere throughout the last ice age. The end of that one had arrived slowly, in the old-fashioned linear way, melting the top of the ice cap and creating giant lakes that rested on the remaining ice. These lakes had been held in place by ice dams that were themselves melting, and when the dams had at last given way, extraordinarily large floods of fresh water had rushed down into the ocean, emptying volumes as large as the Great Lakes in a matter of weeks. Signs left on the landscape indicated this had happened down the watersheds of the St. Lawrence, the Hudson, and the Mississippi, and out west, a lake covering most of Montana had drained down the course of the Columbia River several times, leaving an area in Washington called the Scablands, which gave eloquent testimony to the power of these floods to tear into the bedrock. Presumably the same thing had happened on the East Coast, but the signs had mostly been submerged by rising sea levels or the great eastern forest, so that they were only now being discerned. Frank, looking at the map on the screen, thought of how Rock Creek had looked that morning at dawn. Theirs had been a very tiny flood relative to the ones Kenzo was describing, and yet the watershed was devastated. So, Kenzo continued, fresh water, dumped into the North Atlantic all at once, appeared to block the thermohaline cycle. And nowadays, for the last several years, the Arctic Ocean's winter sea ice had been breaking up into great fleets of icebergs, which then sailed south on currents until they encountered the Gulf Stream's warm water, where they melted. The melting zones for these icebergs, as a map on the next slide made clear, were just above the northern ends of the Gulf Stream, the so-called downwelling areas. Meanwhile, the Greenland ice cap and glaciers were also melting much faster than had been normal, and running off both sides of that great island. "How much fresh water in all that?" Diane asked. Kenzo shrugged. "The Arctic is about 10 million square kilometers. The sea ice lately is about 5 meters thick. Not all of that drifts into the Atlantic, of course. There was a paper that estimated that about 20,000 cubic kilometers of fresh water had diluted the Arctic over the past 30 years, but it was plus or minus 5,000 cubic kilometers." "Let's get better parameters on that figure if we can," Diane said. "Sure." They stared at the final slide. The implications tended to stall on the surface of the mind, Frank thought, like the water in the North Atlantic, refusing to gyre down. The whole world, ensconced in a global climate mode called warm and wet, and getting warmer and wetter because of global warming caused by anthropogenically released greenhouse gases, could switch to a global pattern that was cold, dry, and windy. And the last time it happened, it had taken 3 years. Hard to believe, but the Greenland ice core data were very clear, and the rest of the case equally persuasive. One might even say, in science's distinctive vocabulary of levels of certainty, compelling. When Kenzo and his team had left, Diane turned to Frank. "What do you think?" "It looks serious. It may get people to take action." "Except by now it may be too late." "Yes." They considered that in silence for a few moments, and then Diane said, "Let's talk about your second year here, how to organize it to get the most out of you." That was a pretty blunt way to put it, given Diane's manipulations, but Frank was careful not to express any resentment. "Sure," he said. It had been documented that if you forced your face to take on pleasant expressions, your mood tended helplessly to follow. So, small smile of acceptance, pull chair up to desk. They worked their way down a list Diane had made identifying areas where NSF might do something to deal with the impacts of abrupt climate change. As they did, Frank saw that Diane was well ahead of him in thinking about these matters, which he found a little surprising, although of course it made sense. Otherwise, why would she have wanted him to stay another year? His letter would not have been what brought her the news of NSF's ineffectiveness in dealing with a crisis situation. She spoke very quickly. Slightly fog-minded, Frank struggled to keep up, looking at her more closely than ever before. Of course, every face was inscrutable in the end. Diane's was dramatically planed. Cheekbones, forehead, and jaw, all distinct and somehow angled to each other. Formal, formidable, Asian dragon lady, yes. She drew the eye. She was about 10 years Frank's senior, he had gathered. A widow, he had heard. Had been NSF head for a long time. Frank wasn't sure how long. Famous for her incredibly long workdays. They used to call people like her workaholics before everyone got up to speed and the concept had gone away. Once Edgardo had said of Diane, "She makes Anna look like a slacker," and Frank had shuddered because Anna was a veritable maniac for work. Anything beyond that pretty much had to be insane. And this was who he was going to be working for. Well, fine. He had not stayed in D.C. to fool around. He, too, wanted to work long hours. And now it was clear he would have Diane's ear and her support. Therefore, the cooperation of anyone needed at NSF. Things would therefore get done. That was the only thing that would make staying in Washington bearable. He focused on her list. Coordinate already existing federal programs. Establish new institutes and programs where necessary. Work with Sophie Harper, NSF's Congressional Liaison Officer, to contact and educate all the relevant congressional committees and staffs and help craft appropriate legislation. Work with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the UN Environmental Program, its Millennial Project, and other international efforts. Identify, evaluate, and rank all potential climate mitigation possibilities, clean energy, carbon sequestration, etc. This last item, to Frank, would create the real things-to-do list. "We'll have to go to New York and talk to people about that stuff," Diane said. "Yes." It would be interesting to watch her there. Asian martial arts were often about turning one's opponent's force against them. Certainly, she had floored Frank that way. Maybe the rest of the world would follow. But reviewing the list, he felt a surge of impatience. He tried to express this to Diane politely. He didn't want to spend his extra year starting studies. He wanted to find where small applications of money and effort could trigger larger actions. He wanted to do things. If the weather was going to heat up, he wanted to cool it. If vice versa, then vice versa. He wanted to identify a viable new energy generation system. He wanted to sequester billions of tons of carbon. He wanted to minimize human suffering and the loss of other species. He wanted impossible things. Quickly, he scribbled a new list for their mutual inspection. Direct climate mitigation, carbon sequestration, bio, physical, water cycle interventions, clean, renewable energy, biomass, solar, wave, tide, wind, political action, a new paradigm, permaculture. Diane read the list. Her expression of subtle amusement became a full smile, perfectly scrutable. You think big? Well, it's a big situation. I mean, even the Gulf Stream stall is only a proximate cause. The ultimate causes have to do with the whole situation. Carbon, consumption, population, technology, all that. We'll have to try to take all that on if we're going to actually do something. There are other agencies working on these things. In fact, lots of this isn't really our purview. Yes, well, but we are the National Science Foundation, emphasizing the words. It isn't really clear yet just how big a purview such an organization should have. Given the importance of science in this world, you could argue that it should be pretty much everything. But for sure it should be the place to coordinate the scientific effort. Beyond that, who knows? It's a new situation. True, she said, still smiling at him in her amused way. Well, okay. Let's go get some lunch and talk about it. Frank tried to conceal his surprise. Sure. The hotel above the Ballston Metro offered a buffet lunch that was so fancy that it redefined the concept. The restaurant was cool and quiet, decorated in the finest American Hotel Anonymous. Diane appeared to know it well, and to have a hidden corner table reserved. She filled a big plate with salad and some strips of seared flank steak, and took no bread. Iced tea without sugar. She was dressed in a businesslike skirt and heavy silk blouse, and Frank saw as he followed her that it was all perfectly tailored and fitted, and looked expensive. She moved gracefully, looked strong. Usually Frank's eye was not attracted to short women, but when it happened, it was a matter of proportion, a kind of regal bearing. She wore flat shoes, and did not seem attentive to herself. Probably, judging by her food, thought of herself as overweight. But she looked good. The irrepressible sociobiologist that was always theorizing inside Frank wondered if he was experiencing some bias here, given that she was a powerful alpha female and his boss. Perhaps all alpha females were somehow physically impressive, and this part of their alphaness. It was generally true of males. They sat, ate, spoke of other things. Frank asked about her kids. Grown up and moved out. It's easier now. She spoke offhandedly, as if talking about a matter that did not really concern her. How could it not be? For a while it must have been busy. Oh, yes. Where were you before NSF? University of Washington, biophysics. Then I got into administration there, then at AAAS, then NIH. Now here. She shrugged, as if to admit that she might have gone down a wrong path somewhere. What about you? What brought you to NSF? Well, I gambled with equity that wasn't entirely mine, lost it, went through a breakup, needed to get away. It wasn't a story he wanted to tell. Maybe no one's story could really be told. She had not mentioned her late husband, for instance. She would understand if he only spoke of his scientific reasons for coming to NSF. New work in bioalgorithms. Needed a wider perspective to see what was out there. A year visiting NSF, good for that. And so on. She nodded, watching him with that amused expression, as if to say, I know this is only part of the story, but it's still interesting. He liked that. No wonder she had risen so high. Alpha females pursued different strategies than alpha males to achieve their goals. Their alphaness derived from different social qualities. What about your living situation? She asked. Were you able to stay in the place you had? Startled, Frank said, "No. I was renting from a State Department guy who came back." "So you managed to find another place?" "Yes. For the moment I'm in a temporary place, and I've got some leads for a permanent one." "That's good. It must be tough right now with the flood." "That's for sure. It's gotten very expensive." "I bet. Let me know if we can help with that." "Thanks, I will." He wondered what she meant, but did not want to ask. "One thing I'm looking into is joining an exercise club around here, and Anna mentioned that you went to one?" "Yes, I go to the Optimodal." "Do you like it?" "Sure, it's okay. It's not too expensive, and it has all the usual stuff. And it's not just kids showing off. Most days I just get on a treadmill and go." She laughed. "Like a rat on a wheel." "Just like at work," Frank didn't say. "Actually, I've been trying more of the machines," she added. "It's fun." Frank got the address from her, and they went back to the serving area for pie and ice cream, her portion small, and talked a bit more about work. She never made even the slightest hint of reference to his letter of resignation. That was strange enough to disturb his sense of being in a normal professional relationship. It was as if she were in some way holding it over him. Then, walking in the covered walkway above the street to the NSF building, she said, "Let's set up a regular meeting between us for every 2 weeks, and add more if you need to. I want to be kept up on what you're thinking." Quickly, he glanced down at her. She kept looking at the glass doors they were approaching. "That's the best way to avoid any misunderstandings," she went on, still not looking at him. Then, as they reached the doors to their building, she said, "I want something to come of this." "Me too," he assured her. "Believe me." They approached the security desk. "So, what will you do first?" she asked, as if something had been settled between them. "To tell the truth, I think I'll go see about joining that health club." She grinned. "Good idea. I'll see you there sometimes." He nodded. "And as far as the working committee, I'll start making calls and setting it up. I'd like to get Edgardo on it too, if you think that would be okay." She laughed. "If you can talk him into it." So, Frank returned to his office, collecting his thoughts. A workman was there installing a power strip on the newly exposed wall behind his desk, and he waited patiently until the man left. He sat at the desk, swiveled, and looked out the window at the mobile in the atrium. He had spent the night in his car, and then lunched with the director of the National Science Foundation, and no one was the wiser. He did feel a little spacey. But when appearances were maintained, no one could tell. Nothing obvious gave it away. One retained a certain privacy. Remembering a resolution he had made that morning, he picked up the phone and called the National Zoo. "Hi, I'm calling to ask about zoo animals that might still be at large." "Sure, let me pass you to Nancy." Nancy came on and said hi in a friendly voice, and Frank told her about hearing what seemed like a big animal near the edge of the park at night. "Do you have a list of zoo animals still on the loose?" "Sure, it's on our website. Do you want to join our group?" "What do you mean?" "There's a committee of the volunteer group, FONS, Friends of the National Zoo. You can join that. It's called the Feral Observation Group." "The FOG?" "Yes, we're all in the fog now, right?" "Yes." She gave him the website address, and he checked it out. It turned out to be a good one. Some 1,500 Fonzies already. there was a page devoted to the Kimballi's swimming tigers, and on the fog page, a list of the animals that had been spotted, as well as a separate list for animals missing since the flood and not yet seen. There was a jaguar on this list. And gibbons had been seen, 8 of them, white-cheeked gibbons, along with 3 siamangs, almost always in Rock Creek Park. Frank recalled the cry he had heard at dawn, pursued the creatures through the web pages. Gibbons and siamangs both hooted in a regular dawn chorus. Siamangs were even louder than gibbons, being larger. Could be heard 6 miles rather than 1. It looked like being in fog might confer permission to go into Rock Creek Park. You couldn't observe animals in a park you were forbidden to enter. He called Nancy back. Do fog members get to go into Rock Creek Park? Some do. We usually go in groups, but we have some individual permits you can check out. Cool. Tell me how I do that. He left the building and walked down Wilson and up a side street to the Optimodal Health Club. Diane had said it was within easy walking distance, and it was. That was good, and the place looked okay. Actually, he had always preferred getting his exercise outdoors by doing something challenging. Up until now, he had felt that clubs like these were mostly just another way to commodify leisure time, in this case, changing things people used to do outdoors for free into things they paid to do inside. Silly, as such. But if you needed to rent a bathroom, they were great. So he did his best to remain expressionless, resulting in a visage unusually grim, while he gave the young woman at the desk a credit card and signed the forms. Full membership? No. Personal trainer ready to take over his thinking about his body but without incurring any legal liability? No way. He did pay extra for a permanent locker in which to store some of his stuff. Another bathroom kit there, another change of clothes. It would all come in useful. He followed his guide around the rooms of the place, keeping his expressionless expression firmly in place. By the time he was done, the poor girl looked thoroughly unsettled. Back at NSF, he went into the basement to his Honda. A great little car, but now it did not serve the purpose. He drove west on Wilson for a long time, until he came to the Honda, Ford, Lexus dealer where he had leased this car a year before. In this one aspect of the fiasco that was remaining in D.C., his timing was good. He needed to re-up for another year, and the eager salesman handling him was happy to hear that this time he wanted to lease an Odyssey van. One of the best vans on the road, as the man told him as they walked out to view one. Also, one of the smallest, Frank didn't say. Dull silver, the most anonymous color around, like a cloak of invisibility. Rear seat removal, yes, therefore room in back for his single mattress, now in storage. Tinted windows all around the back, creating a pretty high degree of privacy. It was almost as good as the VW van he had lived in for a couple of Yosemite summers, parked in the Camp 4 parking lot, enjoying the stove and refrigerator and pop-top in his tiny motor home. Culturally, the notion of small vehicle as home had crashed since then, having been based on a beat, hippie idea of frugality that had lost out to the usual American excess, to the point of being made illegal by a Congress bought by the auto industry. No stoves allowed in little vans, of course. Had to house them in giant RVs. But this odyssey would serve the purpose. Frank skimmed the lease terms, signed the forms. He saw that he might need to rent a post office box, but maybe the NSF address would do. Walking back out to take possession of his new bedroom, he and the salesman passed a line of parked SUVs, tall, fat station wagons, in effect, called Expedition or Explorer, absurdities for the generations to come to shake their heads at in the way they once marveled at the finned cars of the 50s. Do people still buy these? Frank asked, despite himself. Sure, what do you mean? Although, now you mention it, there is some surplus here at the end of the year. It was May. Long story short, gas is getting too expensive. I drive one of these, tapping a Lincoln Navigator. They're great. They've got a couple of TVs in the back. But they're stupid, Frank didn't say. In Prisoner's Dilemma terms, they were always defect. They were America saying, fuck off to the rest of the world. Deliberate waste in a kind of ritual desecration. Not just denial, but defiance. A Götterdämmerung gesture that said, if we're going down, we're going to take the whole world with us. And the roads were full of them. And the Gulf Stream had stopped. Amazing, Frank said. He drove his new Odyssey directly to the storage place in Arlington where he had rented a unit. He liked the feel of the van. It drove like a car. In front of his storage unit, he took out its back seats, put them in the oversized metal and concrete closet, less than half full with his stuff, took his single mattress out, and laid it in the back of the van. Perfect fit. He could use the same sheets and pillows he had been using in his apartment. Homeless. Homeless. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ho ho ho. He could sort through the rest of his stored stuff later on. Possibly very little of it would ever come out of boxes again. He locked up and drove to the Beltway, around in the jam to Wisconsin Avenue, down into the city. The newly ritualized pass by the elevator kiosk at Bethesda. Now he could have dropped in on the Quiblers without feeling pitiful, even though in most respects his circumstances had not changed since the night before. But now he had a plan. And a van. And this time he didn't want to stop. Over to Connecticut, down to the neighborhood north of the zoo, turn onto the same street he had the night before. He noted how the establishing of habits was part of the homing instinct. Most streets in this neighborhood were permit parking by day and open parking by night, except for the one night a week they were cleaned. Once parked, the van became perfectly nondescript. Equidistant from two driveways, streetlight near, but not too near. He would learn the full drill only by practicing it, but this street looked to be a good one. Out and up Connecticut. Edward Hopper tableaus, end of the day. The street work waiting on the sidewalks for rush hour to be over and the night work to begin. It was mostly retail on this part of Connecticut, with upscale apartments and offices behind, then the residential neighborhood, no doubt extremely expensive, even though the houses were not big. Like anywhere else in D.C., there were restaurants from all over the world. It wasn't just that one could get Ethiopian or Azeri, but that there would be choices. Hari food from southern Ethiopia, or Sudanese style from the north. Good, bad, or superb Lebanese. Having grown up in Southern California, Frank could never get used to this array. These days, he was fondest of the Middle Eastern and Mediterranean cuisines, and this area of Northwest was rich in both, so that he had to think about which one he wanted, and whether to eat in or do takeout. Eating alone in a restaurant, he would have to have something to read. Funny how reading in a restaurant was okay, while watching a laptop or talking on a cell phone was not. Actually, judging by the number of laptops visible in the taverna at the corner of Connecticut and Brandywine, that custom had already changed. Maybe they were reading from their laptops. That might be okay. He would have to try it and see how it felt. He decided to do takeout. It was dinner time, but there was still lots of light left to the day. He could take a meal out into the park and enjoy the sunset. He walked on Connecticut until he came on a Greek restaurant that would put dolmades and calamari in paper boxes, with a dill yogurt sauce in a tiny plastic container. Too bad about the ouzo and retsina, only sold in the restaurant. He liked those tastes. He ordered an ouzo to drink while waiting for his food, downing it before the ice cubes even got a chance to turn it milky. Back on the street, the taste of licorice enveloped him like a key signature, black and sweet. Steamy dusk of spring, hazed with blossom dust. Sweat slipping past two women, something in their sudden, shared laughter set him to thinking about his woman from the elevator. Would she call? And if so, when? And what would she say? And what would he say? A licorice mood, an anticipation of lust, like a wolf whistle in his mind. Vegetable smell of the flood. The two women had been so beautiful. Washington was like that. The food in his paper sack was making him hungry, so he turned east and walked into Rock Creek Park, following a path that eventually brought him to a pair of picnic tables, bunched at one end of a small, bedraggled lawn. A stone fireplace, like a little charcoal oven, anchored the ensemble. The muddy grass was uncut. Birch and sycamore trees overhung the area. There had been lots of picnic areas in the park, but most had been located down near the creek, and so, presumably, had been washed away. This one was set higher, in a little hollow next to Ross Drive. All of them, Frank recalled, used to be marked by big signs saying, "Closed at dusk." Nothing like that remained now. He sat at one of the tables, opened up his food. He was about halfway through the calamari when several men tromped into the glade and sat at the other table, or stood before the stone fireplace, bringing with them a heavy waft of stale sweat, smoke, and beer. Worn jackets, plastic bags. Homeless guys. Two of them pulled beer cans out of a paper grocery bag. A grizzled one in fatigues saluted Frank with a can. "Hey, man." Frank nodded politely. "Evening. Want a beer?" "No, thanks." "What's the matter?" Frank shrugged. "Sure, why not?" "Yeah, there you go." Frank finished his calamari and drank the offered Pabst Blue Ribbon, watching the men settle around him. His benefactor and two of the others were dressed in the khaki camouflage fatigues that signified Vietnam vet down on luck. Your fault, give money. Sure enough, a cardboard sign with a long story scrawled in felt tip on it protruded from one of their bags. Next to the three vets, a slight man with a dark red beard and ponytail sat on the table. The other three men were black. One of these, a youth, or even a boy. They sat down at Frank's table. The youngster unpacked a box that contained a chess set, chessboard, and timer. The man who had offered Frank a beer came over and sat down across from the youth as he set the board. The pieces were cheap plastic, but the timer looked more expensive. The two started a game, the kid slapping the plunger on his side of the timer down after pauses averaging about 15 seconds, while the vet usually depressed his with a slow touch after a minute or more had passed, always declaring, "Aw, fuck." "Want to play next?" the boy asked Frank. "Bet you $5. "I'm not good enough to play for money." "Bet you that box of squid there." "No way." Frank ate on while they continued. "You guys aren't playing for money," he observed.
"He already took all I got," the vet said. "Now I'm like pitching him batting practice. He's dancing on my body, the little fucker."
The boy shook his head. "You just ain't paying attention."
"You wore me out, chessman. You're beating me when I'm down. You're a fucking menace. I'm setting up my sneak attack."
"Checkmate." The other guys laughed. Then 3 men ran into their little clearing. "Hi, guys," they shouted as they hustled to the far end of the site.
"What the hell?"
Frank said. The big vet guffawed.
"It's the Frisbee players."
"They're always running," one of the other vets explained. He wore a VFW baseball cap, and his face was dissolute and whiskery. He shouted to the runners,
"Hey, who's winning?"
"The wind," one of them replied.
"Evening, gentlemen,"
another said.
"Happy Thursday. Is that what it is?"
"Hey, who's winning? Who's winning?" "The wind is winning. We're all winning."
"That's what you say. I got my money on you now. Don't you let me down now."
The players faced a fairway of mostly open air to the north.
"What's your target?"
Frank called. The tallest of them had blue eyes, gold-red dreadlocks, mostly gathered under a bandana, and a scraggly red-gold beard. He was the one who had greeted the homeless guys first. Now he paused and said to Frank, "The trash can, down there by that light, par 4, little dogleg." He took a step and made his throw, a smooth, uncoiling motion, and then the others threw, and they were off into the dusk.
"They run,"
the second vet explained.
"Running Frisbee golf?"
"Yeah, some people do it that way.
Rolfing, they call it. Running golf. Not these guys, though. They just run without no name for it. They don't always use the regular targets, either. There's some baskets out here. They're metal things with chains hanging from them. You got to hit the chains, and the Frisbees fall in the basket." "Except they don't," the first vet scoffed. "Yeah, it's a finicky sport. Like fucking golf, you know?"
Down the path, Frank could see the runners picking up their Frisbees and stopping for only a moment before throwing again. "How often do they come here?"
"A lot. You can ask them, they'll be back in a while. They run the course forward and back."
They sat there, once or twice hearing the runners call out. 15 minutes later, the men did indeed return, on the path they had left. Frank said to the dreadlocked one, "Hey, can I follow you and learn the course?" "Well, sure, but we do run it, as you see." "Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll keep up." "Sure then. You want a Frisbee to throw?" "I'd probably lose it." "Always possible out here, but try this one. I found it today, so it must be meant for you." "Okay." Like any other climber, Frank had spent a fair amount of camp time tossing a Frisbee back and forth. He much preferred it to hacky sack, which he was no good at. Now, he took the disc they gave him and followed them to their next tee, and threw it last, conservatively, as his main desire was to keep it going straight up the narrow fairway. His shot only went half as far as theirs, but he could see where it had crashed into the overgrown grass, so he considered it a success, and ran after the others. They were pretty fast, not sprinting, but moving right along, at what Frank guessed was about a 7-minute mile pace if they kept it up, and they slowed only briefly to pick up their frisbees and throw them again. It quickly became apparent that the slowing down, throwing, and starting up again cost more energy than running straight through would have, and Frank had to focus on the work of it. The players pointed out the next target, and trusted he would not clock them in the backs of their heads after they threw and ran off. And in fact, if he shot immediately after them, he could fire it over their heads and keep his shot straight. Some of the targets were trash cans, tree trunks, or big rocks, but most were metal baskets on metal poles, the poles standing chest-high and supporting chains that hung from a ring at the top. Frank had never seen such a thing before. The frisbee had to hit the chains in such a way that its momentum was stopped, and it fell in the basket. If it bounced out, it was like a rimmer in golf or basketball, and a put-in shot had to be added to one's score. One of the players made a putt from about 20 yards away, and they all hooted. Frank saw no sign they were keeping score or competing. The dreadlocked player threw, and his frisbee too hit the chains, but fell to the ground. Shit. Off they ran to pick them up and start the next hole. Frank threw an easy approach shot, then tossed his frisbee in. "What was par there?" he asked as he ran with them. "3. They're all threes, but 3, which is a 2, and 9, which is a 4. "There's 9 holes?" "Yes, but we play the course backward, too, so we have 18. Backward, they're totally different." "I see." So they ran, stopped, stooped, threw, and took off again, chasing the shots like dogs. Frank got into his running rhythm and realized their pace was more the equivalent of an 8 or 9-minute mile. He could run with these guys then. Throwing was another matter. They were amazingly strong and accurate. Their shots had a miraculous quality, flying right to the baskets and often crashing into the chains from quite a distance. "You guys are good," he said at one tee. "It's just practice," the dreadlocked one said. "We play a lot." "It's our religion," one of the others said, and his companions cackled as they made their next drives. Then one of Frank's own approach shots clanged into the chains and dropped straight in from about 30 yards out. The others hooted loudly in congratulation. On his next approach, he focused on throwing at the basket, let go, watched it fly straight there and hit with a resounding clash of the chains. A miracle! A glow filled him, and he ran with an extra bounce in his step. At the end of their round, they stood steaming in the dusk, not far from the picnic area and the homeless guys. The players compared numbers. 28, 33, which turned out to be how many strokes under par they were for the day. Then high fives and handshakes, and they began to move off in different directions. "I want to do that again," Frank said to the dreadlocked guy. "Any time. You were keeping right with us. We're here most days around this time." He headed off in the direction of the homeless guys, and Frank accompanied him, thinking to return to his dinner site and clear away his trash. The homeless guys were still there, nattering at each other like Laurel and Hardy. "I did not." "You did."
I did not. You did.
Something in the intonation revealed to Frank that these were the two he had heard the night before, passing him in the dark. "Now you want to play?" the chess player said when he saw Frank.
"Oh, I don't know."
He sat across from the boy, sweating, still feeling the glow of his miracle shot. Throwing on the run. No doubt it was a very old thing, a hunter thing. His whole brain and body had been working out there. Hunting, sure, and the finding and picking up of the frisbees in the dusk was like gathering. Hunting and gathering. And maybe these were no longer the same activities if one were hunting for explanations or gathering data. Maybe only physical hunting and gathering would do. The homeless guys droned on, bickering over their half-assed efforts to get a fire started in the stone fireplace. "A piece of shit," as one called it. "Who built that?" Frank asked. "National Park? Yeah, look at it. It's got a roof." "It looks like a smoker." "They were idiots." "It was the WPA, probably." Frank said, "Isn't this place closed at dusk?" "Yeah, right. The whole fucking park is closed, man. 24/7. Closed for the duration." "Yeah, right. Closed until further notice." $5 game?" the youngster said to Frank, rattling the box of pieces. Frank sighed. "I don't want to bet. I'll play you for free." Frank waved at the first vet. "I'll be more batting practice for you, like him." "Zeno ain't never just batting practice." The boy's frown was different. "Well, okay." Frank hadn't played since a long-ago climbing expedition to the Cirque of the Unclimbables, a setting in which chess had always seemed as inconsequential as tiddlywinks. Now, he quickly found that using the timer actually helped his game, by making him give up analyzing the situation in depth in favor of just going with the flow of things, with the shape or pattern. In the literature, they called this approach a good enough decision heuristic, although in this case, it wasn't even close to good enough. He attacked on the left side, had both knights out and a great push going, and then suddenly it was all revealed as hollow, and he was looking at the wrong end of the endgame. "Shit," he said, obscurely pleased. "Told ya," Zeno scolded him. The night was warm and full of spring smells, mixing with the mud stench. Frank was still hot from the frisbee run. Some distant, gawking cries wafted up from the ravine, as if peacocks were on the loose. The guys at the next table were laughing hard. The third vet was sitting on the ground, trying to read a Post by laying it on the ground in front of the fitful fire. "You can only see the fire if you lie on the ground, or look right down the smoke hole. How stupid is that?" They rained curses on their miserable fire. Chessman finished boxing his chess pieces and took off. Zeno said to Frank, "Why didn't you play him for money, man? Take him 5 blowjobs to make up for that." "Whoa," Frank said, startled. Zeno laughed. A harsh, ragged bray, mocking and aggressive, tobacco raspy. "Ha, ha, ha." A kind of rebuke or slap. He had the handsome face of a movie villain, a sidekick to someone like Charles Bronson or Jack Palance. "Ha, ha, what you think, man?" Frank bagged his dinner boxes and stood. "What if I had beat him?" "You ain't gonna beat him," with a twist of the mouth that added, "asshole." "Next time," Frank promised, and took off. Primate in forest. warm and sweaty, full of food, beer, and ouzo, still fully endorphined from running with the Frisbee guys. It was dark now, although the park wore the same nightcap of noctilucent cloud it had the night before, close over the trees. It provided enough light to see by, just barely. The tree trunks were obvious in some somatic sense. Frank slipped between them as if dodging furniture in a dark house he knew very well. He felt alert, relaxed, exfoliating in the vegetable night, in the background hum of the city, the click of twigs under his feet. He swam through the park. An orange flicker glimpsed in the distance caused him to slow down, change direction, approach it at an angle. He hid behind trees as he approached. He sidled closer, like a spy or a hunter. It felt good. Like the Frisbee run, but different. He got close enough to be sure it was a campfire, at the center of another brace of picnic tables. Here, they had a normal fire ring to work with. Faces in the firelight. Bearded, dirty, ruddy. Homeless guys like the ones behind him, like the ones on the street corners around the city, sitting by signs asking for money. Mostly men, but there was one woman sitting at this fire, knitting. She gave the whole scene a domestic look, like something out of Hogarth. After a while Frank moved on, descending in darkness through the trees. The gash of the torn ravine appeared below him, white in the darkness. A broad canyon of sandstone, brilliant under the luminous cloud. The creek was a black ribbon cutting through it. Probably the moon was near full, somewhere up above the clouds. There was more light than the city alone could account for. Both the cloud ceiling and the newly torn ravine glowed, the sandstone like sinuous, naked flesh. A truck rumbling in the distance. The sound of the creek burbling over stones. Distant laughter. A car starting. Tinkle of broken glass. Something like a dumpster lid slamming down. And always the hum of the city. A million noises blended together, like the light caught in the cloud. It was neither quiet nor dark, nor empty. It definitely was not wilderness. It was city and forest simultaneously. It was hard to characterize how it felt. Where would one sleep out here? Immediately the question organized his walk. He had been wandering before, but now he was on the hunt again. He saw that many things were a hunt. It did not have to be a hunt to kill and eat animals. Any search on foot was a kind of hunt. As now. He ranged up and away from the ravine. First in importance would be seclusion. A flat, dry spot tucked out of the way. There, for instance, a tree had been knocked over in the flood, its big tangle of roots raised to the sky, creating a partial cave under it. But too damp, too closed in. Cobwebs caught his face, and he wiped them away. He looked up into the network of black branches. Being up in a tree would solve so many problems. That was a pre-hominid thought, perhaps caused merely by craning his neck back. No doubt there was an arboreal complex in the brain crying out, "Go home! Go home!" He ranged uphill, moving mostly northward. A hilltop was another option. He looked at one of the knolls that divided Rock Creek's vestigial western tributaries. Nice in some ways, flat, but as with root hollows, these were places where all manner of creatures might take refuge. The truth was that the best nooks were best for everything out there. A distant crash in the brush reminded him that this might include the zoo's jaguar. He would need to make some daytime explorations, that was clear. He could always stay in his van, of course, but this felt more real. Scouting trips for the Feral Observation Group. "We're all in the fog now," Nancy had said. He would spend some of his time hunting for animals, a kind of return to the Paleolithic, right here in Washington, D.C. Re-paleolithization. It sounded very scientific, like the engineers who spoke of Amishization when they meant to simplify a design. Landscape restoration inside the brain, the pursuit of happiness, and the happiness was in the pursuit. Frank smiled briefly. He realized he had been tense ever since leaving the rented apartment. Now he was more relaxed, watchful, but relaxed, moving about easily. It was late. He was getting tired. Another branch across the face, and he decided to call it a night. He made his way west to Connecticut, hit it at Fessenden, walked south on the sidewalk, blinking in the flood of light. It might as well have been Las Vegas or Miami to him now, everything blazing neon colors in the warm spring night. People were out. He strolled along among them. The city, too, was a habitat, and as such, a riot of sensation. He would have to think about how that fit in with the re-paleolithization project, because the city was a big part of contemporary society, and people were obviously addicted to it. Frank was himself, at least to parts of it. The technological sublime made everything magical, as if they were all tripping with the shaman, but all the time, which was too much. They had therefore lost touch with reality, gone mad as a collective. And yet this street was reality too. He would have to think about all this. When he came to his van, no one was in sight, and he slipped inside and locked the doors. It was dark, quiet, comfortable, very much like a room. A bit stuffy. He turned on the power, cracked the windows. He could start the engine and power the air conditioner for a while if he really needed to. He set his wristwatch alarm for 4:30 a.m., afraid he might sleep through the dawn in such a room. Then he lay down on his familiar old mattress and felt his body start to relax even further. Home, sweet home. It made him laugh. At 4:30 his alarm beeped. He squeezed it quiet and slipped on his running shoes and got out of the van before his sleepiness knocked him back down. Out into the dawn, the world of grays. This was how cats must see, all the grays so finely gradated. A different kind of seeing altogether. Into the forest again. The leafy venation of the forest air was a masterpiece of three-dimensionality, the precise spacing of everything suggesting some kind of vast sculpture, as in an Ansel Adams photo. The human eye had an astonishing depth of field. He stood over the tawny sandstone of Rock Creek's newly burnished ravine, hearing his breathing. It was barely cool. The sky was shifting from a flat gray to a curved, pale blue. Whoop! He shivered, deep in his flesh, like a horse. The sound came from overhead, a rising ooh that then suddenly fell. Something like the cooing of a dove or the call of a coyote. A voice or a kind of siren, musical, unearthly, bizarre. Glissandos up and down. Voices, yes. Gibbons and or siamangs. Frank had heard such calls long ago at the San Diego Zoo. It sounded like there were several of them now. Whoop! 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 Lows to highs, penetrating and pure. The hair on Frank's neck was sticking out. He tried it himself. Whoop, he sang softly. It seemed to fit in. He could do a fair imitation of one part of their range. His voice wasn't as fluid or as clear in tone, and yet still it was somewhat the same. Close enough to join in unobtrusively. So he sang with them, and stepped ever so slowly between the trees, looking up, trying to catch a glimpse of them. They were feeding off each other's energy, sounding more and more rambunctious. Wild animals. And they were celebrating the new day. There was no doubt about it. Maybe even celebrating their freedom. There was no way to tell, but to Frank, it sounded like it. Certainly it was true for him. The sound filled him. The morning filled him. Spring and all. And he bellowed. Oopie oop oop! Voice cracking at its highest. He longed to sing higher. He hooted as loudly as he could. The gibbons didn't care. It wasn't at all clear they had even noticed him. He tried to imitate all the calls he was hearing. Failed at most of them. Up, down, crescendo, decrescendo, pianissimo, fortissimo, an intoxicating music. Had any composer ever heard this? Ever used this? What were people doing, thinking they knew what music was? The chorus grew louder and more agitated as the sky lightened. When sunlight pierced the forest, they all went crazy together. Then he saw 3 of them in the trees, sitting on high branches. He saw their long arms and longer tails, their broad shoulders and skinny butts. One swung away on arms that were as long as its body, to land on a branch by another, accept a cuff, and hoot some more. Again, their raucous noise buffeted Frank. When they finally quieted down, after an ear-splitting climax, the green day was upon them. Senator Phil Chase said, "You know it's not a question of you being right and me being wrong." "Of course not," Charlie Quibler replied. Phil grinned. "We all agreed that global warming was real." "Yes, of course we did." "No," Joe Quibler murmured as he drowsed on Charlie's back. Phil laughed to hear it. "You've got a lie detector there. Going off all the time in this company. Ha ha. Looks like he's waking up." Charlie glanced over his shoulder. "I better start walking." "I'll join you. I can't stand any more of this anyway." They were at the Vietnam Memorial, attending a ceremony to mark its reopening. Phil, a veteran who had served as an army reporter in Saigon for a year, had said a few words. Then the president had shown up, but only near the end, the feeling among his people being that this was one memorial that would be better left buried in the mud. After that, Phil was forgotten by the press on hand, which did not surprise him. But Charlie could tell by the slight tightness at the corner of his mouth that the calculated back of the hand to Vietnam had irritated him. In any case, they were free to leave. Normally, Phil would have been whisked by car up the mall to his offices, but a cancellation had opened a half-hour slot in his schedule. "Let's go say hi to Abe," he muttered, and turned them west. Offering this gift of time to Charlie, it was as close to an apology as Charlie would ever get. A month earlier, right before the flood, Charlie had helped craft a giant bill for Phil, designed to jumpstart a real engagement with the climate change problem. Then, in the last phase of intense committee negotiations, Phil had dismantled the bill to get a small part of it passed, effectively destroying the rest. He had promised Charlie he wouldn't, but he had, and had done so without warning Charlie he was going to. At the time, Charlie had been furious. Phil had shrugged him off. "I am only doing the necessary," he said, in his version of an Indian accent. "I must first be doing the necessary." But Charlie did not believe it had been necessary, and it did not help that since the flood, Phil had been widely hailed as a prophet on the climate issue. Phil had laughed at this little irony, had thanked Charlie, had ignored with aplomb all Charlie's explicit and implied "I told you so's." "It's all really a compliment to you, Charles, to you and your unworkable brilliance." Charlie said. "Yeah, right." He was enjoying the situation too much to invent his side of the banter. Two old colleagues, out for a walk to the Lincoln Monument. It was the rarest thing in town. Landscaping equipment dotted the newly restored bank of the Potomac, and the background buzz of the city was augmented by their noise. The violent diesel huffing and puffing might have startled some sleeping children awake, but it served as a lullaby to Joe Quibler. The noise of trucks shifting gears on Wisconsin was his usual soporific, and he loved all big, grinding sounds. So now he snoozed happily on, head nestled into the back of Charlie's neck as they approached the memorial. This part of the mall had been 20 feet under the rush of the Potomac during the flood, and being landfill to begin with, it had not put up very much resistance to the spate. Much of it had been torn away, leaving the Lincoln Memorial an island in the stream. "Check it out," Charlie said to Phil, pointing up at the big, white, four-square building. There was a dark, horizontal line partway up it. High water mark, 23 feet above normal. Phil frowned at the sight. "You know the goddamned House is never going to appropriate enough money to clean up this city." Senators and their staffs often had an immense disdain for the House of Representatives. "True. It's too much like one of their Bible prophecies. What was that one? Noah's flood? Revelation? Maybe. Anyway, they're loving it. No way they're going to allocate money to interfere with God's judgment. That would be bad. That would be worse than what? Than raising taxes." "Joe will wake up if you yell like that." "Sorry, I'll calm down." Joe rolled his head on Charlie's neck. "No," he said. "Ha," Phil said, grinning. "Caught in another one." Charlie could just glimpse the boy's red cheek and furrowed brow. He could feel Joe's agitation. Clearly, he was once more locked into one of his mighty dreams, which, from his sleeping scowls and jerks, appeared to be fierce struggles, filled with heartfelt "no's." Joe awakened from them with big sighs of relief, as if escaping to a quieter, lesser reality, a kind of vacation cosmos. It worried Charlie. Phil noticed Joe's distress, patted his damp head. Step by broad step, they ascended the memorial. To Phil, this place was sacred ground. He loved Lincoln, had studied his life, often read in the 9 volumes of his collected works. "This is a good place," he said, as he always did when visiting the memorial. "Solid, foursquare, like a dolmen, like the Parthenon. Especially now, with all the scaffolding." Phil looked in at the big statue, still stained to the knees, a sight that made him grimace. "You know, this city and the federal government are synonymous. They stand for each other, like when people call the administration the White House. What is that? Metonymy? Metonymy or synecdoche? I can never remember which." "No one can." Phil walked inside, stopped short at the sight of the stained inner walls. "Damn it. They are going to let this city sink back into the swamp it came out of. That's synecdoche, I think. Or the pathetic fallacy." "Pathetic for sure, but how is it patriotic? How do they sell that?" "Please, Phil, you're going to wake him up. They have it both ways, you know. They use code phrases that mean something different to the Christian right than to anyone else." "Like the beast will be slain or whatnot?" "Yes, and sometimes even more subtle than that." "Ha ha. Clerics everywhere you look. Ours are as bad as the foreign ones. Make people hate their government at the same time you're scaring them with terrorists. What kind of program is that?" Phil drifted through the subdued crowd toward the left wall, into which was incised the Gettysburg Address. The final lines were obscured by the flood's high water mark, a sight which made him scowl. They had better clean this up. Oh, they will. He was a Republican, after all. Abraham Lincoln was no Republican. Hello? The Republicans in Congress hated him like poison. The goddamned copperheads did everything they could to sabotage him. They cheered when he was killed, because then they could claim him as a martyr and rip off the South in his name. Limited value in hitting them with that now. But it's still happening. I mean, what ever happened to government of the people, by the people, and for the people not perishing from this earth? Pointing at the marred lines on the wall, looking as heavily symbolic as an image in a Cocteau film. An idea that lost? Charlie said, spurring him on. Democracy can't lose. It has to succeed. Democracy will never succeed. It takes up too many evenings. Ha! Who said that? Oscar Wilde? Please. I mean, I see his point, but don't quote Oscar Wilde to me when I'm trying to think like Abraham Lincoln. Wilde may be more your level. Ha ha. Wilde was witty just like that. Ha ha ha. Charlie gave up tweaking Phil in favor of contemplating the mud-stained statue of the 16th president. It was a great work. Massive, brooding, uneasy. The big, square-toed boots and obviously hand-made broadcoat somehow evoked the whole world of the 19th century frontier. This was the spirit that America had given to the world, its best gesture, its exemplary figure. His oversized hands were dirty. The great bearded head looked sadly over them. The whole interior space of the building had a greatness about it. The uncanny statue, the high, square ceiling, the monumental lettering of the speeches on the side walls, the subdued people visiting it. Even the kids there were quiet and watchful. Perhaps it was this that woke Joe. He yawned, arched back in his seat, whacked Charlie on the head. "Down! Down!" Okay. Charlie went back outside to let him down. Phil came along, and they sat on the top step and let Joe stretch his legs behind them. A TV crew was working at the bottom of the steps, filming what looked to be a story on the memorial's reattachment to land. When the reporter spotted them, he came up to ask Phil if he would make a comment for the program. "My pleasure," Phil said. The reporter waved his crew over, and soon Phil was standing before the camera, in a spot where Lincoln loomed over his left shoulder, launching into one of his characteristic improvs. "I'm sick of people putting Washington down," he said, waving a hand at the city. "What makes America special is our Constitution and the laws based on it. It's our government that makes America something to be proud of, and that government is based here. So I don't like to see people wrapping themselves in the flag while they trash the very country they pretend to love. Abraham Lincoln would not stand for it." "Thanks, Senator. I'm sure we can use that. Some of it, anyway." "I should hope so." Then a shout of alarm came from inside the building, causing Charlie to shoot to his feet and spin around, looking for Joe. No luck. "Joe!" he cried, rushing inside. Past the pillars, he skidded to a halt, Phil and the TV crew crashing in behind him. Joe was sitting up on Lincoln's knee, far above them, looking around curiously, seemingly unaware of the long drop to the marble floor. "Joe?" Charlie tried to catch his attention without causing him to topple off. "Joe? Don't move! Joe! Stay there!" "How the hell did you get up there?" He didn't add. Because Lincoln's marble chair was smooth and vertical on all sides. There was no way up it, even for an adult. It almost seemed like someone had to have lifted him up there. Of course, he was an agile guy, a real monkey, very happy on the climbing structures at Gymboree. If there was a way, he had the will. Charlie hustled around the statue, hoping to find Joe's route up and follow it himself. There was no way. "Joe, stay right there! Stay right there till we get you!" A group was gathering at Lincoln's feet, ready to catch Joe if he fell off. He sat there looking down at them with an imperial serenity, completely at ease. The TV cameraman was filming everything. The best Charlie could think to do was to request a boost from two willing young men, and clamber onto their shoulders as they stood on Lincoln's right boot and wrapped their arms around his calf. From there, Charlie could reach up with his arms and almost reach Joe, although at that point it was a balancing act and things were precarious. He had to talk Joe into toppling over into his hands, which, of course, took a while, as Joe was clearly happy where he was. Eventually, however, he tipped forward, and Charlie caught him, and let him down between his legs onto the two young men and a nest of hands, before falling back himself into the arms of the crowd. The crowd cheered briefly, then gave them a little round of applause. Charlie thanked the two young men as he collected the squirming Joe from other strangers. "Jesus, Joe, Why do you do these things? Look! Yeah, look, but how the hell did you get up there? Up! Charlie took some deep breaths, feeling a bit sick to his stomach. If the TV station ran the story, which they probably would, and if Anna saw it, which she probably wouldn't, then he would be in big trouble. But what could you do? He had only taken his eye off him for a second. Phil got back in front of the camera with them, heightening the chances it would make it to the news. This is my young friend Joe Quibler and his father Charlie, a member of my staff. Good job, you guys. You know, citizens like Joe are the ones we have to think about when we consider what sort of world we're going to be handing along to them. That's what government is. It's making the world we want to give to our kids. People should think about that before they put down Washington, D.C. and our country's government. Lincoln would not approve. Indeed, Lincoln stared down at the scene with a knowing and disenchanted air. He looked concerned about the fate of the Republic, just as Phil had implied. The reporter asked Phil a few more questions, and then Phil signaled that he had to go. The TV crew shut down, and the little crowd that had stayed to watch dissipated. Phil phoned his office to get a car sent, and while they waited, he shook some hands. Charlie roamed the sanctum with Joe in his arms, looking for routes up to the great American's lap. There were some disassembled scaffolds stacked on their sides against the back wall of the chamber, behind Lincoln and next to an inner pillar. It was just conceivable that Joe had monkeyed up those. Easier than doing a direttissima up Lincoln's calf. But still, it was hard to figure. "Goddamn, Joe," Charlie muttered. "How do you do this stuff?" Eventually he rejoined Phil, and they stood on the steps of the memorial, holding Joe by the hand between them and swinging him out toward the reflecting pools, causing Joe to laugh helplessly. Phil said, "You know, we're swinging him right over the spot Martin Luther King stood on when he gave his 'I Have a Dream' speech. He is really touching all the bases today." Charlie, still a bit shaky with relief, laughed and said, "Phil, you should run for president." Phil grinned his beautiful grin. "You think so?" "Yes. Believe me, I don't want to say it. It would mean endless hassle for me, and I haven't got the time." "You? What about me?" Phil was looking back up into the building. "Endless hassle for you too, sure. But you already live that way, right? It would just be more of the same." "A lot more." "But if you're going to run for high office at all, you might as well make the biggest impact you can. Besides, you're one of the only people in the world who can beat the happy man." "You think so?" "I do. You're the world's senator, right? And the world needs you, Phil. I mean, when the hyperpower goes crazy, what are the rest of us going to do? We need help. It's more than just cleaning up the city here. More even than America. It's the whole world needs help now." "A god-awful fate," Phil murmured, looking up at the somber and unencouraging Lincoln. "A bad idea," Lincoln seemed to be saying. "Serious business. Copperheads striking at heel and head. You put your life on the line." "I'll have to think about it." Chapter 2. Abrupt Climate Change. The ground is mud. There are a few sandstone rocks scattered here and there, and some river-rounded chunks of amber quartzite, but for the most part, mud. Hard enough to walk on, but dismal to sit or lie on. The canopy stands about 100 feet overhead. In the summer it is a solid green ceiling, with only isolated shafts and patches of sunlight slanting all the way to the ground. The biggest trees have trunks that are 3 or 4 feet in diameter, and they shoot up without thinning, putting out their first major branches some 40 or 50 feet overhead. There are no evergreens, or rather, no conifers. No needles on the ground, no pine cones. The annual drift of leaves disintegrates entirely, and that's the mud. Centuries of leaf mulch. The trees are either very big or very small, the small ones spindly and light-starved, doomed-looking. There are hardly any medium-sized trees. It is hard to understand the succession story. Only after Frank joined Fogg did he learn from one of his associates that the succession was in fact messed up, its balance thrown off by the ballooning population of white-tailed deer, whose natural predators had all been eradicated. No more wolf or puma, and so, for generations now, the new young trees had been mostly eaten by deer. Big or small, all the trees were second or third growth. The whole watershed had been clear-cut before the Civil War, and during the war, the guns of Fort de Russy, at the high point of the park, near Military Road and Oregon Avenue, had a clear shot in all directions, and had once fired across the gorge at a Confederate scouting party. The park was established in 1890, and developed with the help of the great designer Frederick Law Olmsted. His son's firm wrote a plan at the end of the First World War that guided the park through the rest of the 20th century. Now, in the wake of the flood, it appeared to have reverted to the great hardwood forest that had blanketed the eastern half of the continent for millions of years. The muddy forest floor was corrugated, with any number of small channels appearing in the slope down to Rock Creek. Some of these channels cut as deep as 30 feet, but they always remained mud troughs, with no stony creek beds down their middles. Water didn't stay in them after a rain. The forest appeared to be empty. It was easy to hike around in, but there was little to see. The animals, both native and feral, seemed to make efforts to stay concealed. There was trash all over. Plastic bottles were the most common item, then glass bottles, then miscellaneous. Boxes, shoes, plastic bag scraps. One plastic grocery bag hung in a branch over Rock Creek like a prayer flag. Another high water mark. There were many more signs of the flood. Most of the park's roads, paths, and picnic areas had been located down by the creek, and so were now buried in mud, or torn away. The gorge walls were scarred by landslides. Many trees had been uprooted, and some of these had been caught by the Boulder Bridge, forming a dam there that held a narrow lake upstream. The raw sandstone walls undercut by this lake were studded with boulders emerging from a softer matrix. All over the forest above these new cliffs, windrows of downed trees, root balls, branches, and trash dotted the forest floor. The higher roads and trails had survived. The Western Ridge Trail extended the length of the park on its eponymous ridge, and was intact. The 9 numbered cross trails running down from the Ridge Trail into the gorge now all ended abruptly at some point. Up north, near the Maryland border, the Pinehurst Branch Trail was gone, its creek bed ripped like the main gorge. Before the flood, there had been 30 little picnic areas in the park, 10 of them reserved for use by permit. The higher ones were damaged, the dozen on the creek gone. Almost all of them had been paltry things, as far as Frank could determine in the aftermath. Small clearings with picnic tables, fireplaces, a trash can. Site 21 was the worst in the park. 2 old tables in perpetual gloom, stuck at the bottom of a damp hollow that ran right onto Ross Drive. With that road closed to traffic, of course, it had gained some new privacy. Indeed, in the mud, under one table, Frank found a used condom and a pair of women's pink underwear, Disney brand, picture of Ariel on waistband, tag saying Sunday. Hopefully they had had a blanket with them. Hopefully they had had fun. The condom seemed a good sign. East of Site 21, the drop to the creek was steep. The big trees that had survived overhung the water. Sandstone boulders as big as cars stood in the stream. There was no sign of the gravel path the map indicated had run up the western bank, and only short stretches of Beach Drive, a 2-lane car road which had paralleled it on the eastern side. Above a flat-walled boulder, set crosswise in the stream, tall trees canted out over the creek into the open air. Across the ravine was a steep wall of green. Here, the sound of the creek was louder than the sound of the city. If Beach Drive stayed closed to traffic, as it looked like it would, then water would remain the loudest sound here, followed by insects. Some birds were audible. The squirrels had gray, fluffy backs and stomachs covered with much finer fur, the same gold-copper color as the lion tamarins still missing from the zoo. There were lots of deer, white-tailed in name and fact, big-eared, quick through the trees. It was a trick to move quietly through the forest after them, because small branches were everywhere underfoot, ready to snap in the mud. People were easier to track than deer. The windrows were the only good place to hide. The big tree trunks were broad enough to hide behind, but then you had to look around them to see, exposing yourself to view. What would the forest look like in the autumn? What would it look like in winter? How many of the feral animals could survive a winter out? It turned out that Home Depot sold a pretty good treehouse kit. Its heavy-duty hardware allowed one to collar several floor beams securely to trunk or major branches, and after that, it was a simple matter of 2x4s and plywood, cut to whatever dimensions one wanted. The rest of the kit consisted mostly of fripperies, the gingerbread fill making a Swiss family illusion that caused Frank to smile, remembering his own childhood dreams. He had always wanted a treehouse. But these days, he wanted it simple. Getting that was complicated. For a while, he left work as early as he could and drove to one edge of the park or another, testing routes and parking places. Then it was off into the park on foot, using a Potomac Appalachian Trail club map to learn it. He hiked all the trails that had survived, but usually these were just jumping-off points for rambles in the forest and scrambles in the gorge. At first, he could not find a tree he liked. He had wanted an evergreen, preferably in a stand of other evergreens. But almost every tree in Rock Creek Park was deciduous. Beech, oak, sycamore, ash, poplar, maple. He couldn't even tell which was which. All of them had tall, straight trunks, with first branches very high, and crowns of foliage above that. Their bark had different textures, however, and by that sign, bark corrugated in a vertical diamond pattern, he decided that the best trees were probably chestnut oaks. There were many of these upstream from Site 21. One of them canted out and overhung the creek. It looked as if its upper branches would have a nice view, but until he climbed it, he wouldn't know. While making his reconnaissances, he often ran into the frisbee golfers, and when he did, he usually joined them. In running the course, they always passed Site 21, and if the homeless guys were there, the second vet, whose name was Andy, would shout his abrasive welcome, "Who's winning? Who's winning?" The frisbee players usually stopped to chat for a moment. Spencer, the player with the dreadlocks, would ask what had happened lately, and sometimes get an earful in response. Then they were off again, Spencer in the lead, dreadlocks flying under bandana, Robin and Robert following at speed. Robin sounded like some kind of deist or animist. Everything was alive to him, and after his throws, he always shouted instructions to his frisbee or begged for help from the trees. Robert spoke more in the style of a sports announcer commenting on the play. Spencer spoke only in shrieks and howls, some kind of shaman language, but he was the one who chatted with the homeless guys. During one of these pass-bys, Frank saw that Chessman was there, and under Zeno's baleful eye, he offered to come back and play him for money. Chessman nodded, looking pleased. So after the run, Frank returned, toting a pizza in a box and a six-pack of Pabst. "Hey, the doctor's here," Zeno said in his heavy, joking tone. Frank ignored that, sat down, and lost $10 to the boy, playing the best he could, but confirming his impression that he was seriously outclassed. He said little, left as soon as it seemed okay. The first time he climbed his candidate chestnut oak, he had to use crampons, ice axe, and a telephone linesman's pole climbing kit that he had from his window washing days, dug out of the depths of his storage locker. Up the tree at dawn, kicking in like a telephone lineman, slinging up the strap and leaning back in his harness, up and up, through the scrawny understory and into the fork of the first two big branches. It was nice to be able to sink an ice axe in anywhere one liked. An awkward climb, nevertheless. It would be good to confirm a tree and install a ladder. Up here, he saw that one major branch curved out over the creek, then divided into two. That fork would provide a foundation and somewhat block the view from below. He only needed a platform a bit bigger than his sleeping bag, something like a ledge bivouac on a wall climb. There was a grand view of the ravine wall opposite him, green, to a height considerably higher than he was. Glimpses of the burbling creek downstream, but no view of the ground directly below. It looked good. After that, he parked and slept in the residential neighborhood to the west, and got up before dawn and hiked into the forest carrying lumber and climbing gear. This was pretty conspicuous, but at that time of day, the gray neighborhood and park were completely deserted. It was only a 10-minute hike in any case, a drop through forest that would usually be empty even at the busiest time of a Sunday afternoon. He only needed 2 dawn patrols to install a climbing ladder, wound on an electric winch that he reeled up and down using a garage door remote he found at Radio Shack. After that, the 2x6s, the 2x4s, and 2 3x5 sheets of half-inch plywood could be hauled up using the ladder as a winch cable. Climb the ladder with the miscellaneous stuff, ice-axing into the trunk for balance, backpack full of hardware and tools. Collar around trunk, beams on branches, plywood floor, low railing, gapped for the ladder. He maneuvered slowly around the trunk as he worked, slung in a self-belay from a piton nailed above him. Cirque du Soleil meets home improvement. Using wood screws rather than nails reduced the sound of construction, while also making the thing stronger. Every day, an hour's work in the green, horizontal light, and all too soon, it was finished, and then furnished. A clear plastic tarp, stapled and glued to the trunk overhead, served as a see-through roof, tied out to branches on a slant to let the rain run off. The opening in the rail, the winch screwed down to the plywood just inside it. Duffel bag against the trunk holding rolled foam mattress, sleeping bag, pillow, lantern, gear. Standing on the platform without his sling one morning, in the slanting light that told him it was time to drive to work, he saw that the thing was built. Too bad. He would have liked the project to have lasted longer. Driving across town that morning, he thought, now I have 2 bedrooms, in a modular home distributed throughout the city. One bedroom was mobile, the other in a tree. How cool was that? How perfectly rational and sane. Over in Arlington, he drove to the NSF basement parking lot, then walked over to Optimodal Exercise to shower. Big, new, clean, blazingly well lit, it was a shocking contrast to the dawn forest, and he always changed at his locker, feeling a bit stunned. Then, it was off to the weight room. His favorite there was a pull-down bar that gave his lats a workout they otherwise would not get. Low weight, high reps, the pull like something between swimming and climbing. A peaceful warm-up, on his knees as if praying. Then, over to the leg press. Here, too, he was a low-weight, high-rep kind of guy, although since joining the club, it had occurred to him that precisely the advantage of a weight room over the outdoors was the chance to do strength work. So now he upped the weight for a few hard pushes at the end of the set. Up and down, back and forth, push and pull, all the while taking in the other people in the room, watching the women, to be precise, without ever actually focusing on them. Lifting, running, rowing, whatever they did, Frank liked it. He had a thing for jock women that long predated his academic interest in sociobiology. Indeed, it seemed likely that he had gotten into the latter to explain the former, because for as long as he could remember, women doing sports had been the ultimate stimulus to his attraction. He loved the way sports moves became female when women did them, more graceful, more like dance, and he loved the way the moves revealed the shapes of their bodies. Surely this was another very ancient primate pleasure. At Optimodal, this all remained true, even though there was not a great deal of athleticism on display. Often it was a case of non-athletes trying to get in shape, so that Frank was covertly observing women in various stages of cardiovascular distress. But that was fine, too. Sweaty, pink faces, hard breathing. Obviously, this was sexy stuff. None of that bedroom silliness for Frank. Lingerie, makeup, even dancing. All that was much too intentional and choreographed, even somehow confrontational. Lovelier by far were women unselfconsciously exerting themselves in some physical way. "Oh, hi, Frank." He jumped a foot. "Hi, Diane." She was sitting in a leg press seat, now grinning. "Sorry I startled you." "That's all right." "So you did join?" "Yes, that's right. It's just like you said. Very nice. But don't let me interrupt you." "No, I was done." She took up a hand towel and wiped her brow. She looked different in gym clothes, of course. Short, rounded, muscular, hard to characterize, but she looked good. She drew the eye. Anyway, she drew Frank's eye. Presumably everyone was different that way. She sat there, barefoot and sweaty. "Do you want to get on here?" "Oh, no hurry. I'm just kind of waking myself up, to tell the truth." "Okay." She blew a strand of hair away from her mouth, kicked out against the weight 10 times, slowing down in the last reps. She smelled faintly of sweat and soap. Presumably also pheromones, estrogens, estrogen-like compounds, and perfumes. "You've got a lot on the stack there." "Do I?" She peered at the weights. "Not so much." 200 pounds. Your legs are stronger than mine." "I doubt that." But it was true, at least on that machine. Diane pressed the 200 10 more times. Then Frank replaced her and keyed down the weights. Diane picked up a dumbbell and did some curls while he kicked in his traces. She had very nice biceps, firm muscles under flushed, wet skin. Absence of fur made all this so visible. On the savannah, they would have been watching each other all the time, aware of each other as bodies. He wondered if he could make an observation like that to Diane, and if he did, what she would say. She had surprised him often enough recently that he had become cautious about predicting her. She was looking at the line of runners on treadmills, so Frank said, "Everyone's trying to get back to the savannah." Diane smiled and nodded. "Easy to do." "Is it?" "If you know that's what you're trying for." Maybe so. But I don't think most people know." "No." "Hey, are you done there? Will you check me on the bench press? My right elbow kind of locks up sometimes." So Frank held the handlebar outside her hand. A young woman, heavily tattooed on her arms, waited for the machine to free up. Diane finished, and Frank held out a hand to help her. She took it and hauled herself up, their grips tightening to hold. When she was up, the young woman moved in to replace her, but Diane took up a towel and said, "Wait a second, let me wipe up the wet spot." "Oh, I hate the wet spot," the young woman said, and immediately threw a hand to her mouth, blushing vividly. Frank and Diane laughed, and seeing it, the young woman did too, glowing with embarrassment. Diane gave the bench a final flourish and handed it over, saying, "There, if only it were always that easy." They laughed again, and Frank and Diane moved to the next machine. Military press, leg curls. Then Diane looked at her watch and said, "Oops, I gotta get going." And Frank said, "Me too." and without further ado, they were off to their respective locker rooms. "See you over there." "Yeah, see you." Into the men's room, the shower. Hot water must have been unusual in the hominid world. Hot springs, the Indian Ocean shallows. Then, out on the street, the air still cool, feeling as benign as he had in a long time. And Diane emerged at the same time from the women's locker room, transformed into work mode, except wetter. They walked over to NSF together, talking about a meeting they were scheduled to attend later in the day. Frank arrived in his office at 8 a.m. as if it were any ordinary morning. He had to laugh. The meeting featured a presentation by Kenzo and his team to Diane, Frank's committee, and some of the members of National Science Board, the group that oversaw the foundation in somewhat a board of directors style, if Frank understood it correctly. By the time Frank arrived, a large, false-color map of the North Atlantic was already on the screen. On it, the red flows marking the upper reaches of the Gulf Stream broke apart and curled like new ferns, one near Norway, one between Iceland and Scotland, one between Iceland and Greenland, and one extending up the long channel between Greenland and Labrador. "This is how it used to look," Kenzo said. "Now here's the summer's data from the Argos buoy system." They watched as the red tendrils shrank in on themselves until they nearly met, at about the latitude of southern Ireland. "That's where we're at now, in terms of temperature. Here's surface height." He clicked to another false-colored map that revealed what were in effect giant shallow whirlpools, 50 kilometers wide, but only a few centimeters deep. "This is another before map. We think these downwelling sites were pretty stable for the last 8,000 years. Note that the Coriolis force would have the currents turning right, but the land and sea bottom configurations make them turn left, so they aren't as robust as they might be. And then, here's what we've got now. See? The downwelling has clearly shifted to southwest of Ireland." "What happens to the water north of that now?" Diane asked. "Well, we don't know yet. We've never seen this before. It's a freshwater cap, a kind of lens on the surface. In general, water in the ocean moves in kind of blobs of relative freshness or salinity, you might say, blobs that mix only slowly. One team identified and tracked the Great Salinity Anomaly of 1968 to 82. That was a huge, fresher blob that circled in the North Atlantic on the surface. It made one giant circuit, then sank on its second pass through the downwelling zone east of Greenland. Now, with this freshwater cap, who knows? If it's resupplied from Greenland or the Arctic, it may stay there." Diane stared at the map. "So, what do you think happened to cause this freshwater cap?" "It may be a kind of Heinrich event, in which icebergs float south. Heinrich found these by analyzing boulders dropped to the sea floor when the icebergs melted. He theorized that anything that introduces more fresh water than usual to the far North Atlantic will tend to interfere with downwelling there. Even rain can do it. So we've got the Arctic sea ice breakup as the main suspect. Plus, Greenland is melting much more rapidly than before. The poles are proving to be much more sensitive to global warming than anywhere else, and in the north, the effects look to be combining to freshen the North Atlantic. Anyway, it's happened, and the strong implication is that we're in for a shift to the kind of cold, dry, windy climate that we see in the Younger Dryas." "So," Diane looked at the board members in attendance, "we have compelling evidence for an ocean event that is the best identified trigger event for abrupt climate change." "Yes," Kenzo said. "A very clear case, as we'll see this winter." It will be bad? Yes. Maybe not the full cold, dry, windy, but heck, close enough. The Gulf Stream used to combine with Greenland to make a kind of jet stream anchor, and now the jet stream is likely to wander more, sometimes shooting straight down the continents from the Arctic. It'll be cold and dry and windy all over the northern hemisphere, but especially in the eastern half of North America and all over Europe. Kenzo gestured at the screen. You can bet on it. And so, the ramifications, in terms of telling Congress about the situation? Kenzo waved his hands in his usual impresario style. You name it. You could reference that Pentagon report about this possibility, which said it would be a threat to national security, as they couldn't defend the nation from a starving world. Starving? Well, there are no food reserves to speak of. I know the food production problem appeared to be solved, at least in some quarters, but there were never any reserves built up. It's just been assumed more could always be grown. But take Europe. Right now it pretty much grows its own food. That's 650 million people. It's a Gulf Stream that allows that. It moves about a petawatt northward. That's 1,000,000,000 billion watts, or about 100 times as much energy as humanity generates. Canada, at the same latitude as Europe, only grows enough to feed its 30 million people, plus about double that in grain. They could up it a little if they had to, but think of Europe with a climate suddenly like Canada's. How are they going to feed themselves? They'll have a 400 or 500 million person shortfall. Diane said. That's what this Pentagon report said? Yes, but it was an internal document, written by a team led by an Andrew Marshall, one of the missile defense crowd. Its conclusions were inconvenient to the administration, and it was getting buried when someone on the team slipped it to Fortune magazine and they published it. It made a little stir at the time because it came out of the Pentagon, and the possibilities it outlined were so bad. It was thought that it might influence a vote at the World Bank to change their investment pattern. The World Bank's Extractive Industries Review Commission had recommended they cut off all future investment in fossil fuels and move that same money into clean renewables. But in the end, the World Bank Board voted to keep their investment pattern the same, which was 94% to fossil fuels and 6% to renewables. After that, the Pentagon report experienced the usual fate. Forgotten. Yes. We don't remember our reports either, Edgardo said. There are several NSF reports on this issue. I've got one here called Environmental Science and Engineering for the 21st Century, the Role of the National Science Foundation. It called for quadrupling the money NSF gave to its environmental programs and suggested everyone else in government and industry do the same. Look at this table in it. 45% of Earth's land surface transformed by humans. 50% of surface freshwater used. 2/3 of the marine fisheries fully exploited or depleted. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere 30% higher than before the Industrial Revolution. 1/4 of all bird species extinct. He looked up at them over his reading glasses. All these figures are worse now. Diane looked at the copy of the page Edgardo had passed around. Clearly, ignorance of the situation has not been the problem. The problem is acting on what we know. Maybe people will be ready for that now. Better late than never. Unless it is too late, Edgardo suggested. Diane had said the same thing to Frank in private, but now she said firmly, let's proceed on the assumption that it is never too late. I mean, here we are. So let's get Sophie in and prepare something for the White House and the congressional committees. Some plans. Things we can do right now, concerning both the Gulf Stream and global warming more generally. We'll need to scare the shit out of them, Edgardo said. Yes, Well, the marks of the flood are still all over town. That should help. People are already fond of the flood, Edgardo said. It was an adventure. It got people out of their ruts. Nevertheless, Diane said, with a grimace that was still somehow cheerful or amused. Scaring politicians might be something she looked forward to. Given all that he had to do at work, Frank didn't usually get away as early as he would have liked. But the June days were long, and with the treehouse finished, there was no great rush to accomplish any particular task. Once in the park, he could wander up the West Ridge Trail and choose where to drop deeper to the east, looking for animals. Just north of Military Road, the trail ran past the high point of the park, occupied by the site of Fort de Russy, now low earthen bulwarks. One evening he saw movement inside the bulwarks. Froze. Some kind of antelope, its russet coloring not unlike the mounded earth, its neck stretched as it pulled down a branch with its mouth to strip off leaves. White stripes running diagonally up from its white belly. An exotic for sure, a feral from the zoo, and his first nondescript. It saw him, and yet continued to eat. Its jaw moved in a rolling, side-to-side mastication. The bottom jaw was the one that stayed still. It was alert to his movements, and yet not skittish. He wondered if there were any general feral characteristics, if escaped zoo animals were more trusting or less than the local natives. Something to ask Nancy. Abruptly, the creature shot away through the trees. It was big. Frank grinned, pulled out his fog phone, and called it in. The cheap little cell phone was on something like a walkie-talkie or party line system, and Nancy or one of her assistants usually picked up right away. Sorry, I don't really know what it was. He described it the best he could. Pretty lame, but what could he do? He needed to learn more. Call Clark on phone 12, Nancy suggested. He's the ungulate guy. No need to GPS the sighting, being right in the old fort. He hiked down the trail that ran from the fort to the creek, paralleling Military Road, and then passing under its big bridge, which had survived, but was still closed. It was nice and quiet in the ravine, with Beach Drive gone, and all the roads crossing the park either gone or closed for repairs. A sanctuary. Green light in the muggy late afternoon. He kept an eye out for more animals, thinking about what might happen to them in the abrupt climate change Kenzo said they were now entering. All the discussion in the meeting that day had centered on the impacts to humans. That would be the usual way of most such discussions, but whole biomes, whole ecologies would be altered, perhaps devastated. That was what they were saying, really, when they talked about the impact on humans. They would lose the support of the domesticated part of nature. Everything would become an exotic. Everything would have to go feral. He walked south on a route that stayed on the rim of the damaged part of the gorge as much as possible. When he came to Site 21, he found the homeless guys there as usual, sitting around looking kind of beat. "Hey, Doc, why aren't you playing Frisbee? They ran by just a while ago." "Did they? Maybe I'll catch them on their way back." Frank regarded them, hanging around in the steamy sunset, smoking in their own fire, empties dented on the ground around them. Frank found he was thirsty and hungry. "Who'll eat pizza if I go get one?" Everyone would. "Get some beer, too," Zeno said, with a hoarse laugh that falsely insinuated this was a joke. Frank hiked out to Connecticut and bought thin-crusted pizzas from a little stand across from Chicago's. He liked them because he thought the owner of the stand was mocking the thick pads of dough that characterized the pizzas in the famous restaurant. Frank was a thin-crust man himself. Back into the dusky forest, 2 boxes held like a waiter. Then pizza around the fire, with the guys making their usual desultory conversation. The vet, always studying the Post's Federal News section, did indeed appear well-versed in the ways of the federal bureaucracy, and he definitely had a chip on his shoulder about it. "The left hand don't know what the right one is doing," he muttered again. Frank had already observed that they always said the same things, but didn't everybody? He finished his slice and crouched down to tend their smoky fire. "Hey, someone's got potatoes burning in here." "Oh, yeah, pull those out. You can have one if you want. Don't you know you can't cook no potato on no fire?" "Sure you can. How do you think?" Frank shook his head. The potato skins were charred at one end, green at the other. Back in the Paleolithic, there must have been guys hanging out somewhere beyond the cave, guys who had offended the alpha male, or killed somebody by accident, or otherwise fucked up, or just not been able to understand the rules, or failed to find a mate, like Frank. And they must have hunkered around some outlier fire, eating lukewarm pizza and making crude chit-chat that was always the same, laughing at their old jokes. "I saw an antelope up in the old fort," he offered. "I saw a tapir," the Post reader said promptly. "Come on, Fed Page, how you know it was a tapir? I saw that fucking jaguar, I swear." Frank sighed. "If you report it to the zoo, they'll put you in their volunteer group. They'll give you a pass to be in the park." "You think we need a pass? We be the ones giving them a pass." "They'll give you a cell phone, too." That surprised them. Chessman slipped in, glancing at Frank, and Frank nodded unenthusiastically. He had been about to leave, and it was his turn to play black. Chessman set out the board between them and moved out his king's pawn. Suddenly, Zeno and Andy were arguing over ownership of the potatoes. It was a group that liked to argue. Zeno was among the worst of these. He would switch from friendly to belligerent within a sentence, and then back again. Abrupt climate change. The others were more consistent. Andy was consistently abrasive with his unfunny humor, but friendly. Fed Page was always shaking his head in disgust at something he was reading. The silent guy with the silky, dark red beard was always subdued, but when he spoke, always complained, often about the police. Another regular was older, with faded blonde-gray hair, pockmarked face, not many teeth. Then there was Jory, an olive-skinned, skinny man with greasy black hair and a voice that sounded so much like Zeno's that Frank at first confused them when listening to their chat. He was, if anything, even more volatile than Zeno, but had no friendly mode, being consistently obnoxious and edgy. He would not look at Frank, except in sidelong glances that radiated hostility. Lastly, among the regulars, was Cutter, a cheery, bulky black guy who usually arrived with a cut of meat to cook on the fire, always providing a pedigree for it in the form of a story of petty theft or salvage, adventures in food acquisition. He often had a couple of buddies with him, knew Chessman, and appeared to have a job with the city park service, judging by his shirts and his stories. He, more than the others, reminded Frank of his window-washing days, also the climbing crowd, a certain rowdy quality, life considered as one outdoor sport after the next. It seemed as if Cutter had somewhere else as his base, and he had also given Frank the idea of bringing by food. Chessman suddenly blew in on the left flank, and Frank resigned, shaking his head as he paid up. Next time, he promised. The fire guttered out, and the food and beer were gone. The potatoes smoldered on a tabletop. The guys slowed down in their talk. Redbeard slipped off into the night, and that made it okay for Frank to do so as well. Some of them made their departures into a big production, with explanations of where they were going and why, and when they would likely return again. Others just walked off, as if to pee, and did not come back. Frank said, "Catch you guys," in order not to appear unfriendly, but only as he was leaving, so that it was not an opening to any inquiries. Off north to his tree. Ladder called down, the motor humming like the sound of his brain in action. The thing is, he thought as he waited, nobody knows you. No one can. Even if you spent almost the entirety of every day with someone, and there were people like that, even then, no. Everyone lived alone in the end, not just in their heads, but even in their physical routines. Human contacts were parcellated, to use a term from brain science or systems theory, parceled out. There were 1. The people you lived with, if you did. That was about 100 hours a week, half of them asleep. 2. The people you worked with. That was 40 hours a week, give or take. 3. The people you played with. That would be some portion of the 30 or so hours left in a week. 4. Then there were the strangers you spent time with in transport, or eating out, or so on. This would be added to an already full calendar, according to Frank's calculations so far, suggesting they were all living more hours a week than actually existed, which felt right. In any case, a normal life was split out into different groups that never met, and so no one knew you in your entirety, except you yourself. One could, therefore, 1. Pursue a project in Paleolithic living. 2. Change the weather. 3. Attempt to restructure your profession. And 4. Be happy. All at once, although not simultaneously, but moving from one thing to another, among differing populations, behaving as if a different person in each situation. It could be done because there were no witnesses. No one saw enough to witness your life and put it all together. Through the lowest leaves of his tree appeared the aluminum-runged nylon rope ladder. One of his climbing friends had called this kind of ice-climbing ladder a Miss Piggy, perhaps because the rungs resembled pig iron, perhaps because Miss Piggy had stood on just such a ladder for one of her arias in The Muppets' Treasure Island. Frank grabbed one of the rungs, tugged to make sure all was secure above, and started to climb, still pursuing his train of thought. The parcellated life. Fully optimodal. No reason not to enjoy it. And suddenly he realized that he was enjoying it. It was like being a versatile actor in a repertory theater, shifting constantly from role to role, and all together they made up his life, and part of the life of his time. Cheered by the thought, he ascended the upper portion of his Miss Piggy, swaying as little as possible among the branches, then through the gap, up and onto his plywood floor. He hand-turned the crank on the ladder's spindle to bring the ladder up after him without wasting battery power. Once it was secured, and the lubber's hole filled with a fitted piece of plywood, he could relax. He was home. Against the trunk, was his big duffel bag under the tarp, all held in place by bungee cords. From the duffel, he pulled the rolled-up foam mattress, as thick and long as a bed. Then pillows, mosquito net, sleeping bag, sheet. On these warm nights, he slept under the sheet and mosquito net and only used his down bag as a blanket near dawn. Lie down, stretch out, feel the weariness of the day bathe him. Slight sway of the tree. Yes, he was up in a treehouse. The idea made him happy. His childhood fantasy had been the result of visits to the big concrete treehouse at Disneyland. He had been 8 years old when he first saw it, and it had bowled him over. The elaborate water-wheel-powered bamboo plumbing system, the banistered stairs spiraling up the trunk, the big living room with its salvaged harmonium, catwalks to the separate bedrooms on their branches, open windows on all 4 sides. His current eyrie was a very modest version of that fantasy, of course. Just the basics. A ledge bivouac rather than the Swiss family mansion, and indeed his old camping gear was well represented around him, augmented by some nifty car camping extras, like the lantern and the foam mattress and the pillows from the apartment, stuff scavenged from the wreckage of his life, as in any other Robinsonade. The tree swayed and whooshed in the wind. He sat on his thick foam pad, his back holding it up against the trunk, luxurious reading in bed. Around him, laptop, cell phone, a little cooler. His backpack held a bathroom bag and a selection of clothing. A Coleman battery-powered lantern. In short, everything he needed. The lamp cast a pool of light onto the plywood. No one would see it. He was in his own space, and yet at the same time right in the middle of Washington, D.C., one of the ferals in the ever-encroaching forest. Whoop, 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 whoop. His tree swayed back and forth in the wind. He switched off his lamp and slept like a babe. Except his cell phone rang, and he rolled over and answered it without fully waking. Hello? Frank Vanderwall? Yes? What time is it? And where am I? It's the middle of the night. Sorry, but this is when I can call. As he was recognizing her voice, she went on. We met in that elevator that stuck. Already he was sitting up. Yeah, of course. I'm glad you called. I said I would. I know. Can you meet? Sure I can. When? Now. Okay. Frank checked his watch. It was 3 a.m. That's when I can do it, she explained. That's fine. Where? There's a little park near where we first met. 2 blocks south of there, a block east of Wisconsin. There's a statue in the middle of the park with a bench under it. Would that be okay? Sure. It'll take me, I don't know, half an hour to get there. Less, actually. Okay. I'll be there. The connection went dead. Again he had failed to get her name, he realized as he dressed and rolled his sleeping gear under the tarp. He brushed his teeth while putting on his shoes, wondering what it meant that she had called now. Then the ladder finished lowering, and down he went, swaying hard and holding on as he banged into a branch. Not a good time to fall. Oh no, indeed. On the ground, the ladder sent back up. Leaving the park, the streetlights blazed in his eyes, caged in blue polygons or orange globes. It was like crossing an empty stage set. He drove over to Wisconsin and up it, then turned right onto Elm Street. Lots of parking here. And there was the little park she had mentioned. He had not known it existed. It was dark except for one orange streetlight at its north end, near a row of tennis courts. He parked and got out. Mid-park, a small black statue of a female figure held up a black hoop. The streetlight and the city's noctilucent cloud illuminated everything faintly but distinctly. It reminded Frank of the light in the NSF building on the night of his abortive B&E, and he shook his head, not wanting to recall that folly. Then he recalled that that was the night they had met, that he had broken into the NSF building specifically because he had decided to stay in D.C. and search for this woman. And there she was, sitting on the park bench. It was 3:34 a.m., and there she sat, on a park bench in the dark. Something in the sight made him shiver, and then he hurried to her. She saw him coming and stood up, stepped around the bench. They stopped, face to face. She was almost as tall as he was. Tentatively she reached out a hand, and he touched it with his. Their fingers intertwined. Slender, long fingers. She freed her hand and gestured at the park bench, and they sat down on it. "Thanks for coming," she said. "Oh, hey. I'm so glad you called." "I didn't know, but I thought..." "Please, always call. I wanted to see you again." "Yes." She smiled a little, as if aware that seeing was not the full verb for what he meant. Again, Frank shuddered. Who was she? What was she doing? "Tell me your name, please." "Caroline." "Caroline what?" "Let's not talk about that yet." Now the ambient light was too dim. He wanted to see her better. She looked at him with a curious expression, as if puzzling how to proceed. "What?" he said. She pursed her lips. "What?" She said, "Tell me this. Why did you follow me into that elevator?" Frank had not known she had noticed that. "Well, I liked the way you looked." She nodded, looked away. "I thought so." A tiny smile, a sigh. "Look," she said, and stared down at her hands. She fiddled with the ring on her left ring finger. "What?" "You're being watched." She looked up, met his gaze. "Do you know that?" "No. But what do you mean?" "You're under surveillance." Frank sat up straighter, shifted back and away from her. "By whom?" She almost shrugged. "It's part of Homeland Security." "What?" "An agency that works with Homeland Security." "And how do you know?" "Because you were assigned to me." Frank swallowed involuntarily. "When was this?" "About a year ago, when you first came to NSF." Frank sat back even further. She reached a hand toward him. He shivered. The night seemed suddenly chill. He couldn't quite come to grips with what she was saying. "Why?" She reached farther, put her hand lightly on his knee. "Listen, it's not like what you're thinking." "I don't know what I'm thinking." She smiled. The touch of her hand said more than anything words could convey, but right now it only added to Frank's confusion. She saw this and said, "I monitor a lot of people. You were one of them. It's not really that big of a deal. You're part of a crowd, really. People in certain emerging technologies. It's not direct surveillance. I mean, no one is watching you or anything like that. It's a matter of tracking your records mostly."
That's all?
Well, no. Email, where you call, expenditures, that sort of thing. A lot of it's automated. Like with your credit rating. It's just a kind of monitoring, looking for patterns.
Uh-huh, Frank said, feeling less disturbed, but also reviewing things he might have said on the phone, to Derek Gaspar, for instance. But look, why me?
I don't get told why, but I looked into it a little after we met, and my guess would be that you're an associational.
Meaning?
That you have some kind of connection with a Jan Pierzynski.
Frank said, thinking furiously.
That's what I think anyway. You're one of a group that's being monitored together, and they all tend to have some kind of connection with him. He's the hub.
It must be his algorithm.
Maybe so. Really, I don't know. I don't make the determinations of interest.
Who does?
People above me. Some of them I know, and then others above those. The agency is pretty firewalled.
It must be his algorithm. That's the main thing he's worked on ever since his doctoral work.
Maybe so. The people I work for use an algorithm themselves to identify people who should be tracked.
Really? Do you know what kind?
No. I do know that they're running a futures market. You know what those are?
Frank shook his head. Like that Poindexter thing?
Yes, sort of. He had to resign, and really he should have, because that was stupid what he was doing. But the idea of using futures markets itself has gone forward.
So they're betting on future acts of terrorism?
No. That was the stupid part, putting it like that. There's much better ways to use those programs. They're just futures markets, when you design them right. They're like any other futures market. It's a powerful way to collate information. They outperform most of the other predictive methods we use.
That's hard to believe.
Is it?
She shrugged.
Well, the people I work for believe in them. But the one they've set up is a bit different than the standard futures market. It's not open to anyone, and it isn't even real money. It's like a virtual futures market, a simulation. There are these people at MIT who think they have it working really well, and they've got some real-world results they can point to. They focus on people rather than events. So really it's a people futures market instead of commodities or ideas. So Homeland Security and associated agencies like ours have gotten interested. We've got this program going, and now you're part of it. It's almost a pilot program, but it's big, and I bet it's here to stay.
Is it legal?
It's hard to say what's legal these days, don't you think? At least concerning surveillance. A determination of interest usually comes from the Justice Department, or is approved by it. It's classified, and we're a black program that no one on the outside will ever hear about. People who try to publish articles about idea futures markets, or people futures markets, are discouraged from doing so. It can get pretty explicit. I think my bosses hope to keep using the program without it ever causing any fuss.
So there are people betting on who will do innovative work, or defect to China, or like that?
Yes, like that. There are lots of different criteria.
Jesus, Frank said, shaking his head in amazement. But, I mean, who in the hell would bet on me? She laughed.
I would, right?
Frank put his hand on top of hers and squeezed it.
But actually, she said, turning her hand and twining her fingers with his, at this point, I think most of the investors in the market are various kinds of diagnostic programs.
Now it was Frank's turn to laugh. So there are computer programs out there betting I am going to become some kind of a security risk.
She nodded, smiling at the absurdity of it. Although Frank realized, with a little jolt of internal surprise, that if the whole project were centered around Pierzynski, then the programs might be getting it right. Frank himself had judged that Pierzynski's algorithm might allow them to read the proteome directly from the genome, thus giving them any number of new gene therapies, which, if they could crack the delivery problem, had the potential of curing outright many, many diseases. That would be a good in itself, and would also be worth billions. And Frank had without a doubt been involved with Jan's career, first on his doctoral committee, and then running the panel judging his proposal. He had impacted Jan's career in ways he hadn't even intended, by sabotaging his application so that Jan had gone to Torrey Pines Generique and then Small Delivery Systems, where he was now. Possibly the futures market had taken notice of that. Caroline was now looking more relaxed, perhaps relieved that he was not outraged or otherwise freaked out by her news. He tried to stay cool. What was done was done. He had tried to secure Pierzynski's work for a company he had ties to, yes, but he had failed. So despite his best, or worst, efforts, there was nothing now he needed to hide. "You said MIT," he said, thinking things over. "Is Francesca Taolini involved with this?" A surprised look. Then, "Yes. She's another subject of interest. There's about a dozen of you. I was assigned to surveil most of the group." "Did you? I don't know. Do you record what people say on the phone? Or in rooms?" "Sometimes, if we want to. The technology has gotten really powerful. You have no idea. But it's expensive, and it's only fully applied in some cases. Pierzynski's group, you guys are still under a much less intrusive kind of thing." "Good." Frank shook his head, like a dog shaking off water. His thoughts were skittering around in all directions. "So, you've been watching me for a year. But I haven't done anything." "I know. But then..." "Then what?" "Then I saw you on that metro car, and I recognized you. I couldn't believe it. I had only seen your photo, or maybe some video, but I knew it was you. And you looked upset. Very intent on something." "Yes," Frank said. "That's right." "What happened? I mean, I checked it out later, but it seemed like you had just been at NSF that day." "That's right. But I went to a lecture, like I told you." "That's right, you did. Well, I didn't know that when I saw you in the metro. And there you were, looking upset. And so, I thought you might be trailing me. I thought you had found out somehow, done some kind of backtrace. That's another area I've been working on, mirror searching. I figured you had decided to confront me, to find out what was going on. It seemed possible, anyway, although it was also possible it was just one of those freak things that happen in D.C. I mean, you do run into people here." "But then I followed you." Frank laughed briefly. "Right, you did. And I was standing there waiting for that elevator thinking, what is this guy going to do to me?" She laughed nervously, remembering it. "You didn't show it." "No. I bet I did. You didn't know me. Anyway, then the elevator stuck." "You didn't stop it somehow?" "Heck no, how would I do that? I'm not some kind of a..." "James Bond? James Bondette?" She laughed. "It is not like that. It's just surveillance. Anyway, there we were, and we started talking, and it didn't take long for me to see that you didn't know who I was, that you didn't know about being monitored, It was just a coincidence.
But you said you knew I had followed you.
That's right. I mean, it seemed like you had. But since you didn't know what I was doing, then it had to be... I don't know.
Because I liked the way you looked.
She nodded.
Well, it's true, Frank said. Sue me.
She squeezed his hand. It's okay. I mean, I liked that. I'm in a kind of a bad... Well, anyway, I liked it. And I already liked you, see? I wasn't monitoring you very closely, but closely enough so that I knew some things about you. I had to monitor some of your calls. And I thought you were funny.
Yes?
Yes, you are funny. At least, I think so. Anyway, I'm sorry. I've never really had to think about what I do. Not like this. Not in terms of a person I talk to. I mean, how horrible it must sound.
You spy on people.
Yes, it's true. But I've never thought it has done anybody any harm. It's a way of looking out for people. Anyway, in this particular case, it meant that I knew you already. I liked you already. And there you were, so you know. It meant you liked me too. She smiled crookedly. That was okay too. Guys don't usually follow me around.
Yeah, right.
They don't.
Uh-huh. The man who knew too little, watched by the spy who knew even less.
She laughed, pulled her hand away, punched him lightly on the arm. He caught her hand in his, pulled her to him. She leaned into his chest, and he kissed the top of the head, as if to say, I forgive you your job. I forgive the surveillance. He breathed in the scent of her hair. Then she looked up, and they kissed, very briefly. Then she pulled away. The shock of it passed through him, waking him up and making him happy. He remembered how it had been in the elevator. This wasn't like that, but he could tell she remembered it too. Yes, she said thoughtfully. Then we did that. You're a handsome man, and I had figured out why you had followed me, and I felt, oh, I don't know. I liked you.
Yes,
Frank said, still remembering the elevator, feeling the kiss. His skin was glowing. She laughed again, looking off at her memories. I worried afterward that you would think I was some kind of a loose woman, jumping you like I did. But at the time, I just went for it.
Yes, you did, Frank said.
They laughed, then kissed again. When they stopped, she smiled to herself, pushed her hair off her forehead. My, she murmured. Frank tried to track one of the many thoughts skittering back into his head.
You said you were in a kind of a bad...
Yes, I did. The corners of her mouth tightened. She pulled back a bit. Suddenly Frank saw that she was unhappy, and this was so unlike the impression he had gained of her in the elevator that he was shocked. He saw he did not know her. Of course, he did not know her. He had been thinking that he did, but it wasn't so. She was a stranger. What? He said. I'm married. And, you know, it's bad.
Uh-oh.
But that was also good, he thought. I don't really want to talk about it. Please. But there it is. That's where I'm at.
Okay. But you're out here.
I'm staying with friends tonight. They live nearby. As far as anyone knows, I'm sleeping on their couch. I left a note in case they get up, saying I couldn't sleep and went out for a run. But they won't get up. Or even if they do, they won't check on me.
Does your husband do surveillance too?
Oh, yeah. He's much further up than I am.
I see. Frank didn't know what to say. It was bad news. The worst news of the night, worse than the fact that he was under surveillance. On the other hand, there she was beside him, and they had kissed.
Please.
She put a hand to his mouth, and he kissed her fingertips. He tried to swallow all his questions. But some of these questions represented a change of subject, a move to safer ground. So, tell me what you mean exactly when you say surveillance. What do you do?
There are different levels. For you, it's almost all documentary. Credit cards, phone bills, email, computer files.
Whoa.
Well, hey, think about it. Physical location, too, sometimes. Although mostly that's at the cell phone records level. That isn't very precise. I mean, I know you're staying over off of Connecticut somewhere, but you don't have an address listed right now. So maybe staying with someone else. That kind of stuff is obvious. If they wanted to, they could chip you. And your new van has a transponder. It's GPS-able.
Shit.
Everyone's is. Like transponders in airplanes. It's just a question of getting the code and locking on.
My Lord.
Frank thought it over. There was so much information out there. If someone had access to it, they could find out a tremendous amount.
Does NSF know this kind of stuff is going on with their people?
No. This is a black.
And your husband, he does what?
He's at a higher level.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But look, I don't want to talk about that now. Some other time.
When?
I don't know. Some other time.
When we meet again?
She smiled wanly. Yes, when we meet again. Right now, lighting up her watch and peering at it. Shit, I have to get back. My friends will be getting up soon. They go to work early.
Okay. You'll be okay?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And you'll call me again?
Yes. I'll need to pick my times. I need to have a clear space and be able to call you from a clean phone. There's some protocols we can establish. We'll talk about it. We'll set things up. But now I've got to go.
Okay.
A peck of a kiss, and she was off into the night. He drove his van back to the edge of Rock Creek Park, sat in the driver's seat, thinking. There was still an hour before dawn. For about half an hour it rained. The sound on the van's roof was like a steel drum with only 2 notes, both hit all the time. Caroline, married but unhappy. She had called him. She had kissed him. She knew him, in some sense, which was to say, she had him under surveillance. Some kind of security program based on the virtual wagers of some MIT computers, for Christ's sake. Perhaps that was not as bad as it first sounded. A pro forma exercise, as compared to a bad marriage. Sneaking out at 3 a.m. It was hard to know what to feel. With the first grays of dawn, the rain stopped, and he got out and walked into the park. Bird calls of various kinds. Cheeps, trills, then a night thrush, its little melodies so outrageous that at first they seemed beyond music. They were to human music as dreams were to art. Stranger, bolder, wilder. Birds singing in the forest at dawn. Singing. The rain has stopped. The day is here. I am here. I love you. I am singing." It was still pretty dark, and when he came to the gorge overlook, he pulled a little infrared scope he had bought out of his pocket, and had a look downstream to the waterhole. Big red bodies shimmering in the blackness. They looked like some of the bigger antelopes to Frank, maybe the elands. Those might bring the jaguar out. A South American predator attacking African prey, as if the Atlantic had collapsed back to this narrow ravine and they were all in Gondwanaland together. Far in the distance, he could hear the Siamang's dawn chorus. He assumed. They sounded very far away. Suddenly, something inside his chest ballooned like a throat pouch, puffed with happiness, and to himself, to Caroline, he whispered, "Oop, oop." He listened to the Siamangs and sang under his breath with them, and fitted his digital camera to the night scope to take some IR photos of the drinking animals for fog. In the growing light, he could see them now without the scope. Black on gray. He wondered if the same Siamang or gibbon made the first call every morning. He wondered if its companions were lying on branches in comfort, annoyed to be awakened, or if sleeping in the branches was uncomfortable, and all of them thus ready and waiting to get up and move with the day. Maybe this differed with animal or circumstance, as with people, so that sometimes they snoozed through those last precious moments before the noise became so raucously operatic that no one could sleep through it. Even at a distance it was a thrilling sound, and now it was the song of meeting Caroline, and he quit trying not to spook the big ungulates at the waterhole and howled, "Oop, oop, oop, oop." He felt flooded. He had never felt like this before. It was some new emotion, intense and wild. No excess of reason for him, not anymore. What would the guru say about this? Did the old man ever feel like this? Was this love, then, and him encountering it for the first time, not ever knowing before what it was? It was true, she was married, but there were worse entanglements. It didn't sound like it was going to last. He could be patient. He would wait out the situation. He would have to wait for another call, after all. Then he saw one of the gibbons or Siamangs across the ravine and upstream, swinging through branches. A small, black shape, like a big cat, but with very long arms. The classic monkey shape. He caught sight of white cheeks and knew that it was one of the gibbons. White-cheeked gibbons. The whoops had sounded miles away, but they might have been closer all along. In the forest, it was hard to judge. There were more of them, following the first. They flew through the trees like crazy trapeze artists, improvising every swing. Brachiation. Amazing. Frank photographed them too, hoping the shots might help the fog people get an ID. Brachiating through the trees, no plan or destination, just free-forming it through the branches. He wished he could join them and fly like Tarzan, but watching them, he knew just what an impossible fantasy that was. Hominids had come down out of the trees. They were no longer arboreal. Tarzan was wrong, and even his treehouse was a throwback. Upstream, the three eland looked up at the disturbance, then continued to drink their fill. Frank stood on the overlook, happily singing his rising glissando of animal joy. Oop! And speaking of animals, there was a party at the reopened National Zoo, scheduled for later that very morning. The National Zoo, perched as it was on a promontory overlooking a bend in the Rock Creek Gorge, had been hammered by the Great Flood. Lipping over from the north, the surge had rushed down to meet the rise of the Potomac, and the scouring had torn a lot of the fencing and landscaping away. Fortunately, most of the buildings and enclosures were made of heavy concrete, and where their foundations had not been undercut, they had survived intact. The National Park System had been able to fund the repairs internally, and given that most of the released animals had survived the flood, and been rounded up afterward rather easily, indeed, some had returned to the zoo site as soon as the water subsided. Repairs had proceeded with great dispatch. The friends of the National Zoo, numbering nearly 2,000 now, had pitched in with their labor and their collective memory of the park, and the reconstructed version, now opening to the public, looked very like the original, except for a certain odd rawness. The tiger and lion enclosure, at the southern end of the park, was a circular island divided into 4 quadrants, separated by a moat and a high outer wall from the human observers. The trees on the island had survived, although they looked strangely sparse and bedraggled for June. On this special morning, the returning crowd was joined by the Kembali legation, on hand to repeat their swimming tigers' welcoming ceremony, so ironically interrupted by the flood. The Quiblers were there too, of course. One of the tigers had spent 2 nights in their basement, and now they felt a certain familial interest. Anna enjoyed watching Joe as he stood in his backpack on Charlie's back, happy to be up where he could see properly, whacking Charlie on the sides of the head and shouting, "Tiger? Tiger?" "Yes, tiger," Charlie agreed, trying blindly to catch the little fists pummeling him. "Our tigers, swimming tigers." A dense crowd surrounded them, oohing together when the door to the tiger's inner sanctum opened, and a few moments later the big cats strode out, glorious in the morning sun. "Tiger! Tiger!" The crowd cheered. The tigers ignored the commotion. They padded around on the washed grass, sniffing things. One marked the big tree in their quadrant, protected from claws, if not from pee, by a new wooden cladding, and the crowd said, "Ah." Nick explained to the people around him that these were Bengal tigers that had been washed out to sea in a big flood of the Brahmaputra, not the Ganges, that they had survived by swimming together for an unknown period of time, and that the Brahmaputra's name changed to the Tsangpo after a dramatic bend upstream. Anna asked if the Ganges too hadn't been flooding at least a little bit. Joe jumped up and down in his backpack, nearly toppling forward over Charlie's head. Charlie listened to Nick, as did Frank Vanderwall, standing behind them among the Kembalis. Rudra Kakrin gave a small speech, translated by Drepung, thanking the zoo and all its people, and then the Quibblers. "Tiger, tiger, tiger!" Frank grinned to see Joe's excitement. "Oop!" he cried, imitating the gibbons, which excited Joe even more. It seemed to Anna that Frank was in an unusually good mood. Some of the Fonzies came by and gave him a big round button that said "Fog" on it, and he took another one from them and pinned it to Nick's shirt. Nick asked the volunteers a barrage of questions about the zoo animals still on the loose, at the same time eagerly perusing the fog brochure they gave him. "Have any animals gotten as far as Bethesda?" Frank replied for the funsies, allowing them to move on in their rounds. "They're finding smaller ones all over. They seem to be radiating out the tributary streams from Rock Creek. You can check the website and get all the latest sightings, and track the radio signals from the ones that have been tagged. When you join fog, you can call in GPS locations for any ferals that you see." "Cool! Can we go and look for some?" "I hope so," Frank said. "That would be fun." He looked over at Anna, and she nodded, feeling pleased. "We could make an expedition of it." "Is Rock Creek Park open yet?" "It is if you're in the fog." "Is it safe?" Anna asked. "Sure. I mean, there are parts of the gorge where the new walls are still unstable, but we would stay away from those. There's an overlook where you can see the torn-up part and the new pond where a lot of them drink." "Cool!" The larger of the swimming tigers slouched down to the moat and tested the water with his huge paw. "Tiger, tiger, tiger!" The tiger looked up. He eyed Joe, tilted back his massive head, roared briefly at what had to be the lowest frequencies audible to humans, or even lower. It was a sound mostly felt in the stomach. "Ooh," Joe said. The crowd said the same. Frank was grinning with what Anna now thought of as his true smile. "Now that's a vocalization," he said. Rudra Kakrin spoke for a while in Tibetan, and Drepung then translated. "The tiger is a sacred animal, of course. He stands for courage. When we are at home, his name is not to be said aloud. That would be bad luck. Instead, he is called King of the Mountain, or the Big Insect." "The Big Insect?" Nick repeated incredulously. "That'd just make him mad." The larger tiger, a male, padded over to the tree and raked the new cladding, leaving a clean set of claw marks on the fresh wood. The crowd oohed again. Frank hooted. "Hey, I'm going to go see if I can set the gibbons off. Nick, do you want to join me?" "To do what?" "I want to try to get the gibbons to sing. I know they've recaptured one or two." "Oh, no thanks. I think I'll stay here and keep watching the tigers." "Sure. You'll be able to hear the gibbons from here, if they do it." Eventually, the tigers flopped down in the morning shade and stared into space. The zoo people made speeches as the crowd dispersed through the rest of the zoo. Some pretty vigorous whooping from the direction of the gibbons' enclosure, nevertheless did not sound quite like the creatures themselves. After a while, Frank rejoined them, shaking his head. "There's only one gibbon couple that's been recovered. The rest are out in the park. I've seen some of them. It's neat," he told Nick. "You'll like it." Drepung came over. "Would you join our little party in the visitor center?" he asked Frank. "Sure, thanks. My pleasure." They walked up the zoo paths together to a building near the entry on Connecticut. Drepung led the Quiblers and Frank to a room in back, and Rudra Kakrin guided them to seats around a round table under a window. He came over and shook Frank's hand. "Hello, Frank. Welcome. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to sit. Eat some food. Drink some tea." Frank looked startled. "So, you do speak English?" The old man smiled. "Oh, yes, very good English. Drepung make me take lessons." Drepung rolled his eyes and shook his head. Padma and Sukandra joined them as they passed out sample cups of Tibetan tea. The cross-eyed expression on Nick's face when he smelled his cup gave Drepung a good laugh. "You don't have to try it," he assured the boy. It's like each ingredient has gone bad in a completely different way, Frank commented after a taste. Bad to begin with, Drepung said. Good, Rudra exclaimed. Good stuff. He hunched forward to slurp at his cup. He did not much resemble the commanding figure who had given the lecture at NSF, Anna thought, which perhaps explained why Frank was regarding him so curiously. So you've been taking English lessons? Frank said. Or maybe it's like Charlie said, that you spoke English all along but didn't want to tell us? Charlie say that? I was just joking, Charlie said. Charlie very funny. Yes. So you are taking lessons? I am scientist. Study English like a bug. A scientist? I am always scientist. Me too. But I thought you said at your lecture that rationality wasn't enough, that an excess of reason was a form of madness. Rudra consulted with Drepung, then said, Science is more than reason, more stronger. He elbowed Drepung, who elaborated. Rudra Kakrin uses a word for science that is something like devotion. A kind of devotion, he says. A way to honor or worship. Worship what, though? Drepung asked Rudra. Got a reply. Whatever you find, he said. Devotion is a better word than worship, maybe. Rudra shook his head, looking frustrated by the limited palette of the English language. You watch, he said in his gravelly voice, fixing Frank with a glare. Look, if you can. Seems like healing. He appealed again to Drepung. A quick exchange in Tibetan, then he forged on. Look and heal, yes. Make better. Make worse, make better. For example, take a walk. Look in, out, around, down, up and down, over and under. Ha, ha, ha. Drepung said, Yes, his English lessons are coming right along. Sukandra and Padma laughed at this, and Rudra scowled a mock scowl, so unlike his real one. He seldom sticks with one instructor for long, Padma said. Goes through them like tissues, Sukandra amplified. Oh my, Frank said. The old man returned to his tea, then said to Frank, You come to our home, please? Thank you, my pleasure. I hear it's very close to NSF. Rudra shook his head, said something in Tibetan. Drepung said, By home he means Kembalung. We are planning a short trip there, and the Rinpoche thinks you should join us. He thinks it would be a big instruction for you. I'm sure it would, Frank said, looking startled. And I'd like to see it. I appreciate him for thinking of me, but I don't know how it could work. I'm afraid I don't have much time to spare these days. Drepung nodded. True for all. The upcoming trip is planned to be short for this very reason. That is what makes it possible for the Quibler family also to join us. Again, Frank looked surprised. Drepung said, Yes, they are all coming. We planned 2 days to fly there, 4 days on Kembalung, 2 days to get back. 8 days away, but a very interesting week, I assure you. Isn't this monsoon season there? The Kembalis nodded solemnly. But no monsoon, this year or 2 previous. Big drought. Another reason to see. Frank nodded, looked at Anna and Charlie. So you're really going? Anna said, I thought it would be good for the boys, but I can't be away from work for long. Or else her head will explode, Charlie said, raising a hand to deflect Anna's elbow from his ribs. Just joking. Anyway, addressing her, you can work on the plane and I'll watch Joe. I'll watch him the whole way. Deal, Anna said swiftly.
Charlie, very funny.
Rudra said again.
Frank said, Well, I'll think it over. It sounds interesting. And I appreciate the invitation, nodding to Rudra. Thank you, Rudra said.
Sukandra raised his glass.
Tu Kembalung!
No! Joe cried. Chapter 3. Back to Kembalung. One Saturday, Charlie was out on his own, Joe at home with Anna, Nick out with Frank tracking animals. After running some errands, he browsed for a bit in second-story books, and he was replacing a volume on its shelf when a woman approached him and said, "Excuse me, can you tell me where I can find William Blake?" Surprised to be taken for an employee, they were all 25 and wore black, Charlie stared blankly at her. "He's a poet," the woman explained. Now Charlie was shocked, not only taken for a second-story clerk, but for the kind who did not know who William Blake was. "Poetry's back there," he finally got out, gesturing weakly toward the rear of the store. The woman slipped past him, shaking her head. "Fire, fire, burning bright," Charlie didn't say. "Don't forget to check the oversized art books for facsimiles of his engravings," he didn't exclaim. "In fact, he's a lot better artist than poet, I think you'll find. Most of his poetry is trippy gibberish, I think you'll find." He didn't shout. His cell phone rang, and he snatched it out of his pocket. William Blake was out of his mind. "Hello, Charlie? Charlie, is that you?" "Oh, hi, Phil. Listen, do I look to you like a person who doesn't know who William Blake was?" "I don't know, do you?" "Shit. You know, great arias are lost to the world because we do not speak our minds. Most of our best lines we never say." "I don't have that problem." "No, I guess you don't. So what's up?" "I'm following up on our conversation at the Lincoln Memorial." "Oh yeah, good. Are you going to go for it?" "I think I will, yeah." "Great. You've checked with your money people?" "Yes, that looks like it will be okay. There are an awful lot of people who want to change." "That's for sure. But, you know, do you really think you can win?" "Yes, I think so. The feedback I've been getting has been positive. But what?" Phil sighed. "I'm worried about what effect it might have on me. I mean, power corrupts, right?" "Yes, but you're already powerful." "So it's already happened, yes, thank you for that. But it's supposed to get worse, right? Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Was it William Blake who said that?" "That was Lord Acton." "Oh, yeah. But he left out the corollary. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and a little bit of power corrupts a little bit." "I suppose that must be so." "And everyone has a little bit of power." "Yes, I suppose." "So we're all a little bit corrupt." Come on, how does that not parse? It does parse. Power corrupts, and we all have power, so we're all corrupt. A perfect syllogism, if I'm not mistaken. And in fact, the only people we think of as not being corrupt are usually powerless. Prisoners of conscience, the feeble-minded, some of the elderly, saints, children. My children have power. Yes, but are they perfectly pure and innocent? Charlie thought of Joe, faking huge distress when Anna came home from work. "No, they're a little corrupt." "Well, there you go." "I guess you're right. And saints have power but aren't corrupt, which is why we call them saints. But where does that leave us? That in this world of universal corruption, you might as well be president?" "Yes, that's what I was thinking."
So then it's okay? Yes. But the sad part is that the corruption doesn't just happen to the people with power. It spreads from them. They spread it around. I know this is true because I see it. Every day people come to me because I've got some power, and I watch them debase themselves or go silly in some way. I see them go corrupt right before my eyes. It's depressing. It's like having the Midas touch in reverse, where everything you touch turns to shit. The solution is to become saint-like. Do like Lincoln. He had power, but he kept his integrity. Lincoln could see how limited his power was. Events were out of his control. That's true for us, too. Right. Good thought. I'll try not to worry. But, I'm going to need you guys. I'll need friends who will tell me the truth. We'll be there. We'll call you on everything. Good. I appreciate that. Because it's kind of a bizarre thing to be contemplating. I'm sure it is. But you might as well go for it. In for a penny, in for a pound. And we need you. You'll help me with the environmental issues? As always. I mean, I've got to take care of Joe, as you know, but I can always talk on the phone. I'm on call any time. Oh, for God's sake, here she comes again. Look, Phil, I'd better get out of here before that lady comes in to tell me that Abraham Lincoln was a president. Tell her he was a saint. Make him your patron saint and you'll be fine. Bye. That's bye, Mr. President. Under surveillance. After he had come down from the euphoria of seeing Caroline, talking to her, kissing her, planning to meet again, Frank was faced with the unsettling reality of her news. Some group in Homeland Security had him under surveillance. A creepy thought. Not that he had done anything he needed to hide, except that he had. He had tried to sink a young colleague's grant proposal in order to secure that work in a private company he had relations with, and the first part of the plan had worked. Not that that was likely to be what they were surveilling him for, but on the other hand, maybe it was. The connection to Pierzynski was apparently why they were interested in him in the first place. Evidence of what he had tried to do. Would there be any in the records? Part of the point of him proceeding had been that nothing in what he had done was in contradiction to NSF panel protocols. However, among other actions he was now reviewing, he had made many calls to Derek Gaspar, CEO of Torrey Pines Generique. In some of these, he had perhaps been indiscreet. Well, nothing to be done about that now. He could only focus on the present and the future. Thinking about this in his office, Frank stared at his computer. It was connected to the Internet, of course. It had virus protections, firewalls, encryption codes. But for all he knew, there were programs more powerful still, capable of finessing all that and probing directly into his files. At the very least, all his email. And then phone conversations, sure. Credit rating, sure. Bank records, all other financial activity, all now data for analysis by participants in some kind of virtual futures market, a market trading in newly emerging ideas, technologies, researchers. All speculated on as with any other commodity. People as commodities. Well, it wouldn't be the first time. He went out to a local cyber cafe and paid cash to get on one of the house machines. Seating himself before it with a triple espresso, he looked around to see what he could find. The first sites that came up told the story of the case of the policy analysis market proposal, which had blown up in the face of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, some time before.
John Poindexter, of Iran-Contra fame, had set up a futures market in which participants could bet on potential events in the Middle East, including possibilities like terrorist attacks and assassinations. Within a week of announcing the project, Poindexter had been forced to resign, and DARPA had cut off all funds, not just for the PAM project, but for all research into markets as predictive tools. There were protests about this at the time, from various parties convinced that markets could be powerful predictors, distilling as they did the collective information and wisdom of many people, all putting their money where their mouths were. Different people brought different expertise to the table, it was claimed, and the aggregated information was thought to be better able to predict future performance of the given commodity than any individual or single group could. This struck Frank as bullshit, but that was neither here nor there. Certainly the market fetishists who dominated their culture would not give up on such an ideologically correct idea just because of a single public relations gaffe. And indeed, Frank quickly came on news of a program called ARDA, Advanced Research and Development Activity, which had become home to both the Total Information Awareness Program and the Ideas Future Market. ARDA had been funded as part of the National Foreign Intelligence Program, which was part of an intelligence agency that had not been publicly identified. Evidence extraction, link discovery, novel intelligence from massive data. All kinds of data mining projects had disappeared with the futures market idea down this particular rabbit hole. Before it left public view, along with the rest of this kind of thing, the idea futures market concept had already been fine-tuned to deal with first iteration problems. Conditional bidding allowed participants to nuance their wagers by making them conditional on intermediary events. And this jumped out at Frank as he read. Market makers were added to the system, meaning automated bidders that were always available to trade, so that the market would stay liquid even when there were few participants. The first market maker programs had lost tremendous amounts of money, so their programmers had refined them to a point where they were able to compete successfully with live traders. Bingo. Frank's investors. The whole futures market concept had then gone black, along with ARDA itself. Wherever it was now, it undoubtedly included these programs that could trade in the futures of researchers and their ideas, predicting which would prosper by using the collective pooling of information envisioned in the Total Information Awareness concept, which had dreamed of collating all the information everywhere in the datasphere. So, virtual markets with virtual participants creating virtual results, tracked by real people in real security agencies, all part of the newly secure environment as envisioned in the Homeland Security Acts. That these people had chosen a Nazi title for their enterprise was presumably more a tribute to their ignorance and stupidity than to any evil intent. Nevertheless, it was not reassuring. Briefly, Frank wondered if he could learn enough to do some reverse transcription and use this system against itself. Google bombing was one method that had successfully distorted the datasphere, placing information in ways that caused it to radiate out through the system inaccurately. That particular method had been countered by blockers, but other methods remained out there, using the cascading recombinant math that was part of the algorithm family that both Frank and Jan Pierzynski studied. Pierzynski was the young hotshot, blazing out into new territory, but it was Frank who had recognized what his newly powerful algorithm might do in the real world. Now, maybe he had identified another potential application, Jan never would. He was one of those mathematicians who just didn't care about other stuff. There were theorists and there were engineers, and then there were the few who straddled the two realms, identifying the theories that were most likely to bear fruit in real-world accomplishment, and could suggest to engineering types how they might go about implementing things. That was Frank's ability as he saw it, and now he wondered how one might formulate the problem for a mathematician, and then an engineering team. Frank almost called Edgardo, as a fellow realm straddler, to ask him what he knew, because, among other factors, Edgardo had come to NSF from DARPA. DARPA was like NSF in that it staffed itself mostly with visiting scientists, although DARPA's stints were usually 3 to 4 years, rather than 1 or 2. Edgardo, however, had only lasted there a year. He had never said much about why, only once remarking that his attitude had not been appreciated. Certainly, his views on this surveillance matter would be extremely interesting. But, of course, Frank couldn't call him. Even his cell phone might be bugged, and Edgardo's too. Suddenly he recalled that workman in his new office, installing a power strip. Could a power strip include a splitter that would direct all data flowing through it in more than one direction? And a mic, and so on? Probably so. He would have to talk to Edgardo in person, and in a private venue. Running with the lunchtime runners would give him a chance at that. The group often strung out along the paths. He needed to know more. Already he wished Caroline would call again. He wanted to talk to everyone implicated in this. Jan Pierzynski, meaning Marta, too, which would be hard. Terrible, in fact. But Marta had moved to Atlanta with Jan, and they lived together there, so there would be no avoiding her. And then Francesca Taulini, who had arranged for Jan's hire by a company she consulted for, in the same way Frank had hoped to. Did she suspect that Frank had been after Jan? Did she know how powerful Jan's algorithm might be? He Googled her. Turned out, among many interesting things, that she was helping to chair a conference at MIT coming soon, on bioinformatics and the environment. Just the kind of event Frank might attend. NSF even had a group going already, he saw, to talk about the new federal institutes. Meet with her first, then go to Atlanta to meet with Jan. Would that make his stock in the virtual market rise, triggering more intense surveillance? An unpleasant thought. He grimaced. He couldn't evade most of this surveillance. He had to continue to behave as if it wasn't happening. Or rather, treat his actions as also being experiments in the sensitivity of the surveillance. Visit Taulini and Pierzynski, sure, and see if that gave his stock a bump. Though he would need detailed information from Caroline to find out anything about that. He emailed the NSF travel office and had them book him flights to Boston and back. A day trip ought to do it. Some mornings he woke to the sound of rain ticking onto his roof and the leaves. Dawn light, muted and wet. He lay in his sleeping bag watching grays turn silver. His roof extended far beyond the edges of his plywood floor. When he had all the lines and bungee cords right, the clear plastic quivered tautly in the wind, shedding its myriad deltas of water. Looking up at it, Frank lay comfortably, entirely dry, except for that ambient damp that came with rain, no matter what one did. Same with all camping, really. but mostly dry. And there he was, high in the forest, in the rain, in a rain-forest canopy, encased in the splashing of 1,000,000 drips, and the wet whoosh of the wind in the branches, remaining dry and warm, watching it all. Yes, he was an arboreal primate, lying on his foam pad, half in his sleeping bag, looking through an irregular bead curtain of water falling from the edge of his roof. A silvery green morning. Often he heard the other arboreal primates greeting the day. These days they seemed to be sleeping on the steep slope across the creek from him. The first cry of the morning would fill the gorge, low and liquid at first, a strange cross between siren and voice. It never failed to send a shiver down his spine. That was something hardwired. No doubt the hominid brain included a musical capacity that was not the same as its language capacity. These days, people tended to use their musical brains only for listening, thus missing the somatic experience of making it. With that gone, the full potential of the experience was lost. Oop! Singing, howling, it all felt so good. Ooh, ooh, da. Something else to consider writing about. Music as primate precursor to language. He would add it to his list of possible papers, already scores, if not hundreds, of titles long. He knew he would never get to them, but they ought to be written. He had extended his roof to cover the cut in the railing and floor through which he dropped onto his rope ladder, and so he was able to descend to the ground without getting very wet. Onto the forest floor, not yet squishy, out to his van, around D.C. on the Beltway, making the first calls of the day over his headset. Stop in at Optimodal, singing under his breath, "I'm optimodal today, optimodal today." Into the weight room, where, it being 6 a.m., Diane was working on one of the leg machines. Familiar hellos, a bit of chat about the rain and her morning calls, often to Europe, to make use of the time difference. It was turning out to be a very cool summer in Europe, and rainstorms were being welcomed as signs of salvation, but the environmental offices there were full of foreboding. Shower, change, walk over to NSF with Diane. Amazing how quickly people developed sets of habits. They could not do without them, Frank had concluded. Even his improvised life was full of them. It might be said that now he had an array of habits that he had to choose from, a kind of menu. Up to his office, check phone messages and email, get coffee, start on the messages that needed action, and the making of a daily things-to-do list out of the standing one on the whiteboard. Bit of breakfast when his stomach reminded him it was being neglected. One of his things to do was to attend another of Diane's meetings late that morning, this one attended by various division heads, including Anna, and some members of the science board. Diane had been busy organizing her own sense of the climate problem, structuring it in the broadest terms possible. First, however, she had some good news to share. The appropriations committees in Congress had streamlined approval of $2 billion for NSF to engage with climate issues as soon as possible. They want us to take action, they said, but in a strictly scientific manner. Edgardo snorted. They want a silver bullet, some kind of technical fix that will make all the problems go away without any suffering on Wall Street. That doesn't matter, Diane said. They're funding us, and we'll be making the determinations as to what might work. She clicked to the first of her PowerPoint pages. Okay. Global environmental problem, having to do with habitat degradation and 100 parts per million rise in atmospheric carbon, resulting in species loss and food insecurity. You can divide it into land, ocean, and atmosphere. On land, we have loss of topsoil, desertification, and in some places, flooding. In the oceans, we have sea level rise, either slow because of general warming, already happening, or else fast, as a result of the West Antarctic ice sheet detaching. Probability of the Antarctic ice sheet coming off is very hard to calculate. Then also thermohaline circulation, in particular the North Atlantic stall in the Great World Current. Also fisheries depletion. Also coral reef loss. The oceans are more of a source of trouble than we're used to thinking. In the atmosphere, carbon dioxide buildup, of course, very well known, but also methane and other more powerful greenhouse gases. She clicked to the next slide. Let's start with atmosphere, particularly the carbon dioxide aspect. Now up to 400 parts per million from 280 before the Industrial Revolution. Clearly, we need to slow down how much CO2 we're putting into the atmosphere, despite the industrialization of China, India, and many other places. Then also, it would be interesting to see if we could remove and sequester from the atmosphere any significant amounts of CO2 that are already up there. Drawdown studies, these are sometimes called. What's putting carbon into the atmosphere? The bulk of it comes from energy production and cars. We've been burning fossil fuels to create electricity and to move us and our stuff around. If we had cleaner technologies to create electricity and to power transport, we would put less carbon in the air. So, we need cleaner cars and cleaner energy production. There's been a lot of work done on both fronts, with some very exciting possibilities explored, but bottom line, the oil and car industries are very big, and they work together to obstruct research and development of cleaner technologies that might replace them. Partly because of their lobbying here in D.C., research into cleaner technologies is underfunded, even though some of the new methods show real promise. Some are even ready to go and could make a difference very rapidly, but are still too expensive to compete financially, especially given the initial costs in installing a new infrastructure, whatever it might be. So, given this situation, I think we have to identify the 2 or 3 most promising options in each big carbon area, energy and transport, and then immediately support these options in a major way. Pilot projects, maybe, competitions with prizes, certainly suggested tax structures and incentives to get private enterprise investing in it.
Make carbon credits really expensive, Frank said. Make gas really expensive, Edgardo said.
Yes, these are more purely economic or political fixes. We will run into political resistance on those.
You will run into political resistance on all these fronts.
Yes, but we have to work for everything that looks like it will help, political resistance or not. More and more, I'm convinced that this will have to be a multidisciplinary effort in the largest sense. The front is very broad, and we can't avoid the awkward parts just because they've got difficulties. I was just mentioning them. She clicked to her next slide. Cars. It takes about 10 years to replace the fleet of cars on the road, so we need to start now if anything is to be done in a relevant time period. Fuel cell cars, electric, hydrogen. Also, there are some things we could do right away with the current models. Increase fuel efficiency, of course. Could be legislated. Also, fuel flexibility. There is a device that could be added to every conventional car that would enable it to burn gas, ethanol, or methanol. Adds only a couple $100 per vehicle. It, too, could be legislated to be a requirement. This would have a national security aspect, which is to say, if we are unexpectedly cut off from foreign oil supplies, everyone could still burn ethanol in their cars, and we wouldn't be completely crippled.
Ethanol still puts carbon into the atmosphere,
Frank pointed out. Yes, but it's made from biological material that has been drawn down from the atmosphere when the plant material grew. On the plant's death, it was going to rot and enter the atmosphere as carbon anyway. If you burn it and put it in the atmosphere, you can then also draw it back down in the plants that you use for later fuel, so that it becomes a closed-loop system where there is no net gain of carbon in the atmosphere, even though you have moved lots of transport. Whereas burning oil and coal adds new carbon to the atmosphere, carbon that was very nicely sequestered before we burned it. So ethanol is better, and it's available right now and works in current cars. Most of the other technologies for cleaner power are a decade away in terms of research and development. So it's nice that we have something we can deploy immediately. A bridge technology. Clearly, this should happen right now.
If it weren't for the political obstructions.
Yes, maybe this is an issue where we have to try to educate Congress, the administration, and the people. Think about how we might do that. But now, on to cleaner energy production. Diane clicked slides again. Here again we already have proven options in the form of all the renewables, many of them working and ready to be expanded. Wind, geothermal, solar, and so on. The one with tremendous potential for growth is, of course, solar power. The technological difficulties in transferring sunlight to electricity are complicated enough that there are competing designs for improvement, still struggling to show superiority over the other methods. So one thing we can do is to help identify which ones to pursue with a big effort. Photovoltaic research, of course, but also we need to look at these flexible mirror systems, directing light to heatable elements that transform the heat into electricity. Further down the line, there is also the prospect of space solar, gathering the sunlight in space and beaming it down.
Wouldn't that require help from NASA?
Yes, NASA should be part of this. A really big booster is a prerequisite for any conceivable space solar, naturally.
And what about DOE?
Well, perhaps. We have to acknowledge that some federal agencies have been captured by the industries they are supposed to regulate. Clearly, the Department of Energy is one of these. They should have been taking the lead on clean energy, but they began as the Atomic Energy Commission, so for a while they would only look at nuclear, and now they are creatures of the oil industry. So they have been obstructions to innovation for many years. Whether that can change now, I don't know. I suspect the only good that can come from them is some version of clean coal. If coal can be gasified, it's possible its carbon and methane could be captured and sequestered before burning. That would be good, if they can pull it off. But beyond that, the unfortunate truth is that DOE is more likely to be one of the impediments to our efforts than a help. We will have to do what we can to engage them and dance around any obstacles they might set up. She clicked again. Now, carbon capture and sequestering. Here, the hope is that ways can be found to draw down some of the CO2 already in the atmosphere. That could be a big help, obviously. There are proven mechanical means to do this, but the scale of anything we could afford to build is much too small. If anything's going to work, it almost certainly will have to be biological. The first and most obvious method here is to grow more plants. Reforestation projects are thus helpful in more ways than one, as stabilizing soil, restoring habitat, growing energy, and growing building materials, all while drawing down carbon. Poplars are often cited as very fast growers with a significant drawdown possibility. The other biological method suggested would involve some hypothetical engineered biological system taking more carbon out of the atmosphere than it does now. This brings biotech into the game, and it could be a crucial player. It might have the possibility of working fast enough to help us in the short term. For a while, they discussed the logistics of initiating all the efforts Diane had sketched out so far, and then Anna took over the PowerPoint screen. She said, "Another carbon sequestration, in effect, would be to not burn oil that we would have using our current practices, meaning conservation. It could make a huge difference. Since the United States is the only country living at American consumption levels, if we here decided to consume less, it would significantly reduce world consumption levels." She clicked to a slide titled Carbon Values. It consisted of a list of phrases: conservation, preservation, fuel efficiency, carbon taxes, voluntary simplicity, stewardship, right action, religion, sustainability, permaculture, leaving healthy support system for the subsequent generations. Edgardo was shaking his head. This Amishization, as the engineers call it, this voluntary simplicity movement, it is not going to work. Not only are we fond of our comforts and toys, and lazy too, but there is a $50 billion a year industry fighting any such change, called advertising. Anna said, "Maybe we could hire an advertising firm to design a series of voluntary simplicity ads to be aired on certain cable channels." Edgardo grinned. "Yes, I would enjoy to see that, but there is a $10 trillion a year economy that also wants more consumption. It's like we're working within the body of a cancerous tumor. It's hopeless, really. We will simply charge over the cliff like lemmings." "Real lemmings don't actually run off cliffs," Anna quibbled. "People might change. People change all the time. It just depends on what they want." She had been looking into this matter, which she jokingly called macrobioinformatics, researching, refining, and even inventing various rubrics by which people could evaluate their consumption levels quantitatively, with the idea that if they saw exactly what they were wasting, they would cut back and save money. The best known of these rubrics, as she explained, were the various ecological footprint measurements. These had been originally designed for towns and countries, but Anna had worked out methods for households as well, and now she passed around a chart illustrating one method, with a statistical table that illustrated her earlier point that since Americans were the only ones in the world living at American consumption levels, any reduction here would disproportionately shrink the total world footprint. "The whole thing should be translated into money values at every step," Edgardo said. "Put it in the best way everyone in this culture can understand, the cost in dollars and cents. Forget the acreage stuff. People don't know what an acre is anymore, or what you can expect to extract from it." "Education, good," Diane said. "That's already part of our task as defined, and it will help to get the kids into it." Edgardo cackled. "Okay, maybe they will go for it, but also the economists should be trying to invent an honest accounting system that doesn't keep exteriorizing costs. When you exteriorize costs onto future generations, you can make any damn thing profitable, but it isn't really true. I warn you, this will be one of the hardest things we might try. Economics is incorrigible. They call it the dismal science, but actually, it's the happy religion." Frank tended to agree with Edgardo's skepticism about these kinds of social interventions, and his own interests lay elsewhere, in the category Diane had labeled mitigation projects. Now, she took back the PowerPoint from Anna and clicked to a list which included several of the suggestions Frank had made to her earlier. 1. Establishing one or more national institutes for the study of abrupt climate change and its mitigation, analogous to Germany's Max Planck Institutes. 2. Establishing grants and competitions designed to identify and fund mitigation work judged crucial by NSF. 3. Reviewing the already existing federal agencies to find potentially helpful projects they had undertaken or proposed, and coordinate them. All good projects, but it was the next slide, remedial action now, that was the most interesting to Frank. One of the obvious places to start here was with the thermohaline circulation stall. Diane had gotten a complete report from Kenzo and his colleagues at NOAA, and her tentative conclusion was that the great world current, though huge, was sensitive in a non-linear way to small perturbations, which meant it might respond sensitively to small interventions if they could be directed well. So, Diane concluded, this had to be investigated. How big a sea surface was critical to downwelling? How precisely could they pinpoint potential downwelling sites? How big a volume of water were they talking about? If they needed to make it saltier in order to force it to start sinking again, how much salt were they talking about? Could they start new downwellings in the north, where they used to happen? Kenzo's eyes were round. He met Frank's gaze, waggled his eyebrows like Groucho. Pretty interesting stuff. We have to do something, Diane declared, without glancing at Frank. He thought, she's been convinced. I was at least part of that. The Gulf Stream is an obvious place to look at remediation, but there are lots of other ideas for direct intervention, and they need to be evaluated and prioritized according to various criteria: cost, effectiveness, speed, all that. Edgardo grinned. So, we are going to become global biosphere managers. We are going to terraform the Earth. We already are, Diane replied. The problem is, we don't know how. Later that day, Frank joined the noon running group, going with Edgardo and Kenzo down to the gym to dress and join Bob and Clark from the Antarctic program on the 7th floor. The group was sometimes larger than this, sometimes smaller. They ran various routes, usually on old rail beds now converted into bike and running trails, all through the area. Their usual lunchtime special ran parallel to Route 66 east for a while, then back around the curve of the Potomac and west back to NSF. They ran at talking speed, which for this group meant about an 8-minute mile pace. A lot of the talking came from Edgardo, riffing on one thing or another. He liked to make connections. He liked to question things. He didn't believe in anything. Even the scientific method was to him a kind of ad hoc survival attempt, a not very successful concoction of emergency coping mechanisms. Which belief did not, however, keep him from working maniacally on every project thrown his way, nor from partying late almost every night at various Latin venues. He was from Buenos Aires originally, and this, he said, explained everything about him. All of us porteños are the same. There's no one like you, Edgardo, Bob pointed out. On the contrary, in Buenos Aires everyone is like me. How else could we survive? We've lived the end of the world 10 times already. What to do after that? You just put Piazzolla on the box and dance on, my friend. You laugh like a fool. You certainly do, Frank didn't say. Of course, Edgardo also did mathematics, with applications in quantum computing, cryptology, and bioalgorithms, the last of which was the only aspect of his work that Frank understood. It was clear to him that at DARPA, Edgardo must have had his fingers in all kinds of pies, subjects that Frank was much more interested in now than he had ever been before. Where it paralleled Highway 66, the running path became a thin concrete walk immediately north of the freeway, between the cars and the sound wall, with only a chain-link fence separating them from the roaring traffic to their right. The horribleness of it always made Edgardo grin. At midday, when they usually ran, it was totally exposed to the sun, but there was nothing for it but to put your head down and sweat through the smog. "You really should run with an umbrella hat on like I do." Edgardo looked ridiculous with this tall contraption on his saturnine head, but he claimed it kept him cool. "That's what hair is for, right? Male pattern baldness has taken that away as an option for me, as I am sure you have noticed. Wouldn't that make baldness maladaptive? Maladaptive in more ways than heat control, my friend. Did you read that book, Why We Run? Explains how everything about us comes from adaptations to running, even hair staying on the tops of our heads." Edgardo made a rude noise. "Why we run, why we love, why we reason, all these are the same. They are simply titles for the bestseller list." "Why We Run" was good, Frank objected. It had stuff on the physiology of endurance, and it talked about how many native peoples ran animals down over a matter of several days, even deer and antelope. The animals were faster, but the chase group would keep on pounding away until they wore the animals out. Tortoise and hare. I'm definitely a tortoise. I'm going to write one called Why We Shit, Edgardo declared. I'll go into all the details of digestion and compare ours to other species, and describe all the poisons we take in and then have to process or pass through or get poisoned by. By the time I'm done, no one will ever want to eat again. So it could be the next diet book, too. That's right. Atkins, South Beach, and me. The Alfonso Diet. Eat nothing but information. Digest that for once and never shit at all. Like on Atkins, right? They left 66 for the river, passed through trees, and then the sun beat down on them again. "What did you think of Diane's meeting?" Frank asked Edgardo when they were bringing up the rear. "That was pretty good," Edgardo said. "Diane is really going for it. Whoever heads these agencies can make a lot of difference in how they function, I think. There are constraints on what each agency does, and the turf battles are fierce. But if an agency head were to get an idea and go after it aggressively, it could get interesting. So it's good to have her pushing. What's going to surprise her is what vicious opposition she's going to get from certain other agencies. There are people out there really committed to the status quo, let us say." They caught up with Bob and Kenzo and Clark, who were discussing the various odd climate interventions they had heard proposed. Bob said, "I like the one about introducing a certain bacterial agent to animal feed that would then live in the gut and greatly reduce methane production. Animal flatulence avoidance feed, AF, the sound of Congress laughing when they hear about that one. But it's a good idea. Methane is a much stronger greenhouse gas than CO2, and it's mostly biologic in origin. It wouldn't be much different than putting vitamin A in soy sauce. They've done that and saved millions of kids from rickets. How is it different?" They laughed at Bob, but he was convinced that if they acted boldly, they could alter the climate deliberately and for the good. Kenzo wasn't so sure. Edgardo didn't think so. "Just think of it as something like the Manhattan Project," Bob said. "A war against disaster. Or like Apollo." Edgardo was his usual acid bath. "I wonder if you are fantasizing physically or politically." Well, we obviously can change the atmosphere because we have. Yes, but now we've triggered abrupt change. Global warming is a problem that could have taken centuries to fix, and now we have 3 years. Maybe less, Kenzo bragged. Well, heck, Bob said, unperturbed. It'll be a matter of making things up as we go along. Frank liked the sound of that. They ran in silence for a while. Fleeting consciousness of the pack. Immersion in the moment. Slipping slickly in your own sweat. Hotter than hell out here. After these runs, Frank would shower and spend the afternoons working, feeling sharper than at any other time of the day. Mornings were for talking and prepping. Afternoons were for work. Even algorithm work, where the best he could do these days was to try to understand Jan's papers, now growing scarcer, as small delivery made his work confidential. There was always more to do than there was time to get it done, so he pitched into the items on the list and set his watch's alarm for 5, a trick he had picked up from Anna, so he would not forget and work deep into the evening. Then he cranked until it beeped. These hours disappeared in a subjective flow where they felt like minutes. More work was accomplished than there is time to tell, ranging from discussions in-house to communications with other people in other organizations, to the endless Sisyphean labor of processing jackets, which is what they called the grant proposals. Never mind, they were all on screen now. No matter how high in the foundation a person got, and no matter how important his or her other tasks might be, there was always the inevitable question from above. How many jackets did you process today? And so really, there was no conceivable end to the work that could be done. Given Diane's interests now, there could never be enough networking with the outside world, and this, of course, brought Frank news of what everyone else was doing, and sometimes in the afternoons, first listening to a proposal to genetically engineer kelp to produce bulbs filled with ready-to-burn carbohydrates, then talking for an hour with the UNEP officer in town to plan a tidal energy capture system that placed a barge on a ratcheted piling in the tidal zone. Then, conferring with a group of NGO science officers concerning the Antarctic Microwave Project, and then speaking to people in an engineering consortium of government, university, industry groups about cheap, efficient photovoltaics. He would come out of it to the high beeping of his watch alarm, dizzy at the touch of the technological sublime, feeling that a good array of plans existed already, that if they could enact this array, it would go a long way toward averting catastrophe. Perhaps they were already in the process of doing so. It was actually hard to tell. So much was happening at any one time that any description of the situation had some truth in it, from desperate crisis, extinction event totally ignored, to minor problems robustly dealt with. It was, therefore, necessary to forge on in ignorance of the whole situation. He put the finishing touches on the RFP for the Maxes, while also reassuring those in the NSF hardcore who felt that the Foundation was thereby creating its own evolutionary successors. It was easy in these arguments to see the way people thought of agencies in terms of human qualities, so that the agencies ended up behaving in the world like individuals in terms of power, will, skills, and effectiveness. Some were amazingly effective for their size. Others were permanently hampered by personality and history. NSF's $10 billion a year made it a fairly small player on the national and world stage, but it was in a critical position, like the coxswain on a rowing team. It could coordinate the other scientific bodies, and to a certain extent, industry, and exerting itself in that way, as it was now under Diane's direction, there seemed to be some kind of tail-wagging dog possibilities, not unsupported even by the most reputable and straightforward of cascade mathematics. All the suprahuman personalities represented by the various scientific bodies were mutually reinforcing each other now, in a kind of ad hoc team surge against the problem at hand. Anna had already helped them to identify the scientific infrastructural elements currently in place in the federal government and internationally, and transfer of infrastructure programs initiated as a result of her studies were already getting assistance and equipment. In Frank's mind, when he thought about it, science itself began to look like a pack on the move, big, shadowy figures loping across the cave wall into the fray. So he did his part, working hard in the building, learning about the West Antarctic ice sheet and its potential detachment from its seabed perch, learning of plans to run oil tankers and other shipping over the pole from Japan to Scotland and Norway and back, halving the distance and making the Arctic Sea a trading lake like the Mediterranean. Then his watch alarm would go off, surprising him again, and it was off into the long, green end of the day, livid and perspiring. Happy at the sudden release from the sitting at desk, the abstract thinking, the global anxiety, cave painting, atlas figure, desperate effort to hold world aloft. Because all that was only part of the optimodal project. Looking for animals, playing chess with chessman, reading in the restaurants, sleeping in his tree. These summer days usually cooled off a little in the last hour before dark. The sun disappeared into the forest, and then in the remaining hour or two of light, if Frank had managed to get over to Rock Creek Park in time, he would join the frisbee golfers and run through the shadows, throwing a disc and chasing it. Chasing the other players. Frank loved the steeplechase aspect of it, and the way it made him feel afterward. The things it taught him about himself. Once he was running full tilt, and a stride came down on a concealed hole, with only his toes catching the far side, but by the time he was aware of that, his foot and leg had stiffened enough that he had already pushed off, using only the toes. How had he done that? No warning, instant reaction. How had there been time? In thousandths of a second, his body had sensed the absence of ground, stiffened the appropriate muscles by the appropriate amount, and launched into an improvised solution, giving him about the same velocity a normal stride would have had. Another time, the reverse happened, and he stepped on a hidden bump under the front of his foot. But he knew that only after he had already given up on the stride and was catching himself on the other foot, thus saving himself a sprained ankle. Things like this happened all the time. So just how fast was the brain? It appeared to be almost inconceivably fast, and in those split seconds, extremely creative and decisive. Indeed, running steeplechase and watching what his body did, especially after unforeseen problems were solved, Frank had to conclude that he was the inadvertent jailer of a mute genius. His running foot would come down on nothing at all. He would fly forward in a tuck and roll, somersault back to his feet, and run on as if he had practiced the move for years, only better. How could it be? Who did that? 11 million bits of data per second were taken in at the sensory endings of the nervous system, he read. In each second, All incoming data were scanned, categorized, judged for danger, prioritized, and reacted to. This going on continuously, second after second, and at the same time, his brain was doing all that unconsciously. In his conscious mentation, he could be singing with the birds, or focusing on a throw, or thinking about what it meant to be under surveillance. Parallel processing of different activities in the parcellated mind at different speeds, taking from near instantaneous to a matter of years, if not decades. Thus the joy of running in the forest, giving him little glimpses of the great unconscious mind. Throwing was just as fun as running, or even more so, being more conscious and easier to notice. He looked, aimed, calculated, tried for a certain result. It had none of running's effortless adjustment. It was much more erratic and imprecise. Still, when the disc flew through the trees to its target and crashed into the chains and fell in a basket, it shared some of the miraculous quality of his tumbles. It did not seem physically possible. And if he thought about it too much, he could not do it. His throws immediately degenerated into Waldo approximations. You had to play unconscious, letting unfelt parts of the brain do the calculating, while still consciously directing that the throws be attempted. So he played on, in a kind of ecstatic state. There was some quality to the game that seemed to transcend sports as he had known them. Not even climbing resembled it. Surely it was closely analogous to the hominid hunting and gathering experience that was central to the emergence of humanity. As Frank ran the park with the guys, he sometimes thought about how it might have gone. I throw the rock. I throw the rock at the rabbit. I throw the rock at the rabbit in order to kill it. If I kill the rabbit, I will eat it. I am hungry. If I throw well, I will not be hungry. A rock of fist size was thrown just so. The first scientist. Rock of just this size, of just this weight, was thrown at just under the full velocity of which one was capable, at a trajectory beginning just above horizontal. It hit the rabbit in the leg, but the rabbit ran away. When a rock hits a rabbit in the head, it will usually stop. Hypothesis. Test it again. The players collapsed at the end, sat around the final hole, puffing and sweating. 42 minutes, 10 seconds, Robert read from his watch. Pretty good. We were made to do this, Frank said. We evolved to do this. The others merely nodded. We don't do it, Robin said. The gods do it through us. Robin is pre-breakdown of the bicameral mind. Frisbee is Robin's religion. Well, of course, Robin said. Oh, come on, Spencer scolded, untying his fiery dreads from their topknot. It's bigger than that. Frank laughed with the others. It is, Spencer insisted. Bigger and older. Older than religion? Older than humanity. Older than Homo sapiens. Frank stared at Spencer, surprised by this chiming with his evolutionary musings. How do you mean? Spencer grabbed his gold disc by its edge. There's a prehistoric tool called the Acheulean hand axe. They were made for hundreds of thousands of years without any changes in design. 500,000 years. That makes it a lot older than Homo sapiens. It was a Homo erectus tool. And the thing is, the archaeologists named them hand axes without really knowing what they were. They don't actually look like they would make good hand axes. How so? Frank said. They're sharpened all the way around. So where are you going to hold the thing? There isn't a good place to hold it if you hit things with it. So it couldn't have been a hand axe. And yet there are millions of them in Africa and Europe. There are dry lake beds in Africa where the shorelines are coated with these things. Bifaces, Frank said, looking at his golf disc and remembering illustrations in articles he had read. But they weren't round. No, but almost. And they're flat. That's the main thing. If you were to throw one, it would fly like a frisbee. You couldn't kill anything very big. You could kill small things, and this guy Calvin says you could spook bigger animals. Hobbes doesn't agree, Robert put in. No, really, Spencer cried, grinning. This is a real theory. This is what archaeologists are saying now about these bifaces. They even call it the killer frisbee theory. The others laughed. But it's true, Spencer insisted, whipping his dreads side to side. It's obviously true. You can feel it when you throw. You can, Rastaman. Everyone can. He appealed to Frank. Am I right? You are right, Frank said, still laughing at the idea. I sort of remember that killer frisbee theory. I'm not sure it ever got very far. So, scientists are not good at accepting new theories. Well, they like evidence before they do that. Sometimes things are just too obvious. You can't be throwing out a theory just because people think frisbees are some kind of hippie thing. Which they are, Robert pointed out. Frank said, No, you're right. Still, he had to laugh. Listening to Spencer was like seeing himself in a funhouse mirror, hearing one of his theories being parodied by an expert mimic. The wild glee in Spencer's blue eyes suggested there was some truth to this interpretation. He would have to be more careful in what he said. But the facts of the situation remained and could not be ignored. His unconscious mind, his deep mind, was at that very moment humming happily through all its parcellations. It was a total response. Deep inside lay an ancient ability to throw things at things, waiting patiently for its moment of redeployment. That was good, he said as he got up to leave. Google Acheulean hand axes, Spencer said. You'll see. The next day, Frank did that, and found it was pretty much as Spencer had said. Certain anthropologists had proposed that the rapid evolutionary growth of the human brain was caused by the mentation necessary for throwing things at a target, and a subset of these considered the bi-faced hand axes to be their projectiles of choice. Killer frisbees, as one William Calvin indeed called them. Used to stampede animals at waterholes, he claimed, after which the hominids pounced on animals knocked over by the rush. The increase in predictive power needed to throw the flattened rocks accurately had led to the brain's frontal lobe growth. Frank still had to laugh, despite his will to believe. As one of the editors of the Journal of Sociobiology, he had seen a lot of crazy theories explaining hominid evolution, and he recognized immediately that this was another specimen to add to the list. But so what? It was as plausible as most of the others, and given his recent experiences in the park, more convincing than many. He stared at a website photo of a hand axe as he thought about his life in the park. He had written commentaries for the journal suggesting that people would be healthier if they lived more like their Paleolithic ancestors had. Not that they should starve themselves from time to time, or needed to kill all the meat they ate, just that incorporating more Paleolithic behaviors might increase health and well-being. After all, a fairly well-identified set of behaviors repeated for many generations, had changed their ancestors a great deal, had created the species Homo sapiens, had blown their brains up like balloons. Surely these were behaviors most likely to lead to well-being now. And to the extent they neglected these behaviors and sat around inside boxes as if they were nothing but brains and fingertips, the unhealthier and unhappier they would be. Frank clicked to this commentary and its list of all the Paleolithic behaviors anthropologists had ever proposed as a stimulant to the great brain expansion. How many of these behaviors was he performing now? Talking. He talked much of the day. Walking upright. He hiked a lot in the park. Running. He ran with Edgardo's group and the Frisbee guys. Dancing. He seldom danced, but he did sometimes skip along the park trails while vocalizing. Singing. Homeless, homeless, oop. Stalking animals. He tracked the feral in the park for fog. Throwing things at things. He threw his Frisbees at the baskets. Looking at fire. He looked at the bros' awful fire. Having sex. Well, he was trying, and Caroline had kissed him. Dealing with the opposite sex more generally. Caroline, Diane, Marta, Anna, Lavetta, etc. Cooking and eating the Paleolithic diet. Research this. Hard to cook, but not impossible. Gathering plants to eat. He did not do that. Must consider. Killing animals for food. He did not want to do that, but Frisbee golf was the surrogate. Experiencing terror. He did not want to do that either. It appeared by these criteria that he was living a pretty healthy life. The Paleolithic pleasures, plus modern dental care. What could be nicer? Optimodal in the best possible sense. He went back to the Acheulean hand axe link list and checked out a commercial site called Montana Artifacts. It turned out that this site offered for sale an Acheulean axe found near Madrid, dated at between 200,000 and 400,000 years old. Classic teardrop-shaped of a fine textured gray quartzite. The surface has taken a smooth, lustrous polish on the exposed faces. Superb specimen. $195. With a few taps on his keyboard, Frank bought it. Primates in airplanes. Ack! Flying now made Frank a little nervous. He gripped his seat arms, reminded himself of the realities of risk assessment, fell asleep. He woke when they started descending toward Logan. Landing on water, whoa! But no. The runway showed up in the nick of time, as always. Then into Boston, a city Frank liked. The conference was at MIT, with some meetings across the river at Boston University. Quickly, Frank saw that getting an opportunity to talk in private with Dr. Taulini would be hard. She was involved with the organization of the event, and much in demand. The one time Frank saw her alone, in the hall before her own presentation, she was talking on her cell phone. But she saw him and waved him over, quickly ending her call. "Hello, Frank. I didn't know you were going to be here." "I decided to come at the last minute." Good. You're going to tell us about these new institutes." "That's right. But I'd like to talk to you one-on-one about them, if you have the time. I know you're busy." "Yes, but let's see." Checking her cell phone's calendar, "Can you meet me at the end of my talk?" "Sure. I'm going to be there anyway." "That's very nice." Her talk was on algorithms for reading the genomes of methanogens. She spoke rapidly and emphatically, very used to the limelight, a star, even at MIT, which tended to be an all-star team. Stylish in a gray silk dress, black hair cut at shoulder length, framing a narrow face with distinct, even chiseled features. Big, brown eyes under thick black eyebrows, roving the audience between slides, conveying a powerful impression of intelligence and vivacity, of pleasure in the moment. After her talk, many people, mostly men, clustered around her with what seemed to Frank a more than scientific interest. Turning to answer a question, she saw him and smiled. "I'll be just a minute." Tiny rush of pleasure at that. "Ha-ha, I get to take the beauty away. Oop!" Her voice was low and scratchy. Indeed, it would be nasal if it weren't so low. A kind of oboe or bassoon sound, very attractive. Some kind of accent, maybe Boston Italian, but so faint it was impossible for Frank to identify. Then the others had been dealt with, and he was the only one left. He smiled awkwardly, feeling alert and on edge. "Nice talk." "Oh, thanks. Shall we go outside? I could use some coffee and maybe a bite." "Sure, that would be nice." They walked out into the bright sunlight on the Charles. Francesca suggested a kiosk on the other side of the Mass Ave bridge, and Frank followed her onto it happily. Boston's river was full of light, open to the wind. It had good feng shui. They talked about the dedicated institutes that NSF was planning, and Francesca said she had done a postdoc at the Max Planck in Bremen and been impressed. Then they reached the kiosk, bought lattes and scones, walked back onto the bridge. Frank stopped to look at a women's 8, sculling underneath them like a big water bug. He would have liked to linger there, but Francesca shivered. "I get cold out here," she said. "It's like Bird said. The coldest he ever got was on the bridges over the Charles." "Bird, the polar explorer?" "Yes. My husband did work on the Greenland ice cores, and he likes to read the polar classics. He told me Bird said that because I was always complaining about how cold I get." "Well, okay. Back to land, then." "There's some benches in the sun just over there." She pointed. "Didn't Bird fake getting to the poles?" She laughed. "Maybe that explains why here is the coldest he ever got." "No, but didn't he?" "I don't know, but he definitely wintered on the Ross ice shelf." "You couldn't do that now." "Sure you could. There are people living on the big pieces of it still floating around. That's what Jack tells me. Icebergs as big as Massachusetts, and so people have settled on them." "Fun. What does he do?" "Paleoclimatology. He's been studying the Younger Dryas for a long time now." "Really? That's the climate we're dropping into again, I hear." "Yes. He's often away giving talks about it. It's quite a scramble with the kids." "I bet. How many do you have?" "2. Angie is 8, Tom is 5. "Wow. You must be busy." "Yes, it's totally crazy." They sat on a bench looking out at the river, eating their scones and talking. She was a beautiful woman. Frank had not fully noticed this during the panel meeting at NSF. Of course, he was well aware of the famous experiment in which an attractive woman approached men on a bridge with some question that allowed her plausibly to ask the men to call her later, after which 70% of the men on the bridge had called, as compared to only 30% accosted in the same way in a park. So, very possibly, this was another example of the bridge effect. But whatever. She looked good. Black, tangled curls framing sharp Mediterranean features. Neat, in-tilting teeth, all of a piece. stylish, and intelligent. If you were to play the game of choosing which movie star should play her, you'd have to go right to one of the ultimate Italian exotics, a middle-aged Sophia Loren or Claudia Cardinale. A joy even to watch her eat. And at this observation, Frank could not help remembering another paper on human female sexual attractiveness, which had argued that even facial beauty consisted of signs of reproductive prowess, symmetry, revealing undamaged DNA, widely spaced eyes, meaning good eyesight, and prominent cheekbones and a gracile jaw, indicating masticatory efficiency. At which point in Frank's reading of the paper, Anna had looked in his door to see why he was laughing so hard. "If you can chew your food well, it's sexy," he had informed her, and handed her the article while he continued to chortle convulsively. Sociobiology could be so stupid. Anna, too, had laughed, her gorgeous mirth pealing through the halls. Frank grinned again thinking of it, watching Francesca sip her latte. No doubt she masticated very efficiently, and had legs fast enough to escape predators, hips wide enough to give birth safely, mammary glands generous enough to feed infants. Yes, sure, she had quite a figure, as far as one could tell under her dress, and of course one could tell pretty damned well. She would certainly have many successful offspring, and therefore was beautiful. All so much crap. No reductio ad absurdum was more absurd. "Yes, it's very busy," she was saying between mastications, in response to a question he didn't remember asking. She appeared to be unaware of his train of thought, but maybe not. He might be staring. "It works out, usually, but it feels so crazy. I don't know how, but—" Swallow. "Things just seem to get busier and busier." Frank nodded as he chewed. "It's true," he said. "True for me, and I'm not even married." She grinned. "But that can make you even busier, right?" Leaning into his shoulder slightly with hers, giving him a conspiratorial bump. Startled, Frank had to agree. There were lots of ways to be busy, he said, and his days were very full. She sipped her latte, looking relaxed and somehow pleased. Not flirtatious, but expansive. She could do what she wanted. What man was going to object? She licked coffee from her upper lip, neat pink tongue like a cat's. For sure, the symmetry as beauty hypothesis was wrong. Frank had a tendency to zero in on the asymmetries in other people's faces, and he had often noted how it was precisely the asymmetry that drew or hooked the eye, that tugged at it like a magnet. As now, seeing the way Francesca's sharp nose tilted very slightly to the left, then back. Magnetic. Of course, he was envious of her, too. Lab, tenure, home, partner, children. She had it all, and seemed relaxed and happy, despite her talk about the crazy pace. Fulfilled, as Frank's mom would have said in one of her most annoying formulations. "She has it all put together, doesn't she?" At this point in his life, Frank doubted that anybody on earth had it all put together in the way his mom meant, but if anyone did, this woman might. So, Frank chatted on happily, full of admiration, respect, envy, doubt, resentment, suspicion, and a lust that was perhaps bridge-induced, but nevertheless real. He had to mask that part. She would be used to seeing it in men, no doubt. Non-conscious regions of the mind were very sensitive to that. He would also have to be very circumspect when it came to inquiring about her business affairs. This was one way of characterizing what he had come up to do, and she was done with her scone, and no doubt would soon suggest returning to her duties, so now was the time. But it was a subject that scientists did not often discuss at academic meetings, as it was too much like prying into matters of personal income. How are you turning your scientific work into money? How much do you make? These questions weren't asked. He tried a roundabout course. Is the teaching load heavy here? It was. Do you have any administrative duties? She did. And you do some consulting, too, I think you said? Yes, she said, looking slightly surprised, as she had not said any such thing. Just a little. It doesn't take much time. A company in London, another in Atlanta. Frank nodded. I used to do some of that in San Diego. The biotechs can use all the help they can get, although they seem to have a hard time turning lab results into products, like the stuff we evaluated on that panel last fall. Right, that was interesting. This was likely to be mere politeness talking, but then she glanced at him, went on. I saw one proposal there that I thought was a good one, that the panel ended up turning down. Yes? Yes. By, Jan Brzezinski. Oh, yes, I remember. That was a good one. I was the outside member of his doctoral committee at Caltech. He does really interesting work. Yes, she said. But the panel didn't agree. No, I was surprised at that. Me too. So when Small Delivery told me they were looking for a biomathematician, I recommended him. Oh, is that what happened? Yes. Her irises were a kind of mahogany color, speckled with lighter browns. Was this the face of what science could become, so vivacious and sophisticated? Well, he said carefully, good for him. I liked his proposal, too. You didn't seem to at the time. Well, I was on his doctoral committee, and I try not to be one of the evaluators in my panels anyway. No? No. I just run the panel. I don't want to sway anyone. Then you must have to be careful which proposals you assign to Stuart Thornton, she said, with a brief, ironic smile. Oh, I don't know, he said defensively, startled. Do you think so? She watched him. I guess I know what you mean. It was probably a mistake to invite him on the panel at all, but, you know. He waved a hand. People legitimately on the cutting edge deserved to be asked, no matter their personalities. She frowned very slightly, as if she did not agree, or did not like him pretending she did not know what he had done. Frank forged on. Anyway, it sounds like Jan ended up all right, thanks to you. Yes, hopefully so. She sipped her latte. Her fingers were long, her fingernails polished with a clear gloss. A thin wedding band was the only jewelry she wore. Frank looked down, unwilling to meet her sharp gaze. Her shoes were open-toed, her toenails colored pink. Frank had always considered toenail polish to be a kind of intelligence test that its users had embarrassingly failed. But here was Dr. Taulini, tenured at MIT, a member of National Academy of Sciences, exposing pink toenails to the world without embarrassment. He would have to rethink some of his opinions. Still, he said tentatively, even though Jan has ended up all right, I'd like to get him into one of these new institutes. Maybe you can, she said. Multiple appointments aren't that unusual anymore. In academia, anyway. Do you think his contract would allow for that kind of thing? She shrugged, made a little gesture of her own. How should I know? I'm just a consultant. He had learned what he was going to learn about her connection to Jan. Pressing further would look weird. She basked in the windy sun, would soon want to go back into the conference. He could ask her outright if she knew anything about the surveillance. He could share what he knew. It was another prisoner's dilemma. They both knew things the other could probably benefit from knowing, but it was a risk to bring them up. The other might defect. The safest thing was to defect preemptively, but Frank wanted to try the more generous strategies these days, and so he wanted to tell her, "We're being watched by Homeland Security, in a surveillance clustered around Pierzynski. Did you know? Why do you think that is? What do you think is going on?" But then she could very justifiably ask, "How do you know?" And then he would be stuck. He could not say, "Because I've fallen in love with a spook who kissed me in an elevator and she told me all about it." That just wasn't something he wanted to say to this woman. Although, in another way, he did. It would be great to be close enough to this person to confide in her. She might laugh, might lean into his shoulder again, to draw out more of the tale. But, in fact, he wasn't that close to her, so he couldn't talk about it. A different approach occurred to him. "I'm getting interested in finding algorithms or other rubrics for sorting through the various climate proposals we've gotten, to see if some are worth jumping on right now. Ways of checking not only the physical possibilities, which is the easy part in some senses, but also the economic and political viability of the plans." "Yes," she said, interested. "I read about something I think came out of MIT. Of course, there's a million things coming out of MIT, but maybe you've heard of this one. A kind of ideas futures market. You gather a group of stakeholders and sort the ideas by how much money people are willing to risk on them." "Yes. Do you mean that simulation program they've written for market makers?" "Yes," Frank said. "I guess so." She said, "I heard about it. To me, it sounds like one of those situations where simulation misses the point. You might need real experts risking real money to get the kind of feedback a futures market is supposed to give you." "Yes, I wondered about that myself." "So, I don't know. You should talk to Angelo Stavros." "What department?" Frank said, getting out his phone to tap it in. Then suddenly he recalled that his phone might be fully surveilled. "Economics, but what is it?" She was watching him closely now, and he couldn't be sure if she knew more about the idea futures market or not. "I was just thinking you're probably right. In the end, it's going to take the usual analysis of the options, like we have always done before." "Another panel, you mean?" "Yes." He laughed ruefully. "I suppose so." Her smile was suddenly wicked, and over it her eyes blazed. They italicized her words. "Better not invite Thornton." He walked the north shore of the Charles, enjoying the wind that ruffled the water. So, Francesca Taulini appeared to have guessed what he had tried to do on that panel. Maybe putting Thornton on a panel was too blatant, like throwing a rock, thus drawing her attention, perhaps even sparking extra interest in Pierzynski's proposal. This realization was a shock, small but profound, like the shove of shoulder to shoulder. Balance thrown off. Presumably it would come back after a while. Meanwhile, a shudder, an itch, an ache. In short, desire. He found that he had become a seer of beauty in women. On the river path in Boston, it was mostly expressed as youth and intelligence. That made sense. 60 degree-giving institutions, some 300,000 college students. That meant a surplus of at least 150,000 more nubile young women than ordinary demographics would suggest. Maybe that was why men stayed in Boston when their college years were over. Maybe that explained why they were so intellectually hyperactive, so frustrated, so alcoholic, such terrible drivers. It all seemed right to Frank. He was full of yearning. The women on the Riverwalk were all goddesses set loose in the sun. The image of Francesca Taolini even somehow made him angry. She had flirted with him casually, toyed with him. He wanted his Caroline to call him again. He wanted to kiss her, and more. He wanted her. Back in Rock Creek Park, it was not like that. Frank hiked into the picnic tables late that night, and Zeno saw him and bellowed, "Hey, it's the professor! Hey, wanna buy a fuck? She'll do it for $5. The guys jeered at this, while the woman sitting in their midst rolled her eyes and continued to knit. She'd heard it all before. Blonde, square, stoical. Zeno and the rest were in fact pleased to have her there. They just showed it in stupid ways. "No, thank you," Frank said, and pulled a six-pack from a grocery bag to stop Zeno's foolery before it went any further. The woman shook her head when offered a beer. "Day 65, she said to Frank with a brief, gap-toothed smile. "Day 65, and here I am still hanging out with these bozos." "Yar!" they cheered. "Congratulations," Frank said. "On what?" Zeno quipped. "Staying sober or hanging with us?" High humor in the park. There were very few women to be seen out there, Frank thought as he sat at her table, and those he saw seemed sad drabs, just barely getting by. Homelessness was hard on anyone, but seemed to damage them more. They could not pretend it was some kind of adventure. And yet the economy insisted on a minimum of 5% unemployment to create the proper wage pressure. Millions of people who wanted jobs went unhired and therefore couldn't afford a home, therefore suffered from food insecurity so that businesses could keep wages low. These people. Unlike Frank. He was a dilettante here, dabbling, slumming. Choice made all the difference. He could have found a place to rent. He could have afforded a deposit and moved in. Instead, he hung out tinkering with their crappy fire, then playing chess with Chessman, losing 4 games but making the last of them a real Donnybrook. And when Chessman departed with his 20, Frank got up and hiked into the night, made sure no one was following, went to his tree, called down Miss Piggy, and climbed up into his treehouse, there to lie down on the best bed in the world and read by the light of his Coleman lantern, in the clatter of the wind in the leaves. Let the wind blow the world out of his hair. Rock-a-bye baby in the treetop. It was a relief to be there after the strangeness of the day. Was curly hair adaptive? Tangled curls black as a crow's wing? He wanted her. Damn it, anyway. Sociobiology was a bad habit you could never get rid of. Once it invaded your thoughts, it was hard to forget that human beings were apes, with desires shaped by life on the savannah, so that every move in lab politics or boardroom maneuvers became clearly a shove for food or sex, every verbal put-down from a male boss like the back of the hand from some hairy silverback, every flirt and dismissal from a woman like the head-turning aside baboon, refusing acknowledgement, saying, "You don't get to fuck me, and if you try, my sisters will beat you up," and every acquiescence like the babs who accidentally had their pink butts stuck out when you went by, saying, "I'm in estrus, you can fuck me if you want," shouldering you companionably, or staring off into space as if bored. But the problem was, thinking of interactions with other people in this way was not actually very helpful to him. For one thing, it could often reduce him to speechlessness. Like at the gym, for instance. My Lord, if that was not the savannah, he didn't know what was. And if that was the primal discourse, then he'd rather pass, thank you very much, and be a solitary. He was too inhibited to just lay it out there, and too honest to try to say it in euphemistic code. He was too self-conscious. He was too chicken. There was an awesome power in sex. He wanted it to go right. He wanted it to be part of a whole monogamy. He wanted love to be real. Science could go fuck itself. Or become useful. Become a help, for God's sake. It was the same in his personal life as it was for the world at large. If science wasn't helping, then it was a sterile waste of time. It had to help, or it was all for naught, and the world still nothing but a miserable fuck-up. And him, too. The party traveling to Kembalung had grown to 10. The Quiblers and Frank, Drepung, Sukandra, Padma, and Rudrakakrin, and the Kembali woman, Kang, who ran the embassy's big house in Arlington. Dulles to L.A., to Tokyo, to Bangkok, to Calcutta, to Kembalung. For 2 days, they lived in long, vibrating rooms in the air, taking short breaks in big rooms on the ground. They ate meals, watched movies, went to the bathroom, and slept. In theory, it should have been somewhat like a rainy weekend at home. However, Charlie thought, a rainy weekend at the Quibler household could be a royal pain in the ass. It was not a good idea to confine Joe for that long. At home, they would make things for him to do, find ways for him to let off some steam. They would go out in the rain and party. Now, that was not an option. They had flown business class, courtesy of the Kembalis, which gave them more room, though Anna could not help being concerned about the expense. Charlie told her not to worry about it, but she knew the Kembali budget, and Charlie didn't. She never found it reassuring when someone who knew less about a situation than she did told her not to worry about it. On the first plane, Joe wanted to investigate every nook and cranny, and so Charlie followed him around, returning the smiles of those passengers who did, in fact, smile. Joe ran a route like a long figure 8, chanting, "Airplane! Airplane! Airplane!" When the food and drink carts filled the aisles, he had to be lifted into his seat, struggling as he declared, "Airplane! Truck!" The drink cart, "People!" Eventually he ran out of gas and fell asleep, curled in his seat next to Rudra Kakrin, who nodded off over him, occasionally holding Joe's wrist or ankle between 2 gnarled fingers. Anna sat on the other side of Joe, using up her laptop battery all in one go. Across the aisle from her, Charlie sat down and pulled out the seat-back phone to make some calls. Anna tried to ignore him and work, but she heard him say hi to Wade Norton, a colleague down in Antarctica, and listened in. "You saw twin otters? How did you know they were twins?" "Oh, uh-huh. You saw Roosevelt Island. Nice. How could that be the first time anyone has seen it?" "Oh. How many meters? Where'd all the ice go?" "Wow. Jesus. That is a lot. Is that the beginning of the West Antarctic ice sheet? Right, I know. Sea level and all. How big is this piece?" "Wow. Yeah, of course. We'll be fine. We won't be there but a few days anyway." Charlie listened for a while. Then,
Hey, Roy. I'm glad you were able to click in. What's up? Andrea doesn't? Hey, does that mean you two are speaking to each other again? Ha ha. No, I don't suffer under any illusions there, but Phil doesn't listen to you guys either. Oh, right. From the South Pole, I'm sure. I thought you said she was a giant. 6'4" sounds giant to me. You are not. You're 6 feet at the most. Elevator shoes. She'd be what, 6'10"? Yeah. Ha! No, I think it's his to lose. The happy man is like Hoover, and none of the other Republicans are happy men. They're angry men. They've had the White House and Congress for so long it's made them bitter. It's just such an effort making it look like their program makes sense. It makes them angry and resentful. No. It's not a process you want to follow to its natural end. I agree. No, Phil would be fine. He'd love it. It's us who would suffer, you know. Well, because I thought it was a good idea. What else are we going to do anyway? We've got to try something, and Phil is our best shot. I know. Yeah, just write it. Well, the more fool you. I'm off to Shambhala, and Wade is at the South Pole. You can have D.C. Ha! He rang off, leaning back, looking pleased. You're making trouble, Anna observed. Yes, someone's got to do it. Hours later, they floated down over the green fields of Japan, a startling sight if you were expecting nothing but Tokyo-like cityscapes. Then, out of their seats, up a jetway, feeling slightly deranged, running around an airport acting as marshal or warden to a 2-year-old minimum security prisoner. Then they were in another plane and rumbling into the air again, with another long day facing them. Nick kept on reading Carlyle's History of the French Revolution. Charlie and Anna kept trading off the pursuit of the indefatigable Joe, Anna having given up making Charlie do it all, as they had both known she would. Besides, her battery was too low for her to keep working. Joe seemed intent on confirming what Anna kept telling him, that this plane was identical to the one they had been on before. Except on this one, the passengers seemed less amused by an exploratory bang on the knee. Bangkok's airport hotel, tall and white, stood over its big pool in intense sunlight. Dazed, wandering after Joe in the turquoise shallows, trying to stay awake and unsunburnt, trying to keep Joe out of the deep end. The water was too warm. Then, back to a cool room, sleep, but then the alarm of, oh my, middle of the night, ultra groggy, pack up and off to the airport again to face its long lines and get on what looked like the same plane. Except on this one, orchids were pinned to the back of every seat. Joe ate his before they could stop him. Anna went into her laptop's encyclopedia to see if it could have been toxic. Apparently it could, but Joe showed no ill effects, and Charlie ate a petal of his orchid too, in Anna's view merely compounding the problem with a very poorly designed follow-up experiment. Nick had finished all his books, and now he listened as Charlie told Frank about Phil Chase running for president. Frank said, "What about you, Nick? Who do you think should be president?" Nick's brow furrowed, and Frank glanced at Anna. Yes, she could feel that same frown in the muscles of her own forehead. Nick was often his mother's son. Now Frank watched him ponder, and Anna thought, it's the oblivious confronting the oblivious. Frank unaware of being condescending, Nick unaware of being condescended too. Maybe that meant it wasn't happening.
Well, you see, Nick said, in Switzerland the executive branch is a 7-person council, and its members are voted in by the legislature. It means there's diverse views in the executive branch, and it doesn't dominate the other branches as much. Most Swiss people don't even know the actual president's name. He just, runs the council meetings. That's a good idea, Frank said. The Swiss have lots of good ideas. We've been studying them in World G. Oh, I see. You'll have to tell me more about them. It isn't easy to amend the Constitution, Charlie warned them. Nick and Frank knew this. Nick said, maybe someone could run for president and tell everybody that if he won, he was going to, appoint a council to do his job. Like Reagan, Charlie said, laughing. It's still a good idea, Frank said. Then their plane was descending again. In Calcutta, they zombied through a reception at the Kembali legation, dreaming on their feet, all except Joe, who slept on Charlie's back. Then they tumbled into beds, feeling the joy of horizontality. Then the alarm went off again. Ah, God! It was almost like being at home. Back to the airport, off in a little 16-seater, so loud that it made Joe squeal with joy. Up and east, over the mind-boggling combined delta of the Ganges and the Brahmaputra, the world's largest delta, also a good percentage of Bangladesh. Looking down at it, Charlie shouted to Anna, I'll never call Washington, D.C. a swamp again. Green-brown islands in a brown-green sea. The delta patterns ran south, and they flew down one brown-green channel until the islands lay more diffusely, also lower, many half-submerged, with drowned coastlines visible in shallows. The water ahead shifted in distinct jumps from brown-green to jade to sea blue. One of the outermost islands, right on the border of the jade sea and the blue, had a shoreline accentuated by a brown ring. As they descended, the interior of this island differentiated into patterns of color, then into fields, roads, rooftops. In the final approach, they saw that the brown ring was a dike, quite broad and fairly high. Suddenly it appeared to Anna as if the land inside the dike was slightly lower than the ocean around it. She hoped it was only an optical illusion. Joe had mashed his face and hands against the window, looking down at the island and burbling, Oh, my! Big truck! Big house! Afa! Oh, my! Frank, who had successfully slept through 3/4 of the flight, sat up on the other side of Joe, regarding him with a smile. Oop! He gibboned, egging him on. Joe cackled to hear it. Touchdown. They were greeted as they came off the plane by a large group of men, women, and children, all dressed in their finery, which meant ceremonial garb better suited to the roof of the world than the Bay of Bengal, and on closer examination, Anna saw that the fabrics of many of the robes and headdresses wafted on the stiff, hot sea breeze, being diaphanous cotton, silk, and nylon, though they were Tibetan in color and design. That was Kembalung in a nutshell. Rudra Kakrin descended the plane first, with Drepung right behind him. A triumphant blah of brass long horns shattered the air so violently it seemed it might squeeze out rain. This was the brazen sound that had alerted Anna to the existence of the Kembalis in the first place, on the day of their arrival in the NSF building. Everyone receiving them bowed. They looked down upon the black hair and colorful headgear of several hundred people. Joe goggled to see it, mouth hanging open in a perfect O. Descending into this throng, they were surrounded by their hosts, including 2 women from the Kembalung Institute of Higher Learning, who introduced themselves to Anna. She had been corresponding with them by email. They took the visitors in hand, leading them slowly through the crowd and introducing them to many of the people they passed. Soon they were through the airport's little building and bundled into a van that drove them east on a broad, palm-lined boulevard of dusty white concrete. On each side extended flat fields, divided by rows of trees or shrubbery. Small building complexes stood under drooping palm trees. Many of the plants looked desiccated, even brown. "There has been drought for 2 years," one of their guides explained. "This is the 3rd monsoon season without rain, but we have hopes it will come soon. All South Asia has been suffering from these 2 bad monsoons in a row. We need the rain." Anna had heard a lot about this from her contacts with ABC, the Asian Brown Cloud Study, which was trying to determine if the long-term persistence of particulates in the air of South Asia, mysterious in their exact origins, although clearly linked to the industrialization and deforesting in the region, had any causal effect on the drought. In any case, it made for a rather drab and stunted landscape. No plants they saw were native to the island, they were told as they drove through the dust cloud of the bus before theirs. Everything was tended. Even the ground itself had been imported, to raise the island a meter or 2 higher. Nick asked where the extra ground had come from, and they told him that a few surrounding islands had been dredged up and deposited here, also used to provide the raw material for the dike. It had all been done under the direction of Dutch engineers some 50 years before. Very little had been done since then, as far as Anna had been able to determine. The dike was in sight through the trees wherever they went, raising the horizon a bit, so that it felt a little like driving around in a very large, roofless room, blasted with hazy, harsh sunlight, the sky like a white ceiling. The inner wall of the dike had been planted with flower beds that, when in bloom, would show the usual colors of the Tibetan palette: maroon and saffron, brown and bronze and red, all gone or muted now, but the blue and black patches, which were made of painted stones. In a little town they got out of the van and crossed a broad pedestrian esplanade. The sea breeze poured over them in a hot wave, briny and seaweedy. The smell of the other Sundarbans, perhaps. "Will we see more swimming tigers?" Nick inquired. He observed everything with great interest, looking cool in his sunglasses. Joe had refused to wear his. He was taking in the scene so avidly he was in danger of giving himself whiplash, trying to see everything at once. Anna was pleased to see this curiosity from the boys. Clearly, America had not yet jaded them to the beauty and sheer difference of the rest of the world. Their guides took them in the biggest building, the government house. It was darker inside, and with their sunglasses on, seemed at first black. By the time they had taken off sunglasses and adjusted to the relative gloom, they found Joe had run off ahead of them. The room displayed the post and beam construction characteristic of Himalayan buildings, and the rough-hewn posts in each corner were hung with demon masks. They followed Joe over to one of these collections. Each mask grimaced rotundly, almost exploding with fury, pain, repugnance. Stacked vertically, they looked like a totem pole from a tribe of utter maniacs. Joe was embracing the bottom of the pole. "Ooh! Oh! Big! Big! Big!" Big what, he could not say. His mouth hung open, his eyes bugged out. They could have molded a new mask portraying astonishment directly from his face. Frank laughed. These are his kind of people. He probably thinks it's a stack of mirrors, Charlie said. Quit it, Anna said. Don't be mean. Charlie and Nick leaned their faces in to take photos of themselves on each side of Joe, eyes bugged, tongues thrust out and down. Hopefully they were not offending their hosts. But looking around, Anna saw that the guides were smiling. They're masks that hide your face but show your insides, Charlie said. This is what we're all really like inside. No, Anna said. Oh, come on. In your feelings? In your dreams? I certainly hope not. Besides, where's the good feelings? She had been thinking of perhaps the curiosity mask or the striving for accuracy mask, but Charlie gave her a Groucho look and indicated with his eyebrows the paintings on the beams between wall and ceiling, which included any number of improbably entwined couples. Frank was frankly checking them out, nodding as if they confirmed some sociobiological insight only he could formulate. Bonobo Buddhism or something like that. Anna snorted, pretty sure that the tantrically horny painters had to have been fantasizing elements of female flexibility, among other endowments. Maybe 6 arms made it easier to position oneself. Or perhaps there was no gravity in nirvana, which would also explain all the perfectly round tits. She wondered what Joe would make of those, being still a breast man of the first order. But for now, he remained too fixated on the demon masks to notice them. Then they were joined by more scientists from the Kembalung Institute of Higher Learning. There were introductions all around, and Anna shook hands, pleased to see all her correspondents at last, just as shockingly real and vivid as the demon masks. Frank joined them, and for a while they chatted about NSF and their various collaborations. Then Frank and Anna and Nick left Charlie and Joe in Government House, and followed their new hosts through rooms and across a courtyard to the Institute itself, where the new labs that NSF had helped to fund and build were still under construction. Outside one of the rooms was a statue of the Buddha, standing with one hand raised before him, palm outward, in a gesture like a traffic cop saying, "Stop." I've never seen him look like that. This is, the adamantine Buddha, one of her pen pals said. The Buddha is represented in a number of different ways. He is not always meditating or laughing. When there is bad going on, the Buddha is as obliged to stop it as anyone else who sees it. And, since bad things happen fairly regularly, there has always been a figure to represent the Buddha's response. Nick said, He looks like a policeman. Their guide nodded. Police Inspector Sakyamuni, who insists that we all must resist the 3 poisons of the mind, fear, greed, and anger. So true, Anna said. Frank was nodding also, lost in his thoughts. This aspect of Buddha nature is also the one represented in the statues on the dike, of course. Can we go on it? Frank and Nick asked together. Of course. We are very near it here. They finished their tour and joined the rest of their group outside, on a lawn surrounded on 3 sides by buildings, on the 4th, to the east, by the inner wall of the dike. The wall was a tilted lawn in this area, bisected by a set of broad stone steps leading to its top. Frank and Anna and Nick followed some of their guides up these steps. Charlie and Joe appeared below, and Joe began to run around on the grass. On top, they emerged into a stiff, onshore wind. Out to sea lay a white fleet of tall clouds. A big statue of the adamantine Buddha faced seaward, hand outstretched. From beside him they had a good view of both sea and land, and Anna felt herself lurch a little. "Wow," Nick said. It was as it had appeared from the plane during their approach. The land inside the dike was slightly lower than the ocean surrounding it. It was no illusion. Their eyesight and inner ear confirmed it. "Holland is like this in some places," Frank said to Anna as they followed Nick and the guides. "Have you ever seen the dikes?" "No." "Some of the polders there are clearly lower than the North Sea. You can walk the dikes, and it's the strangest sight." "So it's true?" Anna asked, waving at Kembalung. "I mean, it looks like it must be." One of their guides turned and said, "Unfortunately, it is true. When the land is drained, there is a resulting subsidence. Dry land is heavier and sinks, and then the water wicks up into it. We have gone through cycle after cycle." Anna shivered, despite the hot wind. She felt faintly queasy and off balance. "Try looking only one way at a time." Anna tried, setting her back to the island. Under a pastel blue, clouds flew in from the southwest. The sea bounced to the blue horizon, waves with whitecaps rolling in. Such a big world. Their guides pointed at the clouds, exclaiming that they looked like the beginning of the monsoon. Perhaps the drought would end at last. They walked along the dike, which was clearly old. A heavy bar mesh at the waterline had rusted away, so that the boulders held in by the mesh were slumping, and in places had fallen. Their guides told them that dike maintenance was done with human labor and the little machinery they had, but that there were structural repairs needed that they could not afford, as they could see. Frank jumped onto the waist-high outer wall, setting a bad example for Nick, who immediately followed it. Sukandra and Padma came up the broad stone staircase, and when they saw Frank and Nick on the retaining wall, they called to them, "Hello! Look, the monsoon may be coming." They topped the wall and fell in with them. "We wanted to show you the mandala." "Hello, Mingma. You have met our visitors, we see." Back down on the dusty grass, Charlie and Joe had been joined by Rudra, Drepung, and a group of Kambali youth who were creating a mandala on a giant wooden disc that lay on the lawn. "Let's go down and see," Sukandra suggested, and they walked down the steps and out of the brunt of the wind. It certainly felt humid enough to rain. The biggest sand mandalas took about a week to complete, Mingma told them. Long brass funnels were held by the artists just an inch or so over the pattern, and when the funnels were rubbed with sticks, thin lines of colored sand fell from them. The colorists worked on their knees, scarcely breathing, rubbing the funnels rhythmically, gently, their faces down near the ground to watch the emerging line of sand. Then, with a quick tilt of the funnels, they would stop the flow and sit back and turn to the others, to crack a joke or laugh at someone else's. When the design was completely colored in, there would be a ceremony to celebrate the various meanings it held, and then it would be carried to the long, shallow reflecting pool in front of Government House and tipped into the water. "A real launch party," Charlie noted. "It signifies the impermanence of all things." To Anna, that seemed like a waste of the art. She did not like the impermanence of all things, and felt there was already enough in the world to remind her of it. She liked to think that human efforts were cumulative, that something in every effort was preserved and added to the whole. Perhaps in this case that would be the mandala's pattern, which would remain in their minds. Or maybe this art was a performance rather than an object. Maybe. What she wanted out of art was something that lasted. If their art did not have that, it seemed like a waste of effort to her. Over on the other side of the mandala, Joe and Rudra were standing before a group of monks, and Rudra was chanting intently in his deep, gravelly voice, a happy gleam in his eye. Those around him repeated the last word of every sentence in a kind of shout or singing. Joe stamped his foot in time, crying, "No!" in unison with the rest of them. He hadn't even noticed Anna was there. Then suddenly he took off directly toward the sand mandala, fists clenched and swinging like a miniaturized John Wayne. Anna cried out, "Joe!" But he did not hear her. The Kimbalis actually made way for him, some of them with arms outstretched as if to create a better corridor. "Joe!" she cried again, more sharply. "Joe, stop!" He hesitated for a second at the edge of the circle of brilliant color, then walked out onto it. "Joe!" No one moved. Joe stood peacefully at the center of the mandala, looking around. Anna rushed down the steps to the edge of the circle. Joe's footprints had blurred some lines, and grains of colored sand were now out of place, scattered brilliantly in the wrong fields. Joe was looking very pleased with himself, surveying the pattern under his feet, a pattern made of colors almost precisely the same as the colors of his building blocks at home, only more vibrant. He spotted Rudra and thrust an arm out to wave at him. "Bah!" he declared. "Bah!" Rudra replied, putting his hands together and bowing. Joe held his pose, not unlike that of the adamantine Buddhas, with a kind of Napoleonic grandeur. Charlie, standing now beside Anna, shook his head. "Ya big old ham bone," he muttered. Joe dropped his arm, made a gesture at all the people watching him. A few drops of rain spattered down out of the low clouds bowling in from sea, and the Kimbalis oohed and ahed as they felt it and looked up. Joe took off again, this time in the direction of the reflecting pool. Anna rushed around the circle of people to cut him off, but she was too late. He walked right into the shallows. "Joe!" she called out, to no effect. Joe turned and confronted the crowd that had followed him, standing knee-deep in the water. It was sprinkling lightly but steadily now, the rain warm on Anna's face, and all the Kimbalis were smiling. Enough colored sand had stuck to Joe's feet that vermilion and yellow blooms spread in the water around him. "Rigyal ba," Rudra declared, and the crowd repeated it. Then, "Seba Drindranpa." "What is he saying?" Anna asked Drepung, who now stood beside her, as if to support her if she fainted, or perhaps to stop her if she started in after Joe. Charlie stood on her other side. "All hail," Drepung said. He looked older to Anna, his round face and little mouth finally at home. She had seen that he was clearly a well-known and popular figure here. Joe stood in the shallows regarding the crowd. He was happy. The Kimbalis were indulging him, enjoying him. The warm rain fell on them like a balm. Suddenly Anna felt happy. Her little tiger saw that he was among friends, somehow, and at last he stood in the world, content, relaxed, even serene. She had never seen him look like this. She had wanted so much for him to feel something like this. Charlie, on the other hand, felt his stomach go tense at the sight of Joe in the pool. All his worries were being confirmed. He took a deep breath, thinking, "Nothing has changed. You knew this already. They're thinking he's one of their tulkus. That doesn't mean that it's true." He couldn't imagine what Anna was making of all this. Standing beside each other, the two of them both felt the discrepancy in their reactions, and they sensed as well that their characteristic moods or responses were here reversed. Anna pleased by a Joe anomaly, Charlie worried. Uneasily they glanced at each other, both thinking, "This is backwards. What's going on?" "Big rain!" Joe exclaimed, looking up, and the crowd sighed appreciatively. That night, the visitors collapsed on the beds in their rooms, even Joe, and slept from the early evening through the night and well into the next morning. It had rained the whole time, and when they went back out after breakfast, they found the island transformed. Everything was drenched, with standing water everywhere. The Kimbalis were very happy to see it, however, so they split up into groups and took off in the rain as planned. Joe and Nick were first taken to the school to see classes and playground games. Everywhere he went, Joe was made much of, and he was left free to commune with every demon mask they passed, directing diatribes in his private language at some of them. In the afternoon, Nick left his group and joined Anna at the Institute, where she was talking to her pen pals and the other scientists there. Charlie spent his time in Government House, talking to officials brought to him by Padma. Frank was gone. They didn't know how he was spending his time, although once in passing, Anna saw him in conversation with Sukandra and some of the local monks. Later she saw him on the dike, walking the berm path with Rudra Kakrin. Judging from his talk at dinner, he had also spent time discussing agriculture out in the fields. But mostly, he seemed to Anna like a religious pilgrim, eager for instruction and enlightenment, absorbed, distant, relaxed, very unlike his manner back in Washington. Next afternoon they visited the zoo, located in a big park at the northwest quadrant of the island. Many of the animals and birds of the Sundarbans were represented. The elephants had a large enclosure, but the largest enclosure of all was the tigers. Many of the big cats had been swept to sea by one flood or another and rescued by Kimbali patrol boats. Now they lived in an enclosure thick with stands of elephant grass and sal trees, fronted by a big pond cut by a curving glass retaining wall, so that when the tigers went swimming, they could be seen underwater. Their abrupt four-square dives and subsequent splayed strokes turned feline grace unexpectedly aquatic, and underwater their fur streamed like seaweed. "Tiger! Tiger! Big, big tiger!" At the end of that wet day, they sat in a big hall and ate a meal anchored by curried rice. Nick was served a special order of plain rice, arranged by Drapung, but Joe was fine with the curry, or so it seemed during the meal, but that night in their room he was fractious, and then, after a long nursing session, wide awake. Jet lag, perhaps. The monsoon rains were coming down hard, the drumming of it on the roof quite loud. Joe began to complain. Anna was asleep on her feet, but Charlie was out entirely, so she had to zombie on, hour after hour, mumbling replies to Joe's cheerful jabberwalking. She was on the verge of a collapse when a knock came at the door, and Frank looked in. I can't sleep, and I could hear you were up with Joe. I wondered if you wanted me to play with him for a while." "Oh, God bless you," she cried. "I was just about to melt." She fell on the couch and shut her sandy eyes. For a while her brain continued to turn as her body dove into sleep and dragged her consciousness down with it. "Nick sleeping. Da sleeping. Mama sleeping." "That's right." "Wanna play?" "Sure. What you got here? Trains? What about some airplanes? Shouldn't you have some airplanes?" "Got planes." "Good. Let's fly. Let's fly and fly." "Fly!" "Hey, those are your tigers." "Well, that's okay. Flying tigers are just right for here. Watch out, here he comes." "Tiger, fly!" Anna stitched the meandering border between sleep and dreams, in and out, up and down. Frank and Joe passed toys back and forth. In the hour before dawn, a hard knock battered their door, throwing Anna convulsively to her feet. She had been dreaming of the tiger's fluid swimming up in the sky. It was Drepung, looking agitated. "I'm sorry to disturb you, my friends, but a decision has been made that we must all evacuate the island." This woke them all, even Charlie, who was usually so slow to rouse. Frank turned on all the lights, and they packed their bags while Drepung explained the situation. "The monsoon has returned, as you have seen," he said. "This is a good thing, but unfortunately it has come at a time of especially high tides, and together with the storm surge and the low air pressure, sea level is extremely high." He helped the comatose Nick into a shirt. "It's already higher on the dikes than is judged fully safe, higher than we have seen for many years, and some weaknesses in it are being exposed. And now we have been informed that the monsoon or something else has caused the breaking of ice dams in the drainage of the Brahmaputra." He looked at Charlie. "These big glacial lakes are a result of global warming. The Himalayan glaciers are melting fast, and now lots of ice dams that create lakes behind them are giving way under these monsoon rains, adding greatly to the runoff. The Brahmaputra is already overflowing, and much of Bangladesh is faced with flooding. They called with the alarm from Dhaka just a short while ago." He checked his watch. "Just an hour ago. Good. It goes fast. The surge of high water will arrive soon, and we are already at our limit. And as you have seen, the island is lower than the sea, even at the best of times. This is a problem with using dikes for protection. If the dike fails, the result can be severe. So we must leave the island." "How?" Anna exclaimed. "Don't worry. We have ferries at the dock enough for all. Always docked here for this very purpose, because the danger is ever present. We have used them before when the rivers flood or there are high tides. Any of them can flood us. The island is just too low, and unfortunately, getting lower." "And sea level is getting higher," Charlie said. "I heard from a friend in Antarctica that a piece of the West Antarctic ice sheet came off a few days ago. Every time that happens, sea level rises by whatever extra amount of water the ice displaces." "Interesting," Drepung said. "Perhaps that explains why we are already at the safety level on the dike." "How much time do we have?" Anna said. 2 or 3 hours. This is more than enough time for us." He sighed, nevertheless. "We prefer that our guests leave by helicopter in a situation like this. But to tell the truth, the helicopter went to Calcutta last night to bring out the ABC officials to meet you. So now it appears you should join us on the ferries." "How many people live here again?" Charlie asked as he threw their bathroom bags into his backpack. 12,000. "Wow." "Yes, it is a big operation, but all will be well." "What about the zoo animals?" Nick asked. By now their bags were packed, and Nick was dressed and looking wide awake.
"We have a boat for them, too. It's a difficult procedure, but there is a team assigned to it. People with circus experience. They call their act, Noah Goes Fast. How about you? Are you ready?"
They were ready. Joe had watched all the action with a curious eye. Now he said, "Da? Go?" "That's right, big guy. We're off on another trip." Outside it was raining harder than ever, the cloud cover somewhat broken and flying north on a strong wind. They hustled into a van and joined a little traffic jam on the island's main road. All the crowded vans turned north toward the dock. Joe sat in Anna's lap, looking out the window, saying, "Pa? Pa?" Charlie was on his phone. "Hey, Wade," he said, and Anna bent her head to try and catch what he was saying. "How big was that berg?" "No kidding." "Have they calculated the displacement yet?" "Oh, okay." "Yeah, not that much, but we've got a situation here. A monsoon flood and a full moon tide." "Shit." "Okay." He clicked off. "What?" Anna said. "Wade says the piece of the ice sheet that came off probably displaced enough water to raise sea level by 1 centimeter or 2. "God, that must be a big iceberg," Anna said. "Think of sea level going up 1 centimeter everywhere around the world." "Yes, although apparently it's only a little piece of the total ice sheet, and once it starts coming apart, there's no telling how fast it might go." "My Lord." They sat, bracketing the boys. Nick was wide-eyed, but appeared too surprised by all the activity to formulate his usual barrage of questions. Their van joined the line out to the southern stretch of the dike. Drepung leaned forward from his seat to show them the screen of his cell phone, which now displayed a tiny image of the upper end of the Bay of Bengal and the lower delta of the Ganges and Brahmaputra. This satellite photo had rendered altimetry data in false coloration to show river and sea level departures from the norm, with the brilliant spectral band ranging from the cool blues and greens of normality to the angry yellows, oranges, and reds of high water. Now the right side of the delta ran red, the left side orange, and then yellow. And the whole Bay of Bengal was light orange already. Drepung put a fingertip to the screen, looking very serious. "See that little blue dot there? That's us. We are low. Orange all around us. That mean a couple meters higher than normal." Charlie said, "That's not so bad, is it?" "The dike is maxed out. They're saying now that they don't think it will be able to handle this flood surge." He leaned back to take a call on his cell phone. Then, "Now they tell me that the helicopter is on its way and will be here before the ferries can be loaded. We would very much appreciate it if you would take the helicopter back to Calcutta." "We don't want to take space you might need," Charlie said. "No, that's just it. It will be easier for us if you are away. No break in the routine at the docks." Their van turned around and drove back toward town. Now they were going against the traffic and could speed south and then west out the road to the airport. Once there, they circled around the terminal, directly out onto the wet tarmac near the Hilo's landing site. "Another 20 minutes, Drepung said. Joe began to wail, and they let him down to run around. From time to time they looked at Drepung's handheld and got the image of the delta, in real time, but false color. The coming of day made it harder to see, but the whole delta was now orange, and the blue areas denoting islands were distinctly smaller. "The Sundarbans," Drepung said, shaking his head. "They are really meant to be amphibious." Then a helicopter thwacked out of the dawn sky. "Good," Drepung said. and led them off the concrete pad onto a flat field next to it. They watched the big helicopter drop down through the clouds in a huge noise and wind of its own making, settling down on its pad like an oversized dragonfly. Joe howled at the sight. Charlie picked him up and felt the child clutch at him. They waited to be signaled over to the helo. Its blades continued to rotate, chopping the air at a speed allowing them to make out a speed of rotation. Whether real or not, they could not say. "Down!" Joe shouted in Charlie's ear. "Down! Down! Down! Down!" "Let him down for a second," Anna said. "There's time, isn't there?" Drepung was still at their side. "Yes, there's time." Men in dark green uniforms were getting off the helicopter. Charlie put Joe down on the ground. Immediately, Joe struck out for the helo, and Charlie followed, intent on stopping him. He saw that Joe's feet had sunk into what must have been very soft ground, and water was quickly seeping into his prints. Charlie picked him up from behind, ignored his wails as he returned to the others. He looked back. Joe's watery prints caught little chips of the dawn light, looking like silver coins. Then it was time to board. Joe insisted on walking himself, kicking furiously when held by either Charlie or Anna, shrieking, "Down! Let down! Let down!" So they let him down, and held him hard by the hands, and walked forward, Nick on the other side of Anna, all ducking instinctively under the high but drooping blades that guillotined the air so noisily overhead. In the helicopter it was a bit quieter. There were a few people already in the short rows of seats, and in the next half-hour they were joined by others, about half of them Westerners, the rest perhaps Indians, including a bevy of wide-eyed schoolgirls. The Quiblers and Frank greeted each in turn, and the schoolgirls gathered to dote on Joe in their musical English. He hid his head from them, clung hard to Anna. Charlie looked out a little window beside them, set low, so that right now he could see little more than the puddles on the concrete. The noise of the engines got louder, and up they lifted, tilting back and then forward, a strange sensation for anyone used to airplanes. Out the lower window they caught a glimpse of the dike when they were just above its height, and there was the sea right there beyond it, lipping at the very top of the berm. The uncanny sight remained burned in their minds as the helo banked, and they lost the view. They made a rising turn over the island, and the view came back and went away, came back and went away. Joe leaned from Anna's arms to the window, trying to see better. Nick was looking out the same window from the seat behind. The sea was a dark brown, and on the island everything was soaked. Gray-green fields lined with standing water. Trees, rooftops, the plaza with the reflecting pool, all deep in shadow. Then the ocean again, clearly as high as the dike. "There's where we were staying," Nick called, pointing. They banked in a gyre that cut through the bottom layers of the clouds. Dark, light, rain, clear. They flew from one state to the next. Rain skittered across the outside of the glass in sudden, streaming deltas. They saw the ferries at the dock on the north side of the island. They were casting off, and Drepung shouted something up to the pilots. He gave the Quibblers a thumbs up. Then the helo continued its curve, and they saw other outer islands of the Sundarban archipelago, many of them submerged by the flood already, and no more than shallow reefs. The channels between these were a pale brown, flecked with dirty white. They curved back over Kembalung and saw that the dike had been breached on its southwest curve, where it faced the battering of the storm surf. Brown water, heavily flecked with foam, poured whitely down onto the fields below the break, in its rush clearly ripping the gap in the dike wider. Soon, Kembalung would look like all the other Sundarbans. Now Joe crawled onto Charlie's lap and took a death grip on Charlie's neck, moaning or keening. It was hard to hear in all the racket, but somehow the sound of it cut through everything else. Charlie forced the hands on his neck to loosen their grip. "It's okay," he said loudly to the boy. "It'll be okay. They're all okay. They're on the boats. Big boats. The people were on the boats. All the people were on the boats." "Da, da, da," Joe moaned. Or maybe it was, "Na, da, na." He put a hand on the window. "Oh, my God," Charlie said. Over Joe's head, he could see again the gap where the ocean was pouring in. It was already much wider than before. It looked like the whole southwest curve would go. Already, most of the interior fields were sheeted with foamy water. Ahead of them, the pilot and co-pilot were shouting into their headsets. The helo tilted, spiraled higher. Clouds interrupted their view below. A loud, buffeted ascent. Then they caught sight of Kembalung again, from higher than before. Through a break in the clouds, it looked like a shallow, green bowl, submerged in brown water, until only an arc of the bowl's rim remained in air. Charlie said, "Don't, Joe, I have to breathe." "Ah, gone! Ah, gone!" Abruptly, the helicopter tilted away, and all they could see outside the window was cloud. The Sundarbans were gone, all their mangrove swamps drowned, all their tigers swimming. The helo flew off like a blown leaf. Joe buried his face in Charlie's chest and sobbed. Chapter 4. Is there a technical solution? No one thinks it will ever happen to them until suddenly they are in the thick of it, thoroughly surprised to be there. A tornado in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The third and catastrophic year of drought in Ireland. Major floods on the Los Angeles River. These kinds of anomalies kept happening at a rate of more than one a day around the world. Sooner or later, almost everyone got caught up in some event, or lived in the midst of some protracted anomaly, for the weather events were both acute and chronic, a matter of hours or a matter of years. Still, it was hard to imagine it would ever happen to you. At the poles, the results were particularly profound because of major and rapid changes in the ice. For reasons poorly understood, both polar regions were warming much faster than the rest of the planet. In the north, this had resulted in the breakup of the Arctic Ocean's sea ice, the imminent extinction of many species, including the polar bear, and the subsequent stall of the Gulf Stream. In the south, it had resulted in the rapid breakup of the giant ice shelves hugging the Antarctic coast, unblocking the big glaciers falling into the Ross Sea, so that they became ice rivers, moving so rapidly down their channels that they were destabilizing the West Antarctic ice sheet, the biggest variable in the whole picture. If this sheet came off its underwater perch on the sea floor, the world would suffer impacts greater by far than what had been witnessed already, most especially a rapid rise in sea level up to as much as 7 meters if the whole sheet came off. Still, it was hard to imagine it would ever happen to you. There were further ramifications. The ocean bottom, where it drops from the continental shelves to the abyssal seafloor, is in many places a steep slope, and these slopes are coated by thick layers of mud that contain methane in the form of clathrates, a chemical form of freezing that cages molecules of the gas in a frozen matrix. As ocean temperatures rose, these chemical cages were being destabilized, and release of the methane could then cause underwater avalanches in which even more methane was released, rising through the water and rejoining the atmosphere, where it was a greenhouse gas much more powerful than carbon dioxide. Warmer atmosphere meant warmer ocean, meant released methane, meant warmer atmosphere, meant a complex of cycles, geologic, oceanic, and atmospheric, all blending into each other and affecting the rest. The interactions were so complex, the feedbacks, positive and negative, so hard to gauge in advance, the unforeseen consequences so potentially vast that no one could say what would happen next to the global climate with any certainty. Modeling had been attempted to estimate the general rise in temperature, and actually these had been refined to the point that there was some agreement as to the outside parameters of possible change, ranging from about a 2 to an 11 degrees Celsius rise in temperatures. A very big range, but that's how uncertain any estimates had to be at this point. And even if the estimates could have been tighter, global averages did not reveal much about local or ultimate effects, as people were now learning. There were non-linear tipping points, and now some of these were beginning to reveal themselves. The stall of the Gulf Stream was expected to chill the temperature in the northern hemisphere, especially on both sides of the Atlantic. Further effects were much less certain. The recent 2-year failure of the monsoon was not understood, nor its violent return, and the effects of both, having devastated communities all across South Asia and beyond, in Africa and Southeast Asia, would create still further effects as yet unforeseen. China's drought was ongoing, as was the longest ever El Niño, now called the Hyper Niño. Desertification in the Sahel was moving south at an ever-increasing rate, and South America was suffering the worst floods in recorded history because of the rain brought by the El Niño. It had rained in the Atacama. Wild weather everywhere. The most expensive insurance year ever, for the 8th year in a row, and by more than ever. That was just a number, an amount of money distributed out through the financial systems of the world by insurance of all kinds. But it was also a measure of catastrophe, death, suffering, fear, insecurity, and sheer, massive inconvenience. The problem they faced was that everything living depended on conditions staying within certain tight climactic parameters. The atmosphere was only so thick. As Frank put it once, talking to Anna and Kenzo, when you drive by Mount Shasta on U.S. Interstate 5, you can see the height of the livable part of the atmosphere right there before your eyes. No permanent human settlement on Earth was higher than Shasta's summit, at 14,200 feet, so the mountain served to show, in a very visible form, just how thick the breathable atmosphere was. And the mountain wasn't very tall at all, in comparison to the immense reach of the plateau the highway ran over, or to the height of the sky above. It was just a snowy hill. It was sobering, Frank said. After you saw the matter that way, looking at the mountain and sensing the size of the whole planet, you were changed. Ever afterward, you would be aware of an invisible ceiling low overhead, containing all the breathable air under it. The atmosphere, thus, no more than the thinnest wisp of a skin, like cellophane wrapped ever so tightly to the lithosphere. An equally thin layer of water had liquefied in the low basins of this lithosphere, and that was the life zone. Cellophane wrapping a planet, a mere faint exhalation, wisping off into space. Frank would shake his head, remembering it. Still, it was hard to imagine. Frank's habits were his home now, and so the trip to Kembalung and its aftermath made him feel a bit homeless all over again. What to do with the day? Again, this became a question he had to answer anew, hour by hour, and it could be hard. On the other hand, all the Kembali refugees flying into Washington helped him keep things in perspective. He was homeless by choice. They were not. He had his van, his tree, his office, his club, all the rooms of his house, equivalent, scattered around town. They had nothing. Their embassy's house in Arlington gave them temporary shelter, but everything there was in cheek-by-jowl crisis mode, and would be for a long time. And yet they were cheerful in their manner. Frank found this impressive, though he also wondered how long it would last. Doubly exiled, first from Tibet, then from their island, now, he thought, they would join the many other refugee groups who had come to Washington to plead their case in an attempt to get back to their homes, then failed and never left, adding their children, cuisine, and holidays to the metro region's rich mix. Because Kembalung was wrecked. There was talk of draining the island and repairing the dike, but there was no ready source of electricity to drive the pumps, no equipment available to rebuild the dike. And though those problems could be dealt with, maybe, their fresh water supply appeared to have been compromised as well, and the island was being thoroughly saturated by seawater, and the longer things were submerged, the worse the damage got. Above all, Kembalung was simply too low. It had always been too low. The Sundarbans were swampy islands, seasonally wetlands, and now, with the ocean's average level rising, the margin of safety had disappeared. No matter what they did, catastrophic floods were bound to inundate all the Sundarbans again and again. Moon tides, storm surges, even the occasional tsunamis, likely to become more frequent as methane clathrates warmed and triggered underwater landslides, all these would be flooding the coastal lowlands of the world more often. So the immense expense and effort that would be necessary to pump out and rebuild Kembalung was not worth it. The Kembalis had other options. There were other Tibetan refugee colonies scattered around India, and the Kembalis themselves owned some land in the hills north of Calcutta, and some people at the embassy in D.C. were talking about buying land in the metro area and settling there. Meanwhile, it could be said that all 12,000 citizens of Kembalung had, for their national territory, just one old Arlington house and an office in the NSF building. So it was a crowded house and office. Frank was always amazed to see just how crowded they were. He dropped by often to say hi and see if there was anything he could do to help, and every time he was struck anew at how many people could be crammed into a place without breaking anything but zoning codes, carrying boxes from delivery trucks into the kitchen, talking to Rudra in English, getting the old man to teach him some Tibetan words. Frank was always happy to see them, and always happy to get out of there, to be able to drive over the Potomac to Rock Creek and the refuge of the forest. The late summer days were still pretty long, and this was good, because Frank needed the light. He hiked into the park, checking in on his fog phone, getting the latest fixes and hoping he could locate the Gibbons, whom he had learned were a family, Bert and May and their kids, or the Siamangs, but any of the Fearles would do. In the last hour before sundown, many of them made their way to the watering hole in the gorge for a last drink for the night, and he often had good luck spotting them. Ostrich, tapir, spider monkey, eland, sitatunga, tamarin, red deer, brown bear. His personal list of sightings kept growing. His Acheulean hand axe came in the mail at work, and he pulled it out of its bubble wrap and held it up to the light. Instantly it was his favorite rock. It had a lovely weight and fitted his hand perfectly. It was the classic Acheulean oval, with a sharp tip at its smaller end, chipped on both sides very expertly, so that it seemed as much a work of sculpture as a tool, a little Andy Goldsworthy sculpture, a petroglyph all by itself, speaking in its heft a whole world. The people who made it. Gray quartzite, slightly translucent, the chipped faces almost as smoothed by patination during their 400,000 years of exposure as the browned curve of original core. It was beautiful. He took it to the park and pulled it from his day pack to show to Spencer and Robin and Robert the next time they ran, and they spontaneously fell to their knees to honor it, crying out wordlessly like the Gibbons, "Ah! Ah! Oh my God! Oh God! Here it is!" Robin salaamed to it. Spencer inspected every chip and curve, kissing it from time to time. "Look how perfect it is," he said. "Look," Robin said when he held it. "It's shaped for a left-hander, see? It fits a lot better when you hold it in your left hand." Robin was left-handed. "Do you think maybe Homo erectus were all left-handed?" he went on. "Like polar bears? Polar bears are all left-handed. Did you know that?" "Only because you've told us 1,000 times," Spencer said, taking it from him. "How old did you say?" he asked Frank. 400,000 years. Unbelievable. But look, you know, I really hate to say this, but it doesn't look like it would fly like a frisbee. No, it doesn't. Also, that thing about how it wouldn't make a very good hand axe because it's sharpened all the way around, actually, it seems to me you could hold it almost anywhere and still hit something without cutting your hand. The edge isn't sharp enough. True. Have you tried throwing it yet? No. Well, heck, let's give it a try. Let's throw it at a rabbit. Now, come on. Hey, we have to test this thing. How else are we going to do it? Throw it at one of those tapirs. It'll bounce right off them. No, it won't. You kill it, you eat it. Fine by me. They ran the course, and when they came to the meadow near Picnic Site 14, they stopped, and Frank pulled out the axe, and they threw it at a tree. It left an impressive gash, and then at trash bottles set up on a log. Yes, you could break a bottle with it, if you could hit it, and it did tend to spin on its axis, though not necessarily horizontally. In fact, it tended to rotate through a spiral as it flew forward. You could kill a rabbit if you hit it. True, with an ordinary rock, though. You could spook a big animal by the watering hole. True, with an ordinary rock, though. All right, okay. It'd work to skin an animal, I guess. That's true, Frank said. But they've tried that in South Africa, and they've found that they lose their edge really quick, like after one animal. You're kidding. That's what they found. That's why they think there might be so many of them. They think they used to just nap a new one pretty much any time they needed to do something. I don't know. This thing looks pretty perfect for a throwaway. It looks like someone's favorite tool. His Swiss Army knife. That's just patination.
It's 400,000 years old, man. That's old. Older than art and religion, like you said. It is art and religion. A fossilized frisbee. Fossil killer frisbee. Except it doesn't look like that's what it was. Well, I'm sticking with it, Spencer said. It's too good a theory to give up on just for the sake of some evidence. Yeah. This is just anecdotal evidence anyway. Means nothing. Frisbee golf in the last hour of light, running through the flickering shadow and light. Working up a sweat, making shots magnificent or stupid. Living entirely in his frisbee mind, nothing else intruding. The blessed no time of meditation. Sports could do that sometimes, and in that sense, it did become religion, turning the moment into eternity. His shelter was completely rainproofed now, and given the frequent summer showers, this made for a wonderfully satisfying situation. His little room, open-sided under its clear plastic canopy, was frequently walled by sheets of falling water, like a bead curtain perpetually falling. The rain pounded down with its plastic drumming noise, like the shower you hear in the morning when your partner gets up, a susurrus or patter, riding on the liquid roar of the forest and the clatter of the creek below. The air less humid than during those muggy days when the rain held off. Often it rained just before dawn or just after, charcoal turning gray in the dimness of a rainy day, low clouds scudding or lowering overhead. Sometimes he would sleep again for another half hour. The night's sleep would have been broken, no matter where he spent the night. Something would bring him up, his heart racing for no reason, then the brain following, thinking about work, or Caroline, or Marta, the Kimballis, the homeless guys, the frisbee players, housing prices in North San Diego County. Anything could spark it off, and then it was very difficult to fall back asleep. He would lie there, in van or treehouse, or very occasionally his office, aware that he needed more sleep, but unable to drop back in. Rain then would be a blessing, as the sound tended to knock him out. And rain in the morning gave him time to lie there and think about projects, experiments, animals, papers, money, women. Time to remember that many men his age, maybe most men his age, slept with a woman every night of their lives, to the point where they hardly even noticed it, except in their partner's absence. Better to think about work. Or to look at the pattern leaves made against the sky, black against the velvet grays. Stiffly shift around, trying to wake up, until he was sitting on the edge of the platform, sleeping bag draped over him like a cape, feet swinging in the air, to listen for the gibbons. Insomnia as a kind of a gift, then, from nature, or Gaia, or the animals and birds, or his unquiet unconscious. Of course one woke a little before dawn. How could you not? It was so beautiful. Sometimes he felt like he was sitting on the edge of some great thing that only he could see was about to happen. Some change like morning itself, but different. Other days he woke and could only struggle to escape the knot his stomach had been tied into during the night. Then it took the gibbons to free him. If they were within earshot, and he heard them lift their voices, then all was immediately well within him, the knot untied. An obad, all will be well, and all will be well, and all will be perfectly well. That was what they were singing, as translated by some nuns in medieval Europe. It was another gift. Sometimes he just listened, but usually he sang with them,
if singing was the right word. He hooted, whooped, called, but really it was most like singing, even if the word he sang was always oop, and every oop was a glissando, sliding up or down. Oop, oop. If they sounded like they were nearby, he would descend from his tree and try to spot them. He had to be quiet and as invisible as possible. But this was true for all his stalking. Light steps, looking down at the still gray ground, seeking footfalls between the ubiquitous twigs in the bare black mud. All the animals in the park were pretty skittish by now, and the gibbons and siamangs were no exception. At the least noise, someone in the gibbon gang would shout some kind of warning, often a loud "ack," as in the comic strip Cathy, and then they would Tarzan away with only a few muffled calls to indicate even what direction they had gone. Typically they moved 50 to 100 yards before resettling, so if they spooked, Frank usually shifted his hunt to some other animal. You couldn't beat brachiation in a forest. He would work his way down Rock Creek, headed for the waterhole overlook. Fog had put a salt lick on the edge of the water. He was careful in his final approach, because the overlook itself had been marked by big paw prints. Feline in appearance, but large, huge, in fact, like sign of the missing jaguar, still unsighted, or at least unreported. Or maybe the prints were one of the forest's smaller cats, the snow leopard, or lynx, or the native bobcat. In any case, not a good animal to catch by surprise. Sometimes he even approached the overlook clutching his hand axe, reassured by the heft of it. Once there, he could watch the animals below, drinking warily and taking licks of the salt lick. On this morning, he saw 2 of the tiny tamarins, a gazelle, an okapi, and the rhinoceros, all radio-tagged already. The day before, he had seen a trio of red wolves bring down a young eland. After the waterhole he explored, striking out to get mildly lost, in the process checking out the tributaries in Rock Creek's rippled watershed, stealthy walking in the hope of spotting animals, again, as with the heft of the hand axe, or the swaying of his tree in the wind, it felt familiar to his body, as if he had often done it before, used to things he had never done. Stalking, paparazzi following movie stars, slink of gray flashing over the creek. In his memory he reconstructed the glimpse. Silvery fur, something like a fisher or minx, bounding over the rocks in a hurry. Around a corner he came on the hapless tapirs, rooting in the mud. This forest floor did not have what they needed, and Frank had heard they were living off care packages provided by the zoo staff and FOG members. Some people argued that this meant they should be recaptured. Only animals that could make their way in the forest on their own should be considered for permanent feral status, these people argued. Of course, many of the feral species were tropical or semi-tropical. Already there was a lot of debate about what to do when winter came. Possibly the feral project for these creatures would come to an end, although it wasn't clear exactly how some of them could be recaptured. Well, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. For now, GPS the tapirs, add them to his FOG phone's log. So far, his list included 43 non-native species, from aardvarks to zebras. Then trudge out west to his van, to drive over the river to Optimodal. Often, all this would happen, and he would still get to the gym before 7. After that, the day got more complicated. No meetings at 8, so a quick visit to the optimodal weight room. If he ran into Diane, they worked out together. That was habitual, and it was getting a little complicated, actually. Not that it wasn't fun, because it was. Her hand on his arm. It was interesting. But friendly conversations and shared workouts with a woman at the gym suggested a certain kind of relationship, and when the woman in question was also one's boss, also single, or at least known to have been widowed several years before, there was no way to avoid certain little implications that seemed to follow, expressed by the ways in which they didn't meet each other's eyes or discuss various matters. Also little protocols and courtesies, steering clear of what might be more usual behaviors in the gym situation. He often began a workout feeling he was too preoccupied by other concerns to think about this matter, but quickly